Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Lefay Pendragon didn't really care about the Koa's brigade or its cause. If asked, she would gladly tell everyone that the only reason she even joined this group was because of her brother, Arthur Pendragon, who had been swayed to join with the promise of getting to battle against powerful holy sword users. Knowing of her brother's insatiable desire for combat against other swordsmen, and his somewhat snobbish personality, she had followed him in order to keep him out of trouble, which was a lot harder than it looked. Especially when all they had her doing at the moment was standing guard. Standing beside her was Baiko, the descendant of Sun Wukong, and another silent figure, one that towered over them both. Its form composed of stone, it stood, a silent sentinel that appeared to be made from thousands of boulders both large and small. The very crude-looking golem was her latest magical creation. Its unstable body rattled every so often, and Lefay knew it wouldn't do much in a prolonged fight, but since they were just guarding a single prisoner, it was okay. Besides, they needed all the help they could get. None of the other factions wanted the job, it seemed, as all had refused when asked. Thus, the task of guarding the one known as Uzumaki Naruto was up to them. Baiko stretched his arms above his head. Man, this is so boring. I thought this Naruto guy would have at least made some noise by now. Why would he do that, Baiko-sama? Lefay asked curiously. She hadn't heard much about this Naruto person, other than that he was an annoying fly who had a bad habit of running his mouth off, according to her brother. Because he's an interesting guy who loves causing trouble, Baiko answered, grinning. Lefay assumed he was remembering something their captive had done. He's a lot like me, except neither as dashing nor as skilled as I am, and is always getting up to no good. Thinking on it, he actually reminds me of a sly old fox. Lefay had yet to actually meet Naruto. No one was allowed into or out of the chamber they were guarding, or so her brother had ordered. There was even a slot drilled into the door for when they had to feed him. She was actually kind of surprised Baiko had even heeded Arthur's orders. He was never one to listen to Arthur, which was actually a cause for contention among them. Oh, I wonder if that's why my Arthur Nisama dislikes him so much. Most definitely, Baiko agreed, your brother's a real stick in the mud, no offense, so it's only natural that someone who knows how to have fun would get on his nerves. That's not a very nice thing to say about my Nisama. But it's true, isn't it? Heck, I'm surprised that even you can get along with your brother. You've got such a vibrant and outgoing personality that it's hard to imagine you two are even related. You think so? Lefay had never really thought about it before. Her brother was her brother and she loved him very much. She wouldn't have followed him to join the Chaos Brigade, abandoning her position at the Magicians Association known as Golden Dawn, if she didn't. I know so. Whatcha guys talking about? Lefay turned to answer the voice that spoke up in her left ear. We're just talking about my brother and how he doesn't. The descendant of Morgan Lefay stared at the young man she'd never met before. Eyes as blue as the azure sky were set on the boyish face of a teen nearing full maturity. 6 whiskers on either cheek marred sun-kissed skin. They were actually kind of cute. His dark black pants with orange trim ruffled as he moved. A dark orange shirt adorning his frame hid broad shoulders and a chiseled chest. He was also tall, not as tall as Baiko, but at least a head and shoulders taller than her. He was eating a bowl of ramen. Wah, how did you get out of this cell? Baiko shouted, causing Lefay to feel confusion. The young man with bright blonde hair blinked. I just walked out through the door. Baiko gawked some more. That's not possible. We've had people guarding this door around the clock. There's no way you could have escaped without us knowing about it. Even if you could escape, I would have detected your chakra signature moving, but it hasn't moved from this room since we put you in there. The man shrugged and continued slurping up his ramen. I don't know what to tell. Maybe your ability to detect chakra signatures just sucks. Rather than get angry, Baiko snorted. You really are an amusing guy, you know that. So you've told me. Numerous times, I might add. Baiko-sama. Lefay gathered the attention of her partner and the blonde man, who she pointed at with her staff. Who is this? It wasn't Baiko who answered. I'm glad you asked, little lady. Allow me to introduce myself. All of the lights turned off, which Lefay found weird because they didn't have any lights to turn off in the first place. The light in this hallway came from sunlight that filtered through the glass roof above their heads. And why was she suddenly hearing strange kabuki music in the background? From the east to the west, I am known far and wide as the greatest ninja to have ever exist, a man whose power is undeniable and whose strength of will is unquestionable. I have gone by many names: hero, sage, the manliest man this side of Mansville. A spotlight appeared in the room, allowing only a small circle of light to appear before her, revealing the blonde man who stood in the center making a weird pose. In my time I have also been called the great Gama Sennin of Mount Myoboku, the hero of Konohagakure, the slayer of evil, the level 100 master head petter and the boyfriend of Rias Grimori. However, you may call me Uzumaki Naruto-sama. She watched the man calling himself Uzumaki Naruto hop from one foot to the other. What a strange dance. Was this some kind of ancient ritual? And he called himself Naruto. Wasn't Naruto the person they were supposed to be guarding? Excuse me, Naruto-sama, Lefei said, getting Naruto to stop dancing. But are you, by chance, the person we're supposed to guard until Office-sama gets back? Naruto adopted a thinking pose, left hand on his chin, right hand underneath his left elbow. Yes, I believe that I am. Right. Lefei nodded to herself, until the situation caught up to her and she began gawking at him. What are you doing out of your room? I got bored, so I left. You left. Blink. Because you were bored. More blinking. But how? I just walked out the front door. You guys didn't see me. No, Baiko said dryly, clearly not believing a word this man said. Lefei wasn't sure she believed him either. Surely they would have noticed this door opening and someone as cheerful as him walking out of it. We didn't, and where did you get that ramen? At the mention of his ramen, Naruto slurped up some of the noodly goodness. Found it lying around. Can I have some? Hell no. Get your own ramen. TCH, stingy. Lefei Pendragon watched as Naruto and Baiko argued back and forth over, of all things, ramen. She studied the one they were supposed to watch carefully. It startled her to see how carefree he acted, like he wasn't even worried about how he'd been kidnapped by a group of unknown people. He just stood there, bantering with one of his kidnappers like being taken from everything you knew and loved was an everyday occurrence for him. What an odd man. What the hell happened to my hair? Just then, a scream erupted from somewhere in the base. She didn't know where, but it must have been either really close or really loud. This section of their base was located in a wing as far from the epicenter as you could get. It was basically an abandoned section, with only Naruto taking up residence there. Was that Arthur Nisama? Yep. Why was he screaming like that? Let me guess, you played a prank on him, didn't ya boyo? Oh, so now you're calling me boyo. You can't keep changing my nickname like that, you know, and of course I played a prank on him. He needs to loosen up, and pranks are a great way to let loose. Kekiki, I should have known you would do something like this. You've been far too quiet since we captured you. Speaking of me being captured, you mentioned that the reason is because your leader wants to speak with me. Why hasn't this Office character come back yet? Shouldn't she have met with this Valley guy by now? Baiko shrugged. Who can say? I'm sure she's got her reasons. Just then, more shouting emerged from the hallway. Lefei thought it was getting closer. Uzumaki Naruto, you shall pay for what you've done to my hair. Uh-oh, sounds like someone's angry. Naruto seemed intent on avoiding her brother, because he quickly finished off his ramen, then wandered back over to the door that she and Baiko were guarding. It really made her wonder if they should even guard this door, since Naruto could apparently escape without them even knowing it. The door opened and Naruto turned to Baiko. If Arthur asks, I never left this room. Baiko gave the spiky-headed man an amused look. Of course. Naruto nodded, then turned to Lefei, who suddenly realized that this was the first time she'd actually met their captive. Deciding that he couldn't be all bad if he and Baiko were talking like old friends, she offered the boy a bright smile and a wave. Hello, Naruto-sama. It's very nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too, Naruto sounded amused. He turned to Baiko and pointed at her. I like this girl. She's polite, unlike you and the stick wielder. Kekiki, I bet you just like her because she's cute. There's that, too. Lefei didn't really know what to say about that, so she didn't say anything. She did become startled, however, when Naruto grabbed her by the hand and began dragging her into his room. Naruto-sama, what are you doing? Naruto turned and gave her a very serious look. If I'm going to be cooped in this room, then I'm going to need someone to talk to. Between you, the monkey, and the stone man over there, I would much rather talk to you. That's not a problem, is it? Lefei honestly considered the question. Technically speaking, she didn't think they were supposed to be getting chummy with Naruto. Then again, she wasn't even sure why they were sent to capture him in the first place. However, she assumed Ophis wanted this man to join her cause, and if that was indeed the case, then it might be a good idea if she and the others got to know him. He already knew Baiko and Kuroka and her brother, but he didn't know who she was. Therefore, wouldn't it make sense if they talked and got to know each other a little better? Sure, she replied cheerfully. LeFay was sure that Ophis wouldn't mind. Ophis didn't seem to care what they did with their free time. How else could she explain the chaotic state the Chaos Brigade was in with its constant infighting between factions? Great, came the equally cheerful reply of Naruto. Thus, the two blondes walked into Naruto's room, the door closing behind them. What up, boss man, another Naruto said from where he lay on the bed, finished your errands? Yep, Naruto replied to the other Naruto while LeFay stood there blinking, all finished. Thanks for playing chakra sonar for me. No prob, the Naruto on the bed said before popping in a literal burst of smoke. LeFay turned to Naruto. Who was that? My clone. You can create clones. Yep, Naruto grinned, I can do a lot of other things, too. Maybe someday you'll get to see what I can do. Several seconds later, Arthur Pendragon stormed down the hall like a man possessed. LeFay heard him stop at the door and begin screaming at Baiko. Let me in that room. Sorry, no can do, came the reply, you know we're not supposed to let him out on your orders, I might add. By the way, nice hair. Shut up, don't talk about my hair. Don't even look at my hair. And I'm repealing that order, so let me in that room right now. Just why do you want to go into this room anyway? Got a crush? SSS shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Man, when did you become a tsundere? Who's a tsundere? Kekeki. You know all this shouting and yelling isn't helping your case. GRA. The sound of Arthur's screaming echoed through the room. LeFay looked at Naruto as the sound of Arthur's angry stomps receded. He was sitting on the ground, leaning against the bed while she claimed the bed for herself, her legs crossed Indian style on the mattress. The young devil's bright blue eyes were alight with mischief, and he had shoved his fist into his mouth to keep from laughing. What did you do to him? She asked curiously. Naruto looked up at her with the bright, shining eyes of a child who'd managed to escape punishment after successfully stealing a cookie from the cookie jar. I dyed his hair bright pink and gave him cornrows. LeFay stared at the young man for several seconds. Then began giggling. And thus, a new friendship was born. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias sat on the couch, waiting. Her eyes surveyed the room. It didn't look like much. The walls were bare of life, no tokens, no pictures, no mementos from the past. A cream-colored floor defined much of the room's surface, save where it changed to tile several meters to her left, signifying the room turning into a kitchen. A staircase on the other side led to the loft. Kiba's studio apartment hadn't changed since she last saw it. It remained much the same as it always had. Neat, clean, tidy, impersonal. Perhaps this was because he rarely ever spent time in this place. She had bought this for him so that he would have a place to return to and rest after school and finishing contracts, but that's all this place seemed to be. It wasn't home. The sound of the door opening and closing alerted her to someone entering. Kiba stood in the doorway, taking off his shoes. He hadn't noticed her yet. I was wondering when you would show up. Kiba's head snapped up. His eyes widened when he saw her. He turned around and tried to flee. Rias snapped her fingers. All around them several magic circles with the Grimoire clan crest flared into the existence. They were everywhere, the walls, the floor, the ceiling. And the door. This spell is a magical barrier that I devised with the help of Naruto. The magic circles are placed in an overlapping pattern both inside and outside of this space to create a single, much larger seal that is 20 times more powerful than what it would be if I simply created a bunch of smaller seals. Rias smiled at the memory. Her boyfriend acted like an idiot, but he had some incredible ideas locked away inside of that goofy head of his. Low and mid-class devils can't break it. Kiba hadn't turned around. His shoulders were unnaturally stiff. Look, Rias, I understand that you might not like what I'm trying to do. You're damn right I don't like what you're trying to do. Rias's words were calm, yet contained a hint of her anger. You think that going off on your own and leaving us, your family, to worry for your safety is the right thing to do? Or do you just not care what we think at all? Kiba winced. I know what you're going through, Kiba. You don't know what I'm going through, came the soft reply. How could you, when you've never experienced what I have? You couldn't possibly understand. Then make me understand. Rias stood from her seat, shouting. You stand here talking about how I don't know anything, as if I'm not aware of what happened to you, as if I don't know what the church did. I am well aware of what they did. I was the one who saved you, in case you forgot. So don't just stand there, telling me that I don't understand. If there is something I'm not getting here, then tell me. Silence. Her words were met with silence. Kiba said nothing for the longest time, and she just stood there, waiting. She would wait for as long as necessary. Kiba couldn't escape from this room without killing her, and she was confident that he would not do such a thing. He wasn't lost to her yet. You know of my history, Bushu. I was an orphan who was picked up by the church. They offered me a place to stay, food, a warm bed, a roof over my head and friends to share it with. I thought it was almost too good to be true. A mirthless chuckle. Turns out I was right. Rias didn't say anything. While she knew what happened, it was not because of anything Kiba said. Her brother had found out what was happening and decided not to interfere, as it did not involve devils. Being the curious girl that she was, Rias had gone to where the experiment known as the Holy Sword Project had taken place, and it was there, in a snow-covered forest, that she found her knight. It didn't happen right away, the disappearances. We were first given a place to call home, were fed warm food, given beds and had a roof over our head. It was everything the church said it would be, and we were also very happy. And then my friends began disappearing. Kiba shuddered, his body suffused with barely suppressed emotions. One by one my friends vanished into thin air. The priests told us that we couldn't see our friends because they had been selected to help them bring about God's work. That they were doing a great service to the church and would surely be rewarded for their efforts. Even though we were sad that our friends weren't able to see us anymore, we were happy because we thought that our friends were helping God. Kiba's bitter chuckle almost brought Rias to tears. We never even realized what was truly happening until much later. Kiba paused. Rias used this moment to center herself. What her knight was telling her now was something that he had never shared with anyone. This was the heart of his hatred. They eventually stopped being so secretive about what was happening, and they stopped pretending that our friends had been sent off to some faraway place. Some of my friends would be taken somewhere else, then brought back as sobbing wrecks, their bodies racked with unimaginable pain. However, even then we did not hate the church. We believed with all our hearts that we were doing God's work. We had faith, the belief that if we could just hold on a little longer, just endure a little more, then we would eventually be rewarded. But you weren't, the first words Rias had spoken since Kiba began his story. It wasn't a question. No, we weren't. I can only assume that, at some point, they must have gotten whatever they wanted, or maybe they just deemed everyone there as failures and planned on starting from scratch. I don't really know. All I remember are the choked screams of my friends as gas was leaked into our bedrooms one night. Half of us never even got a chance to run. Most inhaled too many fumes and died before we even knew something was wrong. They were the lucky ones, those few that died quickly. The rest of us weren't so lucky. Rias's shoulders began to shake. She knew that crying would not be the right thing to do. Kiba did not want her pity, so she would not give it to him, even if it meant sucking up her own feelings of sorrow. I remember those of us who managed to escape were gunned down from behind. A few of the braver ones turned and ran back to protect the younger ones. It didn't matter though. All of us were gunned down one by one, until only I was left. Rias held a hand to her mouth and stifled her sob. You want to know what the worst part about all this is? The worst part about all of this isn't just knowing that my friends died, but that their deaths were in vain. That they died for nothing. The Holy Sword Project, which tried turning regular humans into potential Holy Sword users that could wield Excalibur, was a failure, and all they had to show for it was a pile of corpses. Perhaps, if the project had been successful, if my friends' deaths had achieved a greater purpose, maybe then things would have been different, maybe I wouldn't be this bitter. But it wasn't, and now I am haunted by my friends' deaths, of the people I loved who died in vain, of how I didn't have the power to protect them. Kiba raised his hands and looked down at them, clenching and unclenching. Rias could imagine the mirthless smile on his face. Naruto would probably hate me. He was always going on about how revenge and hatred solves nothing. No, he wouldn't, Rias said with absolute surety. Naruto isn't capable of hating a friend. He's barely even capable of hating an enemy. He wouldn't approve of the hatred you feel, but he would at least understand it. And what about you? Do you think it's wrong for me to feel this hatred? To want revenge? Of course not, Rias shook her head. I am a devil. I know a lot about negative emotions, and I know how strong those emotions can be in a human. Feeling hatred towards someone who has wronged you is a natural feeling. Everybody who has ever lived has felt hatred, even Naruto. Love and hate, happiness and sadness, completion and loss. One cannot feel one emotion without feeling the other. They go hand in hand with each other. Yes, Kiba said faintly, I suppose they do. A pause. After seeing how you and Naruto act around each other, it is easy to forget how worldly you are. Worldly, Rias tested the word, I guess that fits, in a way. As a pureblood devil, I am an embodiment of desire. The sins that humanity calls deadly are what drives our kind forward. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, wrath. We embody these traits fully. However, the mark of a good devil is to never let these traits control you. We are always in control of our emotions and never let our emotions control us. And that is why I am worried about you. Kiba stiffened. Rias walked forward with slow, delicate steps. Ever since the Holy Sword users arrived, I have watched you descend into darkness. I've seen your hatred manifesting in ways that make me worry for you. I see you lash out at people, isolate yourself from your friends, and I worry that if you keep letting these emotions control you, then you will slip farther and farther away from me and the others. And I do not want that. Rias reached Kiba, stopping behind him. She placed her hands on his shoulders, which caused Kiba to stiffen. Ignoring his response, she slowly turned him around until they were facing each other. Then she hugged him. It was almost amusing to see the startled look etched on his face right before she grabbed his head and pulled it to her chest. She wrapped her arms around him, cradling his head on her bosom, her hands gently stroking his hair. You are my knight, Kiba, a member of my peerage and a part of my family. I love you very much and I refuse to let you go. Even if you try pushing me away, I will always be there for you. Something wet stained Rias's shirt. Tears, she realized. Kiba's tears. If it is revenge that you seek, then I, as your king, shall do everything in my power to make sure that you can have your revenge. The tears increased, soaking into her shirt and expanding outward from her chest. The only thing that I will ever ask of you is this, do not abandon us for the sake of revenge. Allow us to walk alongside you. Rely on us, on me, and promise to never leave my peerage again. I promise, Kiba's sobbing voice choked out. I promise, I'll never leave you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Everything is all right now. Just let it all out, Rias murmured, stroking Kiba's head with the tenderness of a mother comforting her child. Devil Ninja. Naruto ate lunch with Luffy, Pendragon and Baiko. They no longer confined him to his room, probably because he kept sneaking out. It didn't matter either way. All that Naruto cared about was eating lunch with his two friends. He considered Luffy a friend, but he wasn't sure about Baiko. Pranking rival would be more accurate. He spent a lot of time with these two, more than he did the other two, Arthur and Kuroka. The Holy Sword user didn't like him and he didn't like Kuroka. It had nothing to do with her personality. Naruto was sure that, had their circumstances been different, they would have gotten along famously. He was just being stubborn. Kuroka left Kaneko to fend for herself, and Naruto loved the younger Nekosho. Getting along with Kuroka while Kaneko hadn't forgiven her sister felt too much like betrayal to him. No way. Luffy looked at him in shock, her face red and breathless from giggling. Baiko couldn't even say that much. He was too busy laughing. Did you really? I shit you not, Naruto grinned. When I was 12 years old, I painted the monument that possessed the faces of all my village leaders in broad daylight, wearing nothing but a bright orange jumpsuit. Get out of here. I don't believe you. I believe him, Baiko nodded, still cackling like a monkey, Naruto supposed. Did monkeys cackle? Son Goku sure hadn't. His belly laugh had been rumbling. That sounds exactly like something he would do. Their mirth halted, if only for a moment, as a flushed red Arthur sat down next to them. Not a word, the young man spat. A single second of silence ensued. Then Baiko, Luffy and Naruto began laughing once more with renewed ferocity. Arthur Pendragon, descendant of Morgan Le Fay and the man whose namesake he was born from, looked like he'd been dipped in rainbow-colored tie-dye. His face was a facet of numerous psychedelic colors. It would not be inaccurate to say that he looked like an American hippie from the 70s who took the idea of tie-dyeing stuff just a little too far, or maybe a man who ate too many Skittles and was finally paying the price. Oh, Kami. Naruto exploded. You look absolutely ridiculous. Arthur's face turned red. At least Naruto thought it had turned red. It was hard to tell since he looked like a carny gone wrong. Shut up, he spat. This is all your fault. You and your damn pranks. Naruto just grinned. Hate to break it to you, but this time it wasn't me. Arthur, in his embarrassment-induced rage, didn't even seem to catch the, this time, part of Naruto's words. Wasn't you. But if it wasn't you then who? His eyes widened, right before they began smoldering. Baiko. Baiko was also grinning. Kekiki. What's the problem? I think you look good like that. You could probably even start a new trend. We'll call it, psychedelic sacred gear. Being the apparent nicest of the trio, Lefay Pendragon decided to soothe her brother's anger. Please stop having fun at Arthur Ni-sama's expense like this, Baiko-sama, Naruto-sama. I don't know. What do you think? Baiko asked Naruto, who looked genuinely thoughtful. Well, normally I would say not a chance in hell, Lefay pouted, but since Fei-chan is the one asking, I guess I can stop. We need to find a new target anyway. Pranking Arthur is just too easy. Arthur grumbled before making the apparent decision to ignore them. A figure soon appeared before them. Multiple figures. Naruto sensed their presence before they reached them, but ignored the group until their shadows hovered over him. Can we help you? Naruto asked with a bored expression. I had not realized you were allowed to leave your cell, was the response. Are we letting prisoners out now? How can you deal with this devil anyway? Baiko, I could understand. He's not human. But you, Lefay. Arthur. Leaving my faction wasn't enough. Why have you decided to befriend this devil? He's not my friend, stupid git, Arthur mumbled and was subsequently forced to suck in a breath when Lefay elbowed him. Be nice, Ni-sama. Sorry. You're not sorry at all. Naruto looked up at Cao Cao, surrounded by 3 members of his faction. His vision trailed to a blonde woman, beautiful, with an even more beautiful smirk that reminded him of a pit of vipers. A large man that towered over everyone else, heavily muscled, and with his arms crossed over his chest. His expression spoke of arrogance and disdain. Another man with silver hair stared, not at him but at Arthur, glaring daggers into the swordsman who did the same thing. Rivals, perhaps. Is there a reason you're bothering us? Naruto asked mildly, honestly curious. The so-called hero faction of the Chaos Brigade, as he learned they called themselves from Lefay, did not appear to like him very much, for reasons that he couldn't understand. I was not talking to you. What a rude remark. This Cao Cao wasn't earning any points with him. I see. In that case, why are you bothering my friends? Don't you have better things to do, like, you know, getting the base some milk or something? Cao Cao twitched, but kept his cool. Damn, it seemed the idiot was learning. I would not expect a devil like you to understand. Then again, I am also surprised that you would stick up for devils. Ah, here it goes again. Being a devil who has been resurrected under the evil peace system, don't you feel angry at those devils for what they have done to you? For forcing you to serve them, and all because they sought the power you contain for themselves. Not really, Naruto shrugged, why should I? It's not like I was doing anything worthwhile with my life. I simply drifted along until they came and helped me put the pieces of what I had once been back together. If anything, I consider myself grateful for getting a second chance. Then you are truly lost, Cao Cao shook his head. Says the man who's got his head shoved so far up his own ass I doubt he'd know which way is out. You'd better watch your mouth, Blondie, the heavily muscled man, who Naruto knew as Heracles, growled at him. I'm not sure how you expect me to do that, unless you want me looking at a mirror all day. But, if you want me looking at the mouth of a hot blonde, then I could always just look at Fei-chan's pretty little mouth. She's hot. While Lefay flushed at the blunt statement, Arthur growled. Of course, I suppose I could also look at Jean's mouth, but it looks like it might start spitting poison, so I'd rather not. Kekiki, you've got such a way with words, Baiko chuckled. The one known as Jean glared at him. Like I would want to have a devil looking at any part of me. Naruto's smirk was devilish. Don't worry, we devils have standards, and while you're undeniable hot, your personality leaves much to be desired. I can't see anything attractive about you when all I see is this ugly bitch who froths at the mouth when someone steals her panties. That was you. Of course that was me. Naruto ignored the gaping jaws being sent his way and Jean's accusing finger. Who else would steal a person's panties and do some interior decorating with them? A pause. Except for maybe Baiko. Kekiki. Shut up, you damn monkey. Jean snapped at Baiko, then turned her ire back on Naruto. You fucking perv, I should kill you where you stand. Bring it, bitch, Naruto grinned at the woman, smacking his left fist into his right palm. I'll kick your ass so hard my foot will smack your womb. Jean's face turned puce with anger. You. Cao Cao raised a hand to silence Jean. Naruto had to admit, he might not like this arrogant son of a bitch, but the man had charisma. It bothers me that you refuse to see the inherent wrongness of the evil peace system. Cao Cao shook his head sadly, as someone who was resurrected while on the verge of death, surely you of all people could understand why humanity should be wary of devil kind. Don't you feel even the least bit annoyed by how your humanity was forcefully taken from you, without you even being given a chance to deny them? They sacrificed your ability to remain human, without your consent, and all for the selfishness of a she-devil who has no trouble enslaving you to her will. Naruto frowned. You say that like devils are the only ones capable of committing evil deeds when that couldn't be farther from the truth. Humans are more than capable of committing great sins upon other humans. Devils enslaving humans against their will. Humans are more than happy to enslave each other on their own. I've seen it. Humans hurt people for their gain. They kill out of greed, out of hate, out of jealousy. If anything, the creatures that humanity should be most wary of aren't the inhuman entities that exist, but their own species, who have proven time and time again that they have no trouble enslaving their fellow humans. Naruto stared Cao Cao down, unbothered by the irritation his words caused the other man. And I would be careful when making comments about my girlfriend. Insult Rias Grimori again and you'll become the latest victim of the 1000 years of death, Uzumaki style. Arthur leaned over to his sister and put a hand to his mouth. What's this 1000 years of death that he speaks of? LeFei shrugged. Beats me. Cao Cao's eyes lingered on Naruto a bit longer, then he scoffed. It seems that nothing I say will change your mind. And here I was thinking you might be able to understand, seeing how you were once human, but I guess not. I almost forgot how bewitched you were with that Grimori she-devil. How repulsive. Okay, now that made Naruto angry. Repulsive as seeing your ugly mug every day. Now why don't you just move on back the way you came? I'd like to continue eating lunch with my friends here, and you're ruining the mood. Heracles took a step forward, snarling and spitting. I don't like the way you're talking. Keep it up and I may have to rearrange your face. Oh, Naruto stood up from his seat. Blood began pumping through his veins. He could hear a deep hum in the confines of his mind. It wasn't a literally hum, but the metaphorical kind that came when he called upon his chakra. If you think you can take me on, then be my guest. I'd love to show you what happens when you screw with the great Uzumaki Naruto-sama. The tension thickened. Heracles glared at Naruto, who returned the look with a fierce grin. Several people around them held their breaths. No one spoke. All of them watched and waited to see who would make the first move. And that's when it happened. That's when Naruto felt it, the powerful presence that appeared out of nowhere. Kurama. I feel it. Whoever this person is, their power is nearly on par with my own. This person must be their leader. I suspect so. Be careful, Naruto. While I have confidence that we can beat whoever this person is together, I'm not sure if we can deal with them and all of these people, humans, yokai, devils, at the same time. There is a lot of power in this place, and a prolonged battle with whoever this person is, whatever they are, may end badly for us. I'll keep that in mind. It didn't take long for Naruto to discover the source of this power. She stood only a few meters away, near the entrance to the mess hall. She was short, really short. Her hair appeared darker than night, twilight tresses that trailed down to her hips and with bangs framed a pair of gray eyes. He could just barely make out pointed ears hidden beneath her hair. Standing next to her was a handsome man with silver hair and an arrogant, battle-hungry smirk. From across the distance, the girl's eyes locked with Naruto's. She regarded him inquisitively, her head tilting. In return, Naruto stared back, his expression giving nothing away. His right hand did twitch, however. You are the one whose power I felt not too long ago, she said. He noted that her voice sounded cute, even if it was completely lacking of emotions. The resurrected devil known as Uzumaki Naruto, who played in a recent raiding game and summoned that incredible power to destroy the one known as Riser Phoenix. I am glad that you have agreed to meet with me. I have a proposal for you. Naruto didn't say anything at first. He simply stood there, regarding the girl in a manner that made some of the people around him very, very uncomfortable. Finally. You're adorable. Can I pet you? Tilde devil ninja tilde. Rias allowed her body to soak in the hot water. She had just come back from speaking with Kiba. Her heart felt lighter. It was good to see that her knight, for all the hatred and vengeful desires in his heart, had not completely lost himself to darkness. While devils were the embodiment of sin, that didn't mean they were evil. Only the devils who let their sinful desires control them became evil. That's what her brother once told her. Sitting beside her was Zenobia and Irina. The two church-goers seemed to love bathing in the hot spring. This was probably because of their Spartan way of living. Asia once said that the people of the Catholic Church lived in humility. Rias didn't get it, but assumed her devil nature meant she couldn't understand the point of not living in luxury. So what was up with that night of yours? It was interesting to see the changes made in the two holy sword users. While Zenobia remained tight-lipped around her peerage, Irina, who, quite oddly enough, struck her as the more faithful of the two, seemed much more comfortable now, as shown by her asking that question. Rias pondered whether to tell her or not, but decided that revealing a small bit of her night's past wouldn't hurt, and may at least help ease any bitterness the two felt toward his rude behavior. Kiba was a part of the Holy Sword project. They both winced, causing her to smile mirthlessly, and I see you two know what that means. We've heard about the Holy Sword project, Zenobia allowed with slight scowl. It's one of the largest blights on the church. However, we didn't know what the director, one Valpier Galilei, was doing until well after he'd already murdered all of the children he planned on experimenting on. We assume he realized we were coming for him and was trying to get rid of the evidence. I see. I'm sorry I asked. Irina sounded subdued. Odd for such a perky girl, but then, this wasn't a very happy subject. It's fine. Kiba never goes around talking about his past, but it's not like he really tries hiding it either. I had not realized there was a survivor of the Holy Sword project, Zenobia muttered. It would explain his hatred of the Excaliburs. So you noticed that, did you? Zenobia gave Rias a dry look. Kind of hurt not to. Speaking of the Holy Swords, I wanted to talk to you about our plans. You mentioned that you wanted to retrieve them, but were willing to destroy them if it meant keeping them out of enemy hands. Irina and Zenobia narrowed their eyes. Where are you going with this? I want you to let Kiba destroy one of the Excaliburs, Rias stated bluntly. The two exorcists' eyes widened. You can't be serious. Irina looked shocked. You're asking us to let a devil destroy one of the Excaliburs. Do you know how angry the higher-ups would be if they found out? So don't let them find out, Rias shrugged. Tell them that you managed to capture 2 of the 3 Excaliburs, but the last one was destroyed during the fight. But that would be lying. Indeed it would. You can't seriously expect us to lie to the church like that. I could always kick you out of my territory. Irina sputtered. But we already agreed to your conditions. So. Rias observed the two. It seemed her initial assumptions were correct. Irina was bubbly and amiable, but also fanatically religious. Zenobia held a strong belief of God, but not to the point where she wouldn't consider a proposal if she thought it would make sense. What an odd pair. I don't mind. Irina whirled on Zenobia. How could you say that, Zenobia? You're talking about letting a devil destroy one of the Excaliburs. I thought you of all people would be against that. I don't necessarily like the idea, Zenobia admitted with a frown, but I also don't mind allowing this if it will help us accomplish our goals. And besides, if Yuto really was part of the Holy Sword project, then we, as members of the church, owe him an apology for letting Valpier Galilei get away with the crimes he committed. Irina worried her lip for a moment, but eventually conceded. Yeah, you have a point there. She looked at Rias. I guess we could let your knight destroy one of the Excaliburs. Thank you, Rias smiled graciously. Irina crossed her arms and pouted. But don't think this means I'm not still mad at you. Trying to blackmail us by kicking us out of your territory because we wouldn't let you do something isn't nice. Rias's smile was very Naruto-esque. I'm sorry. You don't sound very sorry. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Naruto sat in a grand room, on a throne-like chair. The room was empty save him and his current companion. The large marble columns felt strangely lonely, even as they stood with their brethren, silent monoliths to a time long since gone. He found it odd that such a place existed here, especially because he knew that, here, was actually a separate dimension created by Ophis, which explained why no one had discovered them after he was kidnapped. His companion of the hour, Ophis, was sitting on his lap. She told him that she wanted to speak to him, and he had agreed, provided she let him pet her. Most people would have probably balked at the request. Ophis had merely raised an eyebrow before agreeing. Baiko had seemed awfully amused, even as most of the others, sans Lefay who looked horrified for some reason, and the new guy, Valley, who had laughed in amusement at the request, seemed disgusted that he would ask her such a thing. That was good. Naruto needed to keep these people off guard. He didn't want any of them thinking he was anything more than a disgusting prankster with a loli fetish, even though Naruto was beginning to wonder if he might actually have a loli fetish himself. He wouldn't deny that he loved large breasts. Rias's breasts were some of the most beautiful he had ever seen, and Naruto absolutely loved motorboating them and using them as pillows. And yet, he also loved cute things, especially cute girls. He didn't know why. Weird. I have a proposal for you, those were the first words Ophis had spoken. He didn't know how long they had been sitting there, but it must have been a while. He wondered if maybe his head petting made her forget why she had asked for him. He wouldn't be surprised. Kaneko often said he was an awesome head petter. I'm listening, Naruto said, his hands straying past her hair to find those adorably pointed ears. They reminded him of elf ears, except elves weren't so short. He thought about saying she was dwarf size, but she was far too damn cute for him to think of her in the same capacity as dwarves. Ophis didn't speak for a second, and when she leaned her head into his skilled hands, Naruto grinned. It looked like head petting worked on lawless of all types, regardless of whether they possessed enough power to destroy the world several times over. Oddly enough, even head petting did not get Ophis to change her voice from its bland overtones. It didn't even make her facial muscles twitch. Naruto felt the stirrings of a challenge in the air. I have been gathering strong people from every race, humans, yokai, devils and dragons in order to accomplish my goal of kicking Great Red out of my home. Naruto found himself intrigued. Who is Great Red? Great Red is the most powerful being alive, a dragon whose power even exceeds my own. He goes by many titles. Apocalypse Dragon, the True Red Dragon God Emperor, the Dragon of Dragons. He has been a thorn in my side for many years. He currently resides within the dimensional gap. The dimensional gap. Now just why did that sound so familiar? Naruto could have sworn he'd heard someone say something about that gap thingy before. After thinking about it for a second, he shrugged. If he didn't remember it, then it probably wasn't important. The dimensional gap is my home. It has been for as long as I have existed. However, a while ago, Great Red barged into my home and kicked me out. For the first time since seeing her, Naruto saw an inflection of emotion within her eyes. He didn't know if he could call it sadness. It seemed nothing like sadness, or rage, or anger, or even irritation. But, still, even though he couldn't place the emotion in her eyes, he still felt the tug on his heartstrings at seeing something in her eyes. Maybe I really am becoming a lolicon. This girl was just too adorable. He wanted to hug her and never let go. A part of him was even tempted to travel to that gap place right now and kick this Great Red's ass for kicking such a cute little thing out of her own home. That was an incredibly rude thing to do. So, just for clarification, are you asking me to help you kill this Great Red? Because if so, then I'm gonna tell you right now that I won't partake in murder. I'm not above kicking the ass of sanctimonious jerkwads who deserve it, but I try not to kill unless it becomes truly necessary. I don't care if he's killed or not, Ophis informed him in her bored, emotionless voice, I just want him gone. I don't want him in my home anymore. I wish to return to the solitude of the dimensional gap and not have him annoying me with his antics. Naruto contemplated her words. On the one hand, so long as she didn't want him to kill someone for her, he wouldn't mind helping her out. She seemed nice enough, though he wished she would be a little more emotional. Maybe he could convince her to call him Oni-chan. Oni-chan. No. Focus, Naruto. Focus. Bringing himself back to his previous thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad, he guessed. He didn't know much about this dimensional gap, but her entire mentioning of solitude made him think that the place she spoke of was an empty one, a place where nothing but she existed. The thought depressed him. Did she really want to be alone? Why? Why would anyone want to be alone? He didn't understand. And that's when it hit him. An idea. A brilliant, wonderful idea. Yes. His idea was genius, as expected from a man of his stature. All of his ideas were rather impressive, but this one definitely took the cake. Naruto looked down at the little girl on his lap. She stared back at him with emotionless eyes. I don't mind helping you kick this Great Red guy out of your home, however, I do have several conditions that my help comes with. You can agree to these conditions, or you can kiss my help goodbye. I could always just force you to help. No you can't, came the retort, if you know of the power I possess, then you know that I have enough to rival even you. A battle between us would either end in a stalemate or become a battle of attrition, and I can guarantee that in a battle like that, I would come out on top. What Naruto didn't mention was that he would only win if Ophis didn't bring the Chaos Brigade into the battle. He didn't know if he could fend off both Ophis and them at the same time. Even so, he felt that, should it become necessary, he could probably retreat and live to fight another day. Hey, Kurama. I already know what you're going to ask. To answer your question, yes, I can break through this dimension and get us back to the one that your friends are in. A fight between you and Ophis won't even be necessary. If she shows any signs of hostility, I'll just break through the barrier and we can escape. Got it, thanks. Anytime. While Naruto held a conversation with his inner Fuzzy, Office continued staring at him like he was a puzzle to be solved. He didn't even notice her curious gaze until he and Kurama stopped speaking. "Something up?" he asked. "Why did you stop petting my head?" "Did I? My bad." With a sheepish grin, Naruto once again resumed petting the girl's head. Head petting, the solution to all of Naruto's lowly problems. He did have to marvel at this girl's hair, though. He wondered how she kept it so soft and shiny. It was even softer than Rias's hair, and he knew because her hair was the first part of Rias that he became attracted to. He would even go so far as to say it was love at first hair. "So, then, are you willing to agree with my conditions?" Office deliberated for a moment. "Yes," she nodded her head at last, displacing Naruto's hand before it resumed its petting. "I can agree to your conditions." She turned her head to look at him. "What are they?" In answer to her question, Naruto just smiled. Devil Ninja tilde. It didn't take long for them to reach their intended destination. The large structure appeared European in nature, from the Gothic era, if Rias wasn't mistaken. Large spires shooting from the top like stakes set to spear the heavens were adorned with stained glass windows, each depicting a scene from the Bible. She supposed this place had once been pleasing to the eye. Indeed, she could envision people coming and going to this place during grander times, praying to God and joining in worship. Such was not the case anymore. Much the building lay in a state of neglect. Her enhanced devil vision could make out rust stains and scratch marks and graffiti that had been painted along the walls. "This place looks abandoned," Issei commented. "That's because it is abandoned." In response to the looks she received, Irina could only shrug, or it should be. This was once a place of worship that had many followers of Catholicism coming here for sermons. "I used to come here with my parents." "That's right," Issei smacked the palm of his left hand into the palm of his right. "Isn't your old man a priest?" "I think I remember him inviting me to church once." "That's right," Irina nodded, seemingly pleased that he remembered. "My father held sermons here. We would always come to church on Thursdays and Sundays to hold services. Dad wanted to invite you, and then he found out about your fascination with breasts and decided to stop asking." "Ah. You foo. Akino held a hand to her lips. "Aiz-kun does have quite the fascination with breasts. He certainly loves mine quite a bit." Issei began blushing. "For some reason I'm not really sure I feel comfortable talking about this in public." "Now don't be like that," Akino smiled a devil's smile. "You're always going on about how you're going to become a harem king, but you blush whenever I mention how you enjoy my breasts. That sort of thinking seems awfully backwards." "Listen, Akino, this and that are two different things." Issei clenched his hands into unholy fists that trembled with determination. "And lust, but mostly determination. I would gladly proclaim to the world my intentions of becoming the harem king. It is a goal that all men should aspire to, for there is no greater worth of a man than the number of beautiful women he can call to his side." "Oh boy." Rias resisted the urge to palm her face. Irina and Zenobia looked appalled. "Here we go again. There is nothing wrong with talking about one's dream." Issei seemed heedless of the disgusted stares the churchgoers were giving him. "I will never be ashamed of proclaiming my dream of having my very own harem to the world. Because someday, if I say it enough times, then maybe it will come true." "The perv's lost his mind," Kaneko deadpanned. "Disgusting," Revel agreed. "I am terribly sorry about my friend's behavior towards women." Even Kiba was apologizing to the exorcists. "I don't know where he got his fascination with having a harem, or breasts, or butts, but I am sorry if he has offended you in any way." "Oh, shut up. You guys just can't understand what it means to be a harem king. The boobs, the butts, I plan on seeing them all. I'll have one of every body type in my harem. And then we'll have jiggly times." "And there he goes," Akino giggled as Issei became a drooling mess. "It seems we've lost him." "I think he's gotten off track of his original topic," Revel added. "As expected of the perv," Kaneko said, nodding. "His brain is filled with nothing but lecherous activities." Issei shook himself from his stupor. "Anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that, while I have no problem talking about my goals, my private life should be kept separate. I would never talk about what I do with the women in my harem, because it's special and something that should be kept between us. That's why I won't talk about what we do at home." "That's so sweet." Asia wiped away a few stray tears, clearly taken in with Issei's words. Zenobia and Irina looked at the girl like she'd sprouted a second head. "Yeah." Kiba just looked weirded out by the whole thing. Maybe if he wasn't talking about being a harem king, his sweetness would have a bit more impact. "Issei's about as sweet as Dango that's been left in a sumo wrestler's gym locker for 6 months," Kaneko added. Can we just get a move on? Rias sounded desperate. Please. I suppose we should, Zenobia said, the sooner we do this, the better. Are you sure it's safe to go in? Akino asked. Irina shrugged. It should be. This cathedral started to lose its appeal before my parents and I moved. I remember Dad coming by and helping them remove all of the symbols of worship so they could be distributed to other churches. There shouldn't be any left, so devils should have nothing to worry about entering. Right, Rias took a deep breath. Well then, let's go in. The group continued moving up the cobblestone path. Trees encircled them from all sides. They isolated this place, blocking all the paths a person could take to get here except the main entrance several miles back. This cathedral had been built long before Rias became the overseer for this site, and she'd made it a point to avoid going anywhere near here. This place had definitely been abandoned for at least several years. Her eyes could see holes in the stone floor where pews once stood as monuments of worship. The marble columns had long since lost their luster. Mildew grew along the bottom of walls, crawling up the sides and showing off the cracks along the surface that came from age and abandonment. Several staircases made of wood were missing stairs, likely from decay, Rias concluded. However, these were all secondary to her vision. In the back of the room were a set of doors. Burnished bronze and rusted with age, they didn't look like much anymore, though Rias could easily picture them back when this place had been filled with worshippers. They had probably been an impressive sight back then. Now they were just plain eerie. Well, hello, an obnoxious voice called out. Welcome to this fine establishment of worship devils and gals. I hope you've brought your A-game on. It wouldn't be any fun if you didn't at least make me work before you all die. Freed, Issei snarled, eyes darting around in fury. Ah, a familiar face. You're the boy with the dragon gauntlet, aren't you? And I see sweet little Asia has come to visit little old me as well. How are you, my dear? Have you been enjoying your life as this devil's condom? Quaking at the sound of the familiar voice, Asia huddled behind Akino and Issei. Still hiding behind that weak little bitch of a devil, I see, Freed sighed sadly, you really should learn to be a bit more confident. However, will you become something other than dense little slut if you don't? Then again, you are a devil now, so I guess it doesn't matter. Rias frowned. Was it just her? Or had this man's mouth become even more vulgar than she remembered? Rias-sama. Rias put a hand on Ravel's shoulder, steadying the girl. Don't worry. I know this man sounds vulgar and disgusting, and he is vulgar and disgusting, but we've dealt with him before. Doing so again shouldn't be a problem. Oh, but it will be a problem. A very big one, in fact. You see, I'm not the same man I was back then. I'm a new man. I've changed, reformed, you could say. A few bitchy devils aren't going to be enough to stop me this time. Come out and show yourself, Freed Selzen. Irina stepped forward and brandished her Excalibur mimic. Come out and face your punishment. Oh, look, it appears the church has sent 2 of its top sluts to come fetch me. How amusing. A figure jumped down from a balcony, crouching low before standing up. That silver hair, those red eyes, and that deranged expression were familiar to everyone, could only belong to Freed. And it appears you've joined up with bitch tits and her little group of fuck-ups. My, whatever would the Catholic Church think when they learn you've decided to join forces with the devils? Shut up, you damn straight priest. Issei growled, his boosted gear glowing. I'm going to pound your face in for all the trouble you've caused. Freed looked bored by Issei's words. He even yawned. You really don't have much originality, do you? Every time you and I run into each other it's always, straight priest this or, straight priest that. Can't you work on your pre-battle banter lines? It gets so boring when the person you fight keeps repeating himself like a fucking twat. If you'd like, I would be more than happy to give you some examples while I'm slicing your ass up like a motherfucking rapist in a penitentiary. Chuckling was heard from above. Rias frowned as she looked up. Her devil-enhanced vision could just barely make out the figure several dozen feet above her standing in the balcony. He stood so far back that much of his body was blocked by the balcony itself. You always did have a mouth on you, Freed. I know. I don't know why that is. It's so shameful. Not. Grinning his slasher's grin, Freed made a grand gesture. Now that I have greeted our most esteemed guests, I suppose it's time to introduce you all to your most gracious host. Ladies and sluts, devils, bitch tits, allow me to introduce the man of the motherfucking hour, Valpierre Galilei. The figure finally stepped forward and Rias got a good look at the man who had become known as the Genocide Bishop. Valpierre was an old man, his hair gray and balding on top. He had a thin mustache and dressed in stately priest's robes, which would have made him look every bit the priest, were it not for the insanity gleaming in his eyes. Valpierre Galilei, Zenobia stepped forward and glared at the man. In the name of the Catholic Church and the Vatican, I am placing you under arrest for crimes against God and the Church. Crimes against God, you say? The man tilted his head as if not sure what to make of that statement. However, he eventually nodded. Yes, I suppose in your feeble mind, the things that I have done could be considered crimes against God. You followers of the Church have always been so simple-minded. Always scrutinizing the methods and never looking at the results. A deranged smile. But now you will finally see the pride of my research, the results of several years' worth of hard work. Freed. Have fun. Valpierre tossed something down from his perch. It carved a graceful arc through the air, spinning, before embedding itself point first into the ground. A sword, gleaming yellow in the light, pulsating with holy energy. Rias stared at the sword in worry. Whatever this weapon was, it held far more power than the two Excaliburs that Irina and Zenobia were using. Alright, now this is a sword. Freed's fingers wrapped around the hilt, holding it in a fierce grip as he yanked it from the ground. Then he proceeded to swing it around, laughing like an insane child. This is so much better than the other Excaliburs, old man. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just holding it. Think of how much better I'll feel using it. I may just orgasm on the spot. That sword, Irina muttered nervously. Valpierre smiled. Do you like it? While incomplete because I lack the other 4 Excalibur pieces, it still holds a lot more power than the original 3 this was made from. You reforged Excalibur. Zenovia's eyes widened in horror. Indeed I did, Valpierre nodded. He looked quite pleased with himself. You don't know how long it took to discover the process of reforging Excalibur into a single blade. Years of back-breaking research, of poring through old documents and tomes, only to come up short. I had almost given up hope when I realized that the method for reforging one of the greatest weapons in the world lay not in the past but had to be discovered by those living in the present. It took me a long time, but at last, I have done it. And now that I know the method to reforging Excalibur, I can gather all of the pieces and create the blade that was once held up as the greatest holy sword of all time. No, Rias whispered in horror. The situation was far worse than she had originally thought. She never would have imagined that someone could actually reforge Excalibur into a single blade again. The idea of such a powerful weapon that could be used against devils being made whole caused shivers to run down her spine. Rias. Sama. Revel. The poor thing was shaking horribly, clearly overwhelmed by the feeling that the holy sword gave off. Rias quickly moved in front of her, attempting to shield the Phoenix Eris from the effects being near that blade caused. I can't believe you fused them, Irina's coarse voice muttered in wide-eyed horror. You'd better believe it. Freed, his tongue hanging from his mouth, held the sword near his crotch and began humping the air with it. Oh yeah, just look at my baby now. It's so big and long and hard. I just can't wait to shove my Excalibur up your cockstained devil asses. This is blasphemy, Zenobia glared up at Valpierre. Excalibur was meant to rest in pieces. That was the edict passed down by the Church. You have no right fusing these swords together. Even if you were still a member of the Church, this would be outside of your jurisdiction. Naive little girl, Valpierre shook his head in a pitying manner. Swords are meant to be used. To not reforge Excalibur into a single blade is the height of folly and one of the Church's greatest failings. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Of course, it seems even Michael is not above using my research to further his goals. You two are proof of this, after all. What do you mean? Irina looked almost afraid of the answer. I mean that you two are artificially created holy sword users, are you not? The words sent ripples through the Grimoire group. Irina's and Zenovia's eyes widened. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize my handiwork at play here? From the moment I saw you two standing before me, bearing your Excaliburs, I knew that the Church had used my research without me. Irina, Issei swallowed. Is this true? Yes, Irina looked pained, especially when she saw the expression on Kiba's face. It's true, I'm not a true holy sword wielder. I was given a gem, which Michael said was the blessings of God and that it would allow me to wield a holy sword. I didn't know it was actually the result of this man's work. Valpierre chuckled. I suppose I should take the knowledge that Michael isn't afraid to use my research as a compliment, although I highly doubt he has the will necessary to actually sacrifice his own subjects. He probably found some way of getting the genetic code needed without killing anyone, thinking it would be more humane or something. I'll never understand why some people are so afraid of getting their hands dirty. And what do you plan on doing now that you have reforged Excalibur? Rias asked. Why, that should be obvious. Valpierre actually had the gall to chuckle. I plan on helping my master start a war. I'll start by killing you, Rias Grimoire, and then I'll send your corpse to your dear older brother in the underworld. Perhaps I should send it in pieces. What do you think I should send first? I think Sears X Lucifer would become quite enraged if he saw his younger sister's pretty little head packaged in a box. I'll even wrap it up and put a nice bow on it. The older man sighed in pleasure, like he was sipping a fine wine. It'll be just like Christmas. Ah, but then, you devils don't celebrate Christmas, do you? Perhaps a birthday, then. Rias gritted her teeth. You're insane. Insane, do you even know the definition of that word? Insanity is merely the act of doing the same thing over and over again, and expecting different results each time. No, I am quite sane, thank you very much. Enough of this. Zenobia shouted, holding her hand out to her side. The air around her hissed, wind whipping about, turning into a fierce gale. Light erupted from her hand, a multitude of beams that joined together, forming a hexagram, a ward that ripped a literally hole in space. She reached in, slender fingers wrapping around something inside, a hilt, which she pulled out from the depths of the space. Broad, long, and with a straight edge, the blade she brought to bear was unmistakable, as was the power that wafted from its frame like a hurricane. This is Durandal, Zenobia pointed the weapon at Freed. I can't control him very well yet. He has a tendency to not listen to what I say and he likes destroying everything he touches. I normally keep him sealed because I don't want him destroying anything, but in this instance, I don't think he'll mind. Rias shared the surprise of her fellow peerage. Even Irina seemed surprised, oddly enough, and she got a sinking feeling upon noticing, their foes didn't seem to be worried. Oh dear, Valpier muttered, I don't remember doing any research on how to make artificial sword wielders for Durandal, and I'm almost positive that Michael doesn't have the guts necessary to research a method. Tell me, my dear, are you one of those natural holy sword wielders? That's right. Unlike Irina, I am a natural, and I will use Durandal to slay you and Freed Selzen where you stand for crimes against the church. So I see. In judging from your actions, I can only presume that this is your trump card. Valper's cruel smile came back with a vengeance. Very well then, since you have shown me your trump card, please allow me to show you mine. They stalked out of the shadow in droves, cloaks wavering as they moved, steel greaves pounding against the stone floor with heavy thuds and the dull clanking of metal. They were like something out of a fairy tale. Armor glimmered with sparse trickles of moonlight streaming in from a hole in the ceiling. Glowing red eyes burned from deep within the regal frames of ironwrought helms reminiscent of armor from the Holy Crusades. Halberds gleamed brightly from scant traces of moonlight. Rias and the others took a step back in fear. Are these? They are not Knight Templars, if that is what you are thinking. Valpier still stood on the edge of the balcony and looked down at them with undisguised pleasure. Most unfortunately, a group of fanatical knights like the Templars would not betray the church to join me, although they might, once they discover that two of their holy sword users are working with devils. But, no, these forms that you see before you, they are another one of my creations. They are suits of armor, empty husks that have been animated through the power of human sacrifice. The power of human sacrifice. Zenobia looked physically ill. Irina clamped a hand over her mouth, trace amounts of vomit leaking from between her fingertips. Indeed, when I began working on creating an artificial holy sword user, the problem that I ran into was that none of the people who were selected had enough of the genetic material required to wield a holy sword. My theory was that if I could acquire and combine the genetic code required from all of them and transform it into a physical form, a crystal, then I could create a person capable of wielding holy swords. There. Genetic material. Kiba looked torn between rage and sickness. Rias understood how he felt. Even she was disgusted by this man's depravity. Yes, their genetic material. Valpier cupped a hand to his chin. It took a while, but my research finally gave me the means of creating artificial holy sword users. However, afterwards, I ended up with all of this excess material that I did not know what to do with. My first thought was to just throw it all away. I had what I wanted, after all, but then another thought occurred to me, a question, if you will, what if I could somehow use this excess material to create something else? Rias's stomach tightened in disgust. She felt like vomiting. Issei looked sick and Asia whimpered behind him, her fragile form quivering as she mewed pathetically. Next to them Akino shook, not in fear or disgust, but in anger. Kiba seemed to be of like mind, while Zenobia and Irina fought of their own disgust at how this man had perverted humanity to further his own agenda. Oh, Revel nearly fell to the floor, and would have, had Kaneko not caught her. I've got you. Revel cast her friend a wan smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Above them all, standing on high as if they were beneath him, Valpier basked in his own sense of accomplishment. The genetic code, the material necessary to complete my project, was but one small part of the human psyche, the soul, if you wish to use the term. And that's when it occurred to me, Valper's grin made Rias's stomach churn, what if I could use the rest of these souls to create an army? An army of undying, unyielding golems who would never disobey my will. Who would help ensure that my master's plans to embroil this world in war succeeded. And look at my accomplishments. Look at my creations. I have succeeded in raising an army that obeys my every whim. And all it took was the sacrifice of a few hundred human lives. You're mad, Rias declared. Genius and madness have always gone hand in hand, girl. One cannot be a genius without being a trace touched in the head. But that is fine. I do not expect you people to understand the greatness of what I've accomplished here. Now go forth, my army. Go forth and rip these devils and those two fools of the church apart. Rend them, tear their flesh from their bones. Show me that I was not wrong to give you these forms. Like the turning of a giant spoke, the figures lurched forward, slowly, ponderously, their heavy frames took thunderous steps that reverberated along the ground. They closed in on the group, who quickly began backing away. Zenobia swiveled her durandal from freed to these forms, but they did not slow, they did not halt, instead they continued inexorably forward as if incapable of doing anything else. And then they spoke as one, their voices a sick, grating rasp filled with pain. Help us. Release us. Please. The demonic sword Kiba had conjured dropped to his side. His eyes widened in horror. No, those voices. It couldn't be. Oh, do you recognize some of those voices? Valpier studied the young man with a hungry gleam in his eyes. Ah, now I understand. If I am not mistaken, you're that sword birth user we had in our clutches at one point. I had actually planned on using you last, since I felt you were prime research material. How unfortunate that I never got the chance to see what gains I could have achieved from experimenting on you. Kiba gritted his teeth as killing intent wafted from his body. Valpier didn't even seem to notice. He just nodded his head in thought. Yes, it is no wonder that you of all people would recognize some of these voices. Sick chuckling bubbled from a mouth with a macabre's grin. After all, many of these golems were once friends of yours, if I am not mistaken. It only makes sense that you would recognize them. The ironclad figures continued forward, their cries of pain, of despair, filling the cathedral. Help us. Kiba. Tears spilled from Kiba's eyes as the voices became more distinguishable. Rias could hear them, the voices of young children, boys and girls who had their lives ended tragically short. You monster, his voice was a low snarl that soon gathered volume, I can't believe you would do something like this. Haven't you done enough to them? Haven't my friends suffered enough? My dear boy, whatever are you getting upset over? You should be thanking me. Kiba froze. Thanking you? Of course. After all, it is because I decided not to discard the rest of their remains that you now have this chance to see them again. Even better, you can die by their hands for failing to protect them. Think of it as my way of helping you repent for the crime of letting all of your friends die while you ran away and became a devil. Don't listen to him, Kiba. Rias shouted. He's just trying to get under your skin. Your friends would never regret that you lived. They gave their lives so that you could escape. Don't let this man's tainted words destroy the faith you have in the people who loved you. Kiba. Kiba. Help me, Kiba. The suits of armor powered by human souls brought their halberds to bear. Kiba stood there, his shoulders shaking, tears spilling from his eyes as he stared into the darkened depths of those knightly helms. No. Kiba. Enough, please. Kiba. Stop. Kiba. Kiba. Stop it. Without warning, a large circle appeared underneath Kiba. Dozens of demonic swords sprang from the ground, jutting like stakes and skewering the human-powered suits of armor. But this did not stop their advance, they did not halt. Metal squealed as the blades struck armored plating, yet the swords did not penetrate, and the incoming horde of enslaved human souls continued advancing. Valpier Galilei. Kiba roared as he held up his sword, its frame wreathed in darkness. Stained, black, impure, they were the manifestations of Kiba's hatred. I am going to murder you for what you've done to my friends. Valpier did not seem worried. If anything, he looked quite pleased. By all means, be my guest. Just know that the only way to kill me is to go through your friends. But can you really do it? Can you raise your blade against the people you once cherished as family? Can you betray them like this again? Kiba, Rias's heart ached at seeing her knight like this, shaking with rage and indecision. What should she do? How could she help him overcome this? What the hell kind of question is that? Issei shouted. Of course he can. Look at them. Those people that you've imprisoned in those suits of armor are suffering. They're hurting, and you're the one who's hurting them. Kiba wouldn't be betraying his friends. He'd be helping them achieve peace by ensuring that you can no longer use them for your own purpose. He's going to kill your ass, old man. And as his friend, I'm going to help him do it. Everybody stared at Issei in surprise. Even Rias was surprised. That speech, those words, even that stance, all of it was familiar to the Grimoire group. Naruto would often take that same stance when doling out long-winded speeches. Kiba's stunned look hardened after a moment. He nodded to his friend, then faced the oncoming horde. Kiba. Please help us. It hurts, Kiba, it hurts. End our suffering. My friends, the tears had long dried up, but anguish remained on his face, mixing with unwavering determination. I will do as you ask. I will end your suffering. I will lay you to rest and ensure that this man can never desecrate your souls again. The words were spoken with resolve, stronger than steel, indomitable, unwavering. A wind began to kick up around him. The blade he summoned, Holy Eraser, vanished, dispersing into particles. A circle appeared underneath him, and from its depths, a new sword emerged, its form jagged, saw-like, gleaming a dull black that seemed to repel light, as if disdaining from it. Kiba grabbed the blade and pulled it free. He resumed his stance and prepared for battle. With this blade, soul severance, I will break the chains that have enslaved my friends to you. Devil Ninja. Standing on a large mountain, a sea of viridian laid out below and bright blue above, Uzumaki Naruto examined his surroundings with a bright smile. It was good to be back in his world. Now all he had to do was get back home. It should be easy enough. Why did you not say goodbye to the others? A curious voice asked from above. Naruto looked up to see his companion sitting on his shoulders, her hands lightly gripping his hair. He smiled. Because I didn't see much point, he admitted, since I agreed to help you, I'm sure we'll all meet again. Besides, he grinned, I left them all with such a wonderful parting gift. If I said, farewell, or, see you later, it would have diminished the effect. The two paused, a moment of silence ensuing. For some reason, they could almost hear the abject screams, anger and outrage from several hundred humans and devils, as they all discovered that someone had tattooed numerous vulgar images onto their faces. Naruto absently wondered how long it would take those tattoos to wear off. They were enhanced with Sage Chakra, so it would probably take a few months at least. I don't understand why you enjoy playing pranks like that, came the bland response. And I don't understand why you'd want to return to a place that's void of life. Naruto would have shrugged but couldn't since his companion was riding his shoulders. Because I prefer the silence of the dimensional gap. I was born in silence, and so it is comforting to me. Oh yeah, well, I think the only reason you find silence comforting is because you've never had a true friend to share the joys of living. Naruto patted his companion's leg. But don't worry, you've got me now. I'm going to be your friend, and I'll show you that there is more to life than simply existing in a void. I'll show you what it means to truly live. So you have told me. By the way, are those people you've gathered going to be alright without you? They will be fine. I have gathered them for the sake of fulfilling my ambition, however, that doesn't mean I command them. They have sworn their allegiance to me in order to gain power, but I'm mostly just a figurehead. I let them do what they want, and I aid them when they ask for power, but beyond that, I don't take any part in what they do. Isn't that kind of irresponsible? While Baiko, Fei-chan and their group seems nice enough, those people in the devil and hero factions are a bunch of douchebags. I'm not sure letting them run amok is a really good idea. It doesn't matter, was the dismissive response, I don't really care what they do, just so long as they help me return to the dimensional gap and achieve everlasting silence. Naruto sighed. He didn't think Ophis was a bad person, dragon, whatever, but her desire to return home superseded everything to the point where it seemed like she had a complete disregard for other people. She was, it seemed, a very selfish person, yet also strangely pure and naive. Whatever, Naruto said at last, spend a little more time with me and I'll be getting you to sing a new tune. Pretty soon you'll forget all about that dimensional gap, the Chaos Brigade, and will instead start caring more about other people and having fun with me. Fun. That's right, fun. You're going to be living with me for the foreseeable future. Give me a few days, a week at most, and I guarantee that you'll eventually start wondering why you ever wanted to return to some void between worlds. That's an awfully bold statement, a bland response. She clearly didn't believe him. Of course, Naruto thumped his chest, have you already forgotten who I am? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, devil ninja extraordinaire, the greatest sage of Mount Myoboku, and the soon-to-be most powerful being in existence. There's nothing that I can't do. His smug words were answered with a shrug. If you say so. I do say so. Naruto's hands gently wrapped around the girl's legs. He then began trekking down the mountain. Now then, I believe we have dilly-dallied enough. You'll understand why I'm so confident once we're back home. Speaking of home, do you even know how to get there from here? Ah. That's what I thought. Akihabara had often been called Otaku Central by the people of Japan. Now that he'd seen it for himself, Naruto could understand why they referred to it as such. His eyes scanned the large buildings lined with posters of anime, video games and manga of every type, illuminated by many colorful lights. In front of shops were large displays of fictional characters, some he recognized and some he didn't. Walking along the street, he passed girls dressed as maids, cat girls and cat girl maids, all of them handing out flyers to passers-by. He accepted one with a polite smile when it was offered, even though he had no intention of actually visiting. Sitting on his shoulder, gripping his hair, Office wore a look of bland annoyance. Why are we here? She asked as Naruto meandered down the road, taking in the sights and sounds. Because Rias will no doubt be mad at me when I return home, Naruto answered as if it was obvious. I need to buy a gift to appease her, and Akihabara is the best place to buy it. His girlfriend was a major Japanophile. Ever since he'd learned of it and told her how cute he thought it was, she'd made it a point to enlighten him about her passion. They watched anime almost every night before going to bed. She had him play several of her visual novels, and even bought them a new game system to play the latest anime-based video games. Her favorite at the moment was a Gundam Warriors game that had come out recently. Are you sure it's not just because you got lost and ended up here? Naruto almost stumbled, but caught himself at the last moment. You don't have to put it like that, do you, Office-chan? He whined. I don't like it here, Office said, her voice bored, but containing a hint of annoyance. It's too loud. You think so? Naruto's head swiveled around to take in the sights and sounds. Rias would love it here. I kinda like it. It's lively and full of vigor. I would prefer just going back to my silence. Do you really enjoy silence that much? Yes. Naruto frowned, but decided to withhold any comments he had until he got all of his shopping done. He checked several stores, looking for that perfect item to buy Rias. He was sure there would be something she'd like within one of the many shops. The problem with shopping in a place like Akihabara, Naruto soon realized, was that there were just too many options. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of stores lined the street, all of them selling hundreds of thousands of different types of otaku-related paraphernalia. There were so many options that Naruto simply couldn't figure out what to buy. It didn't help that he knew very little about otaku culture. He might like some of the anime that his girlfriend had introduced him to, but that didn't make him an expert by any stretch of the imagination. It took him a while, but Naruto eventually found a visual novel that he knew Rias didn't have. Fate Hollow Ataraxia, a game she'd spoken of wanting to get after she completed the other visual novels in her collection. After buying the game and leaving one of the many stores, Naruto decided to find a quiet place where he and Office could talk some more. Sakura trees lined the walkway that cut through the park. He observed the many people surrounding them. Some walked down the paved walkway, while others lounged on the grass, a blanket spread underneath them. Couples cuddled together and children played games of tag, running through the trees as they chased each other to and fro. Naruto found a small vendor stand selling crepes and bought 2 of them before finding a place to sit. Here you go. He handed Office a crepe filled with cream cheese and strawberries. She took the crepe and eyed it curiously, sniffing it several times, as if she'd never seen this type of food before. What is this? I guess she hasn't had one before. Something tasty. Naruto took a bite out of his crepe, moaning in delight as the sugary sweetness hit his mouth. He blamed Kaneko for his new love of sweets. You should try it. Office stared at her food some more before, ever so slowly, nibbling on the end. She paused after the first nibble, her eyes widening just a bit, before she took a larger bite out of it. Naruto chuckled. I'm glad to see you like it. Office did not answer him at first, and Naruto was able to finish his entire crepe before she spoke. It's strangely addictive, she confided before taking another bite. I want to eat more, though I do not know why. As the Ouroboros dragon, I do not require human sustenance to exist. I have no need for things like food and water. Another bite. Yet for some reason, the more I eat this, the more I want to continue eating. After tossing his paper in a trash can, Naruto placed a hand on Office's head and rubbed it. Because it tastes good. You might be some kind of dragon god or whatever, but you still have all the things a regular human has in that form. You have taste buds and nerves, you can feel and see and smell. You might not be human, but that doesn't mean you can't do the things that humans do. I guess. Ophis finished off her crepe, and Naruto took the wrapper from her and threw it away. You know, Naruto leaned back on the bench, if you kicked out Great Red and returned to the void, you wouldn't be able to do stuff like this, travel to new places and try new foods, or spend time with others and have fun. I do not need to spend time with others. Are you saying you don't like spending time with me? Ophis hesitated. I would not say that spending time with you is unpleasant, but the majority of people in this world annoy me. There is too much noise, too much humanity, for me to feel comfortable. Is that so? Naruto caressed one of Ophis' ears with his index finger, making the immortal dragon lean into his touch. I'm sorry to hear that. Not for the first time since meeting her, Naruto wondered why Ophis cared so much for the solitude that only the void could offer. Whatever it was, he had a feeling that not even Ophis herself knew the answer. Devil Ninja. The battle had taken a turn for the worst. Rias had been so sure of their victory. With Kiba's new sword and determination, two exorcists wielding holy swords, Kaniko's strength, Revel's fire, Akino's power, Asia's healing, the boosted gear and her own prodigious abilities, she had been certain they would attain victory. She was beginning to learn that in battle, true battle, victory was never a certainty, and that there was always a chance that it would be snatched from her grasp. They had started off with a spearhead formation. Kiba had led the charge, plowing sword first into the horde of soulbound armor. His blade sliced through not armor, but the chains keeping the soul attached to the armor. Every time his blade cut into an opponent, the armor would collapse into pieces, its form losing cohesiveness, scattering along the floor, as the soul enslaved to it was released. Irina and Xenovia had followed up, cutting into what Kiba missed, keeping the other enemies off Rias' Knight. Holy swords flashed and sliced their foes apart, splitting the armor and rendering them useless. Xenovia's Durandal was power incarnate, and when it struck something, whatever that something was would be destroyed, obliterated. Irina proved to be her diametric opposite, striking with precision and using her Excalibur mimic's holy power to cut through the weak points in the armor, the chinks that all armor possessed. Her precision was made even more deadly when her Excalibur would change forms, shifting from a sword into a whip and from a whip into a spear. It added an unpredictable quality to her fighting style that Rias felt Naruto would have appreciated. Kaniko and Akino had come in after, using their respective abilities to deal heavy damage by launching attacks through the gaps left in the armored warriors' formation. Lances of lightning had sliced through armor like a searing hot knife through soft ice cream, tearing apart armor like Guy Bold piercing wet paper. Fists and feet had battered steel plating, each attack sending enemies flying into the others, their armor dented and, in some cases, blown apart by the force with which they were hit. Issei had proven to be the biggest surprise of all. He used the boosted gear's abilities to its full potential, enhancing his physical prowess to incredible levels. He had already promoted himself to queen, and so every time he boosted, his abilities and magical power skyrocketed. Issei's eyes had gleamed with the ferocity of a dragon as he stood by Asia, protecting her as she healed their wounds. He tore armor apart with his bare hands. Obliterated opponents with miniature dragon-shot bullets at point blank. He had been like a whirlwind of mass destruction, a force of nature that few could compare to. A dragon. She had brought up the back. With her powers of destruction, she had sent attacks none of her peerage knew she possessed. Beams of darkness obliterated swaths of armored figures. Blades of pure destruction ripped through blessed steel with impunity. Tornadoes had formed around her hands, swirling masses of devastating demonic matter that, when released, destroyed more than just her foes. By this point, the church bore many holes in its structure and several walls had crumbled, unable to withstand the might of her attacks. Standing by her side, Revel didn't do much. She, unlike the others, had never fought in a real-life or death battle, and Riser had never used her in his raiding games, treating her more like a mascot than a soldier. However, that didn't mean she didn't help where she could. Fire had appeared on her hands, deadly flames that she threw at the armored beings that Rias missed. It didn't do much, for the blessed armor protected the souls cast in steel from lesser attacks, but every little bit helped. They had been beating back their opponent. Their skill and powers combined had destroyed entire swaths of enemies like they were paper dolls sitting on a rich girl's shelf. She had thought it would be enough. I should have known better than to get my hopes up like that. Rias. Akino shouted over the din of battle. More archers incoming. Rias gritted her teeth as she looked up. Standing on rafters that she had not noticed before were several more armored figures, souls trapped by a madman's cruelty. They wielded crossbows, each one blessed, each one capable of inflicting great damage on her peerage. Kaniko. Kiba, Issei, protect Akeno and I while we deal with the archers. Her rook and her knight said nothing, but they acknowledged her words by moving to protect her. Kiba's sword was like a whirlwind, flashing in and out of existence, a blurring force that sliced through several foes in just as many seconds. By his side was Kaneko. What she lacked in speed, she more than made up for with raw power. Her fists crashed against her enemies like the fists of a titan. Any enemy that came to close was sent flying directly into the path of an attack aimed at one of them, effectively acting as a shield. Akeno darted into the air, her wings spread. Lightning lanced from her hands, bolts of powerful yellow energy that slammed into one of the archers, and then leapt to the next one and the next one and the next one. Very soon, several archers were lit up like celebration lights strung from a house, their steel plates smoking, sizzlings, and ultimately, melting down into their base components when it was no longer capable of withstanding the power her queen had put into her attack. Rias held out a single hand, palm facing the ceiling, fingers curled. Along the tips of her fingers, 5 spheres of dark energy appeared, crackling as tendrils of arcane magics, as if the power wanted to escape from the tight balls it had been compressed into. With a swipe of her hand, those spheres turned into tiny beams of energy that impaled the archers, and then detonated inside of them, disintegrating their bodies so that not even ashes remained. More are coming from the left. Rias snarled as she twisted her head to see more enemies appearing, and not just archers this time. Figures clad in steel poured out of hidden passages that had been raised from the floor. They came in wielding axes and spears, halberds and glaives, tightly clutched in segmented gauntlets that clacked together, metal on metal. Their ironwrought helms gleamed with flashes of lightning, and the sparks of clashing blades reflected off the polished surface. She did what she could, launching more attacks into the rank of archers, but it mattered little, as the numbers were soon replaced. It seemed that, for every one enemy she killed, 3 more were there to replace it. Rias was beginning to regret coming here to confront the so-called genocide archbishop, face to face. There should have been a better way of doing this. A glance around revealed that they were all in dire straits. Zenobia and Irina had been separated from the group and were locked in combat with none other than Freed, the disgusting priest. He wasn't as skilled as they were, but he didn't need to be. He taunted them, mocked them, goaded them into attacking him, and whenever it seemed like he would be defeated, one of the armor-bound souls would step in, taking the hit meant for him so that he could continue playing his game. Zenobia and Irina were already suffering from a number of wounds. Blood leaked down their bare arms and legs. Irina's outfit was ripped and lacerations could be seen along her torso. Zenobia appeared to be in better shape, but not by much, and Rias could see how tired the blue-haired warrior was becoming. Wielding Durandal was taking its toll. Kiba and Kaneko fought side by side, but they were no longer with her or Akeno, which left them to fend for themselves. The pair fought back to back, but it was a losing battle. They were being encircled, enemies closing in from all sides, trapping them. Kiba's greatest asset, his vaunted speed, meant little if he had no room to maneuver around his opponents. Kaneko, being a rook, fared better than the knight, but even she could not fully block blessed weapons meant to damage devils, and it showed in the numerous cuts and burns littering her lithe body. Akeno, Asia and Issei had managed to stick together, and perhaps because of that, they looked the best out of her entire group, especially with Asia healing the other 2 whenever they were wounded. Akeno would blast enemies apart at range while Issei took them to town from close up. He slipped around his opponents in ways that were eerily reminiscent to Naruto. His movements were deceptive. What appeared to be a slide tackle might actually be him lining up for a dragon shot at point blank. A punch aimed at what seemed to be one of his foes was actually aimed at the ground, which split apart and caused his enemies to lose their balance, allowing him to tear them apart with his boosted gear. It was easy to see that Naruto's training had done wonders for the boy. I wish Naruto was here. This wouldn't be nearly as hard if he was. But he wasn't. Naruto was gone, doing whatever it was he felt needed to be done. She didn't necessarily know why Naruto had decided to let those 3 capture him, though she knew there must have been a reason. That didn't mean they wouldn't be having words when he came back home. Having been separated from everyone else, Rias was forced to fend for herself. A spear set to pierce her through the chest sliced the air with a shrill whistle, but she destroyed it by creating a quarter-dome shield of destructive energy. Spear met dome and melted as her power overloaded the blessings that gave the weapon its holy power. The dome then transformed into a spear of its own. Blackish red and crackling with demonic energy, it flew forward with startling suddenness and impaled the one who'd tried attacking her. Wings of darkness appeared behind her. Not actual wings, but pinions composed of energy. 2 armored entities that attempted to attack her from behind were annihilated when her wings slammed into them in a very unwing-like fashion. They were blasted back, their armor burning as her powers ran rampant on their holy protections, destroying them, erasing them. When the blessings affording them safety against her powers wore out, the armor keeping the souls bound was annihilated as if they had never existed. Out of the corner of her eyes, Rias saw Ravel surrounded and beset upon from all sides, screaming and flailing as several blessed spears sliced into her flesh, the wounds refusing to heal. The young blonde girl was having it worse than all the others. It wasn't just that she was less experienced than the rest of them. She was also afraid. Rias could see it in every jerky movement, every shaky motion. In the tears staining the girl's eyes. The young Phoenix heiress wasn't a fighter. She didn't have that killer instinct. Kaneko. The white-haired Nekosho nodded at her and acted quickly. Her fist pounded against an armored figure, sending it crashing into its fellows. Slowly, very slowly, Kaneko made her way over to Ravel, who screamed as one of the warriors tried impaling her through the head. It never reached the girl. Rias sent a wave of her power of destruction at it, overloading the spear's blessing and melting the metal weapon into molten slag. Before the armor-clad soul had a chance to recover, she sent a single beam of condensed energy at it, and like a precision laser the energy sliced through its chest plate, carving it in half. Rias divided her attention between the opponents all around her and the ones surrounding the blonde heiress. She sent several waves of energy into the horde of armored slaves blocking Kaneko's path. Most died outright when their blessings failed, unable to withstand the might of her power of destruction. Kaneko used the distraction Rias provided and moved to Ravel's side, grabbing the girl by the back of her shirt and hauling her over to Kiba, where she and Rias Knight could better protect the heiress. More armored figures charged and more armored figures perished. Rias did not have Kiba's speed or Kaneko's strength, but that did not mean she knew nothing of hand-to-hand combat. Naruto had informed her that relying solely on her power was a mistake, and he had taken her to task much the same way he'd done with Issei. While she would never be a frontline fighter, she knew enough to get by, and when combined with her formidable powers of destruction, armored souls forced to do someone else's bidding were no match for her. Yet even thralls could defeat a superior foe if they had enough numbers, just like a tidal wave could wipe out a coastal city if it was large enough. And much like any tidal wave, the horde of armored slaves fell upon them, pushing Rias and the others back with nothing more than sheer numbers. Kiba was sporting bruises from armored fists. Kaneko bled from numerous wounds that burned her body with holy powers. Issei had bruises, cuts, contusions and a multitude of other injuries from having to protect Asia. Akeno, having taken to the sky, had fared a bit better, but still suffered several wounds, her left arm bleeding from where it had been pierced with an arrow. Even Rias had a large gash across her left shoulder from a spear that had found its mark. A little ways off, Irina and Zenobia continued to battle Fried, and they were losing, badly. "What's the matter, little exorcists?" Fried taunted as he darted and wove between his own forces, using them to force the two into expending more energy than they could afford. "Has working with the devils made you weak? Perhaps God has abandoned you now that you've decided to throw your lot in with them." "We haven't thrown our lot in with anyone." Zenobia snarled as Durandal made to slice Fried in half. It probably would have, too, had the psychotic exile not darted out of the way like a deranged monkey. Durandal crashed into the ground, splitting the floor apart with its power. Several suits of armor were destroyed, but the gap created was quickly filled by more armor. "Haven't thrown your lot in with anyone." Fried's laugh was reminiscent of some of the worst psychopaths in history. "You're working with devils, my dear. Shitty-ass motherfucking devils. Are they not God's enemies? Are they not the ones God desires to smite more than any other? What do you call working with them if not throwing in your lot with the enemies of God?" "Shut up." Zenovia's attacks became increasingly reckless. Her swings, while still powerful, lacked the control they'd had before. They were more akin to vicious hacking than elegant swinging. Fried just laughed as he dodged around the attacks. "Is that your best comeback? Shut up. You church types are so fucking lame, you cum dribbling cocksuckers. It's no wonder you're the weakest of the three factions. I bet the exorcists spend so much time sucking God's dick that they barely have any time to train." Zenovia's angry shout sounded more like the bestial roaring of an animal. Fried's psychotic laughter played a contrasting symphony as he dodged her initial attack and tried to strike her when she overextended herself. Only the timely arrival of Irina, who'd kept her head during the battle and ignored the taunting, saved Zenobia from being cut in twines. Fried snarled as his well-executed attack was foiled. Irina, her face grim and determined, unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast swings that forced the insane exiled exorcist to backpedal. Rias had no more time to focus on the problems of others when two armored figures charged her. One tried impaling her with its spear. The other attempted to bash her skull in. She allowed neither weapon to touch her. The first was outright destroyed by her power and the second she avoided entirely. Her hands then flashed out, fingernails covered in dark energy shaped like claws. They tore through the armor and continued on when she released the pent-up energy as a massive wave of dark crimson flames, decimating several more opponents behind the two. Rias. Akeno descended from her perch and Rias saw the lacerations marring her skin, blood dripping down her arms and legs. We're being overwhelmed. We need to retreat. Akeno was right. Rias knew she was right. They could not hope to defeat so many enemies, especially since it seemed as if this horde was endless. Already her peerage was exhausted and her allies on their last legs. If something wasn't done soon, they would die here. But what can we do? Rias' eyes scanned their surroundings. They were hemmed in, trapped. There was no way for them to escape at this point. They were also divided, separated, which meant they could be picked off one by one, and only the merits of their individual strengths had kept them from being exterminated. Individual strengths. Rias' eyes flew wide open as a plan formed within her mind. It was a stupid plan. Insane and asinine in every way possible. It was also stupid, insane and asinine enough to work, or so she hoped. Naruto would love it. Eyes. The young man who'd so valiantly fought to protect Asia looked up. I'm going to give you my power. I want you to boost it and launch it into the ground. It was a testament to his character that he didn't question her, merely responding with a, hi. Bushu. Rias gathered as much of her power of destruction as she dared and hurled it at Issei, who raised his gauntlet and caught the power, trapping it within his boosted gear. Boost, 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 boost. Issei's gauntlet began to glow with bright fire. They were not real flames, but dark flames generated by her powers as the boosted gear enhanced it. Boost, 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 boost. Power erupted from Issei's body as the boosted gear continued boosting her powers of destruction. The floor he stood on cracked, abrasions spreading out from underneath his feet. His shirt tore as a fierce gale kicked up all around him, the remains flapping about erratically, showing the chiseled chest and stomach he'd gained from Naruto's training. Boost, 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 boost. Rias gritted her teeth as she struggled to remain standing. She'd known of the boosted gear's potential, but she never imagined it would be so vast. She could feel the power, her power, roiling off Issei like a typhoon, chaotic and destructive. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Boost, 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 boost. The others weren't faring as well as her. They might have been strong in their own right, but none of them had her power. As a high-class devil, she had more power than the others, and thus, an easier time remaining upright. Revel was also a high-class devil, but she was still young. Even Akeno had placed her hands on her knees to keep from falling as Issei's power skyrocketed. Boost, 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 over booster. With nothing more than a shout, Issei brought his gauntlet-covered fist down upon the floor. Everybody into the air, Rias shouted before unleashing her wings. She quickly grabbed the two exorcists by creating a whip out of her power of destruction, pulling them with her as she ascended into the air, her peerage following suit. Seconds later, the entire world was engulfed in red light. Devil Ninja. Rias had no idea Issei had that much power. Boosted gear was an incredible sacred gear. As one of the 13 Longinus, it had the ability to give its wielder enough power to kill even gods. Despite this, Issei had never displayed any significant boosts in power before. The moment Issei's gauntlet-covered fist crashed against the ground, a massive wave of pure destruction spread out from the point of impact. It surged across the floor, splitting cement, large cracks spreading along the ground in an upheaval of mass devastation. It swept through the ranks of armored figures, decimating them. Had living people been inside of that armor, they would not have even had time to scream before their bodies were completely annihilated. Floating above the chaos and destruction, Rias, Revel, Irina, Zenobia, and her peerage all watched as the massive pillar of what almost looked like crimson hellfire swept through the ranks. Armored warriors disappeared in the blink of an eye. Worn columns vanished as if they had never existed. The walls were unable to withstand the power smashing into them and blew out, causing the ceiling to collapse. Kaneko. Akeno. Hi, Bushu. The two girls shouted in unison as they worked to keep the ceiling from falling on their heads, Akeno blasting chunks apart with lightning while Kaneko destroyed them with fists and feet. By the time Issei's power ran its course, the once massive cathedral was in ruins. The teen who'd caused it all stood in the center of his own destruction, his breathing heavy, his pupils dilated. He looked around for several seconds, eyelids rapidly fluttering, and then collapsed when his legs were no longer capable of bearing his weight. Aiz-san. Aiz-kun. Rias descended back to earth, alighting to the ground and allowing Irina and Xenovia to stand on their own 2 feet. The uneven surface made them stumble a bit, especially as they seemed to be in shock from the power they had just witnessed Issei unleashing. I had no idea Aiz-kun was this strong. Irina gulped as she surveyed the destruction. Standing by her side, Xenovia had a gaping-mouthed, wide-eyed look. Is this the power of a dragon? More or less, Rias hid her own shock. She had known Issei had potential, but she hadn't realized he'd already progressed this far into his training. Whatever Naruto had done to increase the young pervert's strength was clearly working. It's only natural that the holder of the boosted gear would be capable of something like this. Rias walked over to Issei as he was being tended to by Asia and Akeno. Kiba landed next to her, wings retracting into his back, disappearing like they'd never existed. A little ways off, Kaneko had an arm wrapped around Revel as the blonde girl shook, clearly affected by everything she had just witnessed. Rias would have to speak with her later. Are you okay, Aiz? Issei raised a trembling hand, which he used to give her a thumbs up. I'm fine, Bushu. Just a little tired. Rias nodded. Issei had clearly exhausted himself. He wouldn't be able to fight anymore, which meant it would be up to her and the others to finish what they had started. Asia, Akeno, please take care of Aiz while the rest of us finish this. Of course, Bushu, Akeno answered while Asia used her twilight healing to heal some of the holy damage Issei had suffered during the battle. I can still fight. Issei tried to stand, only to fall flat on his backside. No, Rias shook her head, you're nearly dead on your feet. No more fighting for you. Asia, Akeno, please make sure Aiz doesn't try to follow us. Of course, Bushu, Akeno's eyes gleamed with sadistic glee as she smiled, I will make sure that Aiz-kun cannot go anywhere. Good. Revel, Rias gave the girl a kind smile, why don't you stay here with Aiz, Asia and Akeno? Revel shook her head and grabbed onto Rias' shirt. What was that? I want to go with you. Rias closed her eyes for a second to contemplate the girl. Revel wasn't a fighter. She never would be, and Rias knew it had been a mistake to take her along, but she'd wanted to go and Rias was loath to stop her. Okay, she said at last, opening her eyes and giving Revel a stern look, but you stick by mine and Kaneko's side, alright? I don't want you getting separated from me. Revel didn't say anything, merely nodded and let go of her shirt. Alright. Breathing out deeply, Rias eyed her peerage and the 2 exorcists. Let's go. I want to get rid of Valpyr Galilei and return home as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. She could see they were tired, but like her, they also wanted to end this, to end the man who'd caused everyone here so much trouble and pain. She smiled at them, and together, they journeyed into the underbelly of their enemy's territory. Devil Ninja. No light shone in the darkened corridors they carefully tread through. The small orb of flame that Revel had conjured barely lit the area 3 feet in front of them. Yet still they traveled through darkness, their footsteps echoing along the ominous tunnel. Did Valpyr really go down this way? Asked Kiba, warily eyeing the cracked walls showing their age. Yes, Xenovia grunted, I saw him retreat once the fighting started. This is the only way he could have gone. There are only 2 exits in this place, Irina supplied helpfully. The front entrance and the emergency escape located underneath the catacombs. Catacombs. Rias glanced at the generally cheerful exorcist. Irina nodded, the fused Excalibur swinging back and forth in her left hand. There are catacombs down here, though they were all cleared out years ago when the cathedral was abandoned. Now it's just a dusty old tomb with no bodies. It didn't take much time before they reached an immense gate, bronze-plated and massive. They converged on it, stopping only long enough for it to open before walking through and entering a large antechamber. It was similar to the first one they had been in, the one above. Ornamented balconies hung along the walls, decrepit and aging. Some lay broken on the ground, nothing but piles of rubble. The light from torches arrayed around the room cast flickering shadows that moved as if they were alive. I am surprised you've made it this far. Truly, you devils are a stubborn and annoying bunch. The group stopped and looked up. Standing on a balcony and looking down at them in bemused exasperation was Valpyr Galilei. He wasn't alone, they soon realized. Lining every balcony were more armored warriors, however, these ones were different. They carried not crossbows or spears, but guns. Valpyr Galilei. Kiba's roar was accompanied by the projection of several dozen swords, all of which erupted from the ground and tried to spear the man before he could blink. The air shimmered and the swords shattered against what Rias recognized as a barrier. Holy white energy crackled as it withstood the might of several dozen demonic swords bashing into it, attempting to pierce it. Behind the barrier, Valpyr Galilei nodded to himself, seemingly pleased. It is good to see that my barrier works as it should. I had been uncertain if it would work or not, as I've never had a chance to test it before now. I thank you for the opportunity. Kiba gritted his teeth, eyes narrowed and lips peeled back in a snarl of hatred. Rias actually grew worried that he might forget himself and charge up there to try and slay the man with his bare hands. I'm going to kill you for what you've done to my friends. Are you now? A bemused smile appeared on Valpyr's face, as if Kiba was a puzzle he needed to solve. And what makes you think you can kill me? A failed experiment. There is no way you can touch me, much less kill me. Failures such as yourself will never reach the heights that I have attained. Rias clenched her hands into fists until her knuckles turned white. The insults this man was spewing at her night were like a personal insult to herself. I remember you, Valpyr's words caused Kiba's eyes to widen. Oh, yes, Sword Birth, I remember you very well. You were special among my stock. You had potential, so much potential. That was why I planned on using you last. Our procedures were quite crude starting out, so we had to refine and revise the process numerous times. It wouldn't do if our prized material was used first and we ended up wasting all that potential. Potential, Kiba nearly choked. You did all that, killed my friends, to experiment on me. We would have experiment on them anyway, Valpyr said, as if that would reassure the young devil, who looked like something had impaled him through the stomach. But, yes, I suppose you could say that you are, indeed, the cause for their suffering. Our plan, you see, was to gather all of the material we could, to revise and refine our research until it was nearly flawless before experimenting on you. You're a monster, Irina covered her mouth with a hand, tears pricking at her eyes. How could anyone who was once a member of the church be so evil? Valpyr looked greatly amused. Evil, now that, my dear girl, is a very subjective term. To the people who are hurt by me, the people who are not on my side, I am evil. However, to the people who appreciate my work, who enjoy the benefits to be reaped from what I can do, I am quite good. His lips peeled back into a grin. You can even go so far as to say that for those people who benefit from what I can do, I am a saint. You are no saint, Zenobia all but snarled, you're a monster. A monster, am I? Valpyr shook his head. You know so little, child. You call me a monster, but you do not truly understand what that word means. Your perceptions are clouded by the vaunted ideals of the church. You see everything through their tinted windows. I, too, was once like that, so I guess I can understand to some degree or another, but it is rather vexing to be called a monster by a girl who has sided with true monsters. Rias, Kiba and Kaneko gritted their teeth at the pointed insult, while Ravel shook by Rias' side, her eyes wide and her face pale. Now then, I suppose we must end this little game, yes. The man continued, his voice almost conversational, as if he wasn't intent on ending their lives. I do not particularly enjoy guns. Bullets are simply too small for them to be very effective, and they lack the circumference necessary to properly enchant them with holy power. At the same time, they allow for a much higher firing rate and, if enough bullets penetrate the target, they can even take down a high-class devil such as yourself, Rias Grimori. Rias studied the room, her eyes flickering back and forth. There had to be something she could do, something that could get them out of this. What was it Naruto told her when they trained together? Something about looking underneath the underneath. No, he had said that, but that wouldn't help in this situation. Where there's a will there's a way. Maybe, but that wasn't quite what she was trying to recall either. You need to study your surroundings more carefully, Rias. I beat you this time because you hadn't realized that the tree behind you was weak and rotting and had several metal wires wrapped around it. Had you noticed that, you may not have been beaten so easily. Remember this, everything can be used as a weapon, not just yourself but also your surroundings. Yes, that was it. Everything was a weapon. If she could find a weak point in the structure, maybe cause the roof or something to collapse on Valpyr, then perhaps she could defeat him. I need to stall for time. Do you honestly think I'm going to let you get away with this? Rias asked, her eyes narrowed. Valpyr spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire interior in a hug. My dear, I expect nothing. You have already been defeated, or have you not noticed that? You and your forces are exhausted, while I still have plenty of my creations to throw at you. You and the others are injured, while my creations feel no pain. There is nothing you can do. Your defeat at my hands has already been assured. While Valpier spoke, Rias surveyed her surroundings with a critical eye. Many of the balconies were old and didn't seem very stable. More than likely they were on the verge of collapse and would probably go down with one solid hit. The problem was that she didn't know if that barrier extended to everywhere, or if it was just protecting Galilei. I guess there is only one way to find out. Kiba, Kaneko, Rias whispered out of the corner of her mouth, do you two think you can destroy the balconies on your side? Kaneko and Kiba looked at her, both nodding subtly so as not to tip off their enemy. Good. What about you two? Irina, Zenobia, think you can do the same? The two exorcists held a quick conversation through eye contact. Irina then looked at Rias, nodding ever so slightly. Rias sighed in relief, and the look down at Ravel, who stared up at her expectantly, even as her legs shook. Ravel, when I give the signal, I want you to launch your strongest fire attack at the ceiling above Valper's head, okay? All right. It is not a question of whether you will let me do anything, Galilei concluded, and Rias turned her attention back to the man. The only reason you are alive right now is because I have deigned not to kill you yet. Then why haven't you? Rias glared when Valpier chuckled. Call it the eccentricities of an old man. You have all been very amusing. Indeed, I have not been this entertained in a long time. Watching you all struggle so hard against the inevitable has been a great way to pass the time. His smile widened. But now I feel that time is at an end. As fun as playing with you is, my master needs you gone. Valpier Galilei raised a hand and the armored figures all raised their weapons. The others tensed as Rias glared up at Valpier, worrying herself into a tizzy. What if her plan didn't work? Would she be able to protect her peerage, her family? Who was this master that Valpier spoke of? Who could possibly control a man this mad? So many questions, so many worries, all of which she shunted to the side so that she could prepare herself. Rias counted down in her head, waiting until Galilei's arm began to descend. Now. It happened all at once. All of them attacked. 100 blades shot from the ground, crashing into several balconies on their left-hand side, destroying them and causing the armored figures standing on them to fall. A large chunk of stone was ripped from the ground by Kaneko and tossed onto a balcony, crushing the figures within. Zenobia and Irina attacked in unison. Durandal struck the ground to cataclysmic effect, the earth splitting like the parting of the Red Sea, traveling to and up the wall where it destroyed several balconies. At that same time, Excalibur Mimic transformed into a razor-sharp whip that sliced through 6 balconies like butter, sending the figures standing upon it crashing to the ground. Ravel. Rias raised her hand, destruction gathering around her palm at the same time flames burst from behind Ravel's back. Together, the two launched their simultaneous attacks, which combined in front of them to create an inferno of destruction that roared with power. That won't work against my barrier. Galilei started to shout, until he realized that he wasn't their target. What? The roaring, crackling fire filled with destructive demonic energy slammed into the ceiling above Galilei, detonating with incredible force. Like one of her brother's pawn's more potent attacks, the blast was powerful enough that the entire ceiling of that section was wiped out, blasted apart and sent crashing down. Those underneath it could do nothing as the pile of rocks collapsed on top of them. When the dust settled, all of the armored warriors had been destroyed, crushed beneath several large chunks of rubble. The only one to have survived, oddly enough, was Valpier Galilei, who sat on the ground, coughing and hacking as the dust dispersed. Rias assumed he'd leapt off the balcony before the falling ceiling could crush him. Kiba, Rias said softly, if you want your revenge, now is your chance. Kiba looked at her, his eyes steeled and his expression revealing nothing. He nodded once, and then stalked over to Galilei, who'd just come back to his senses and realized the blonde devil was closing in. Wait. Galilei's voice was high-pitched as he scrambled backgrounds. Kiba Yuto, was it? Don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Anything you want. Kiba stopped in front of the man who had taken so much from him, his eyes betraying nothing, sharper than steel and twice as deadly. Can you give me my friends back? Valpier paled. No. Kiba gave Galilei a cold smile. Then why ask? Rias did not look away when Kiba's sword penetrated Galilei's chest. Crimson fluid sprayed out of the wound like a fountain as the genocide archbishop fell onto his back, gasping in agonic pain. Kiba must have cut one of the man's arteries because he bled out quickly. The traitorous man twitched and spasmed for several seconds, carnelian liquid staining his front and creating a puddle underneath him, before going still, his eyes glazing over. Kiba remained where he was, looking down at the cooling corpse. Rias walked up to him and placed her hand on his shoulder, almost startling the poor boy. "Are you okay, Kiba?" He looked up at her, his eyes staring blankly into hers like a lost puppy. He paused, shook his head, then started over. "I'm not sure. I thought I would feel different after I killed him." He looked down at the corpse, and then back to Rias. "But I don't feel any different. I just feel empty." Rias offered her knight her most compassionate look. "That is because you have lost the purpose that held you for so long. Ever since I have known you, your mind has been focused on revenge, and though I like to think that myself and the others have given you something else to live for, the idea of avenging your comrades was never far from your mind. Without that focus, that goal driving you forward, you feel as if you've lost something important." Without warning, Rias pulled a startled Kiba into a hug, running her hand over his hair much like a big sister would. "Fortunately, you are not alone. You have never been alone since becoming a member of my peerage. You have myself, Akeno, Issei, Kaneko and Naruto. We are and always will be your family. You already have a purpose, you just need to realize it." "Yes," Kiba whispered, and Rias felt the first few tears stain her shirt. "Yes, you're right. I know you're right. I am sorry for the trouble I've caused." "It's okay." Rias let her cheek rest on Kiba's head. "Everything is okay now." Devil Ninja. They all traversed back to Rias' house, leaving the ruins of what had once been a magnificent cathedral behind them. There was a lot that still needed to be done. Zenobia and Irina needed to deliver the fused Excalibur back to the church, and also explain how the Excalibur came to be fused in the first place. However, above and beyond that, they needed to discuss their next course of action. During our confrontation, Valpierre Galilei kept referring to his master, which leads me to believe that he was nothing more than a pawn on someone else's chessboard. Rias, Ravel, Kaneko, Irina and Zenobia were bathing in Rias' personal hot springs. Everyone else had gone to their respective houses, Issei with Asia and Akeno, and Kiba to his own apartment complex. That left her and the two exorcists to continue speaking. "We originally came here suspecting that would be the case," Irina admitted, appearing worried, and with good reason. "You mentioned during our first meeting that you suspected Kokobile to have been the one who stole the Excaliburs." Rias leaned back, idly stroking Kaneko's hair as the Nekosho sat on her lap. She could see why Naruto enjoyed the act so much. There was something therapeutic about the simplistic act of pampering the 15-year-old Neko devil hybrid. If that is the case, and Kokobile really is the one behind all this, why has he not shown himself? What is he hoping to accomplish? "We believe that Kokobile means to renew hostilities between the three factions," Irina told Rias, who felt as if someone had just jabbed her in the gut by the revelation. "We're almost positive that's why he stole the Excaliburs, to invoke the church's wrath and maybe start fighting against the devils again. It's why the church only sent the two of us to retrieve them. No one wants to restart the war, and we knew that sending in an army of exorcists would have been taken as a sign of aggression." Rias nodded her understanding. "That makes sense. My brother once told me that Kokobile is a very bloodthirsty fallen angel. He said that during the war, Kokobile was one of those fallen angels who disagreed with the ceasefire and wanted to continue fighting. These centuries of peace must have been grating on him. It only makes sense that he would try to renew hostilities." The more Rias thought about it, the more it made sense. "It also means he has likely selected Kuo as his battleground." Her eyes narrowed. "With Sona and I here, two sisters of the Mao are present, and if something were to happen to us, then it's almost a guarantee that war would erupt again." "That's what we were thinking, too," Zenobia said at last. "The death of your Leviathan's sister at the hands of Excalibur would have restarted the war, and we would have played right into his hands." Rias scowled at the thought of Kokobile and his plan. There were a few warmongers in the underworld on the devil's side as well, people who hadn't sided with the old Satan faction but still believed they shouldn't have given up so easily. They gave her brother numerous headaches, and she detested those people for wanting to restart something that would cause all sides to spill more blood. "I'll speak with Sona tomorrow," Rias determined. "I highly doubt Kokobile is just going to quietly go underground now that his plan has failed, not after he put so much effort into stealing the Excaliburs." She looked at the two exorcists. "What do you two plan on doing now?" Irina and Zenobia looked at each other, sharing in a silent conversation. "We need to get the Excaliburs back to the church," Irina told Rias, "but Zenobia and I agree that we can't leave just yet, knowing that the person responsible for all this is still out there. Some of our friends were guarding those Excaliburs when they were stolen, and to let their killer go unpunished is something we can't accept. We also need to find Freed, Zenobia added. We couldn't do anything because of the Security's attack, but he managed to escape by using those armored souls as cover. Rias looked at the two hopefully. Does this mean you're willing to help us out? While Zenobia crossed her arms and tried to look nonchalant, Irina smiled. Yes, for now at least, you can count on us to help deal with this problem. Thank you. Rias felt herself relax. It wasn't much, but their help would at least give her a little more leeway in which to plan for Kokobil's eventual assault. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias knocked on the door to Ravel's room. Come in, a soft voice called from behind the door. Rias entered the room to find Ravel sitting on her bed, knees drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around them. The blonde Phoenix heiress eyes stared blankly at the wall, but she could see the barely contained emotions within them. She walked further into the room, noting the girlish touches that had not been present before. Ravel's bedroom was predominantly pink. The walls, floor and ceiling were all a light pink. So too were the furnishing. The bed and dresser. The nightstand. Even the desk sitting by the window was pink, though a darker shade than the walls. Rias-sama, Ravel's tone was polite but masked. Yet even masked as it was, Rias could hear the tremor in it. Smiling gently, Rias sat herself down on the bed. Ravel, I was wondering if you wanted to talk about what happened tonight. Ravel was quiet for a moment. Rias waited patiently, knowing better than to interrupt. I always used to think myself powerful, her voice was still soft. I used to think that I knew what battle was, that I understood combat. Yet tonight, that battle in the cathedral, it was so different than the raiding games I am used to. It was fast-paced and furious, with spells flying everywhere and people actually trying to kill us. And it hurt. Ravel finally looked Rias in the eye, tears gathering. It really, really hurt. Those weapons they used were so painful. I know that we're weak against holy powers, but I never realized it would hurt so much. And they wouldn't heal. No matter how much I tried to make them heal they wouldn't, and I was so frightened, so scared. I thought I was going to die. Rias drew Ravel into a hug as the girl began to sob. She soothed the young heiress, by tenderly running fingers through her hair. I'm sorry you went through that, Rias whispered in melancholy. You're a great strategist, but you're not really a frontline fighter. I shouldn't have allowed you to come with us. No, Ravel croaked. I wanted to go with you. I don't want to be useless. I want to prove that I'm capable, that I can be strong. So you can prove yourself to Naruto. Ravel stiffened in her arms, causing Rias to chuckle. You want to show me that you can be useful to Naruto so that when he begins searching for peerage members of his own, you can join him as his bishop. And no. That isn't. There's no need to try and hide it, Rias admonished. I know the real reason you came to the human world, and I know that it wasn't so you could learn from me. You want to be with Naruto. Ravel was quiet for a moment. I don't plan on taking him away from you, she whispered softly. I know how much he means to you, and I know how much you mean to him. Rias was silent. Ravel lifted her head. I don't mind being his mistress. I don't even mind if he just sees me as his bishop. I just want to be close to him. Please don't send me away. That's all I ask for. Were Rias anyone else, she would have probably done just that, send this girl as far from Naruto as she could, rid herself of someone who wanted her boyfriend's affection. But was not how Rias did things. She wasn't cold-hearted and never had been. The idea of sending this girl away for such a petty reason repulsed her. I will not send you away for something like this. Ravel's relief was palpable. However, the girl stiffened in her arms. If you plan on being with Naruto, then you need to tell him how you feel. You also need to know who is in charge. Ravel flushed, but nodded. Don't worry. I know that you're his king, and that his loyalty to you comes first. Just so long as you're aware. Rias stood up. Now then, you should probably get some rest. You've had a long night. Right. Ravel soon crawled under the covers as Rias walked toward the door. Thank you, Rias. Before exiting the room, Rias cast one last smile at Ravel. You're welcome. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Naruto walked through the downtrodden streets of a city, passing by stores and restaurants. They were no longer in Akihabara. The signs and shops that sold nothing but anime, video games and manga had disappeared, replaced by regular buildings. However, just because they were no longer in Akihabara didn't mean he knew where here was. We're lost, aren't we? Ophis asked from her place in his shoulders. Naruto scowled. Of course not. We're just temporarily misplaced. Ophis cocked her head to the side, which he had come to understand was the look she gave when she was contemplating something. Isn't that just a fancier way of saying we're lost? What? No. It just means that I don't have my bearings enough to tell where, exactly, we currently are. In other words, we're lost. We are not lost. With a huff, Naruto continued on, grumbling about the girl on his shoulder. None of this would have happened if she hadn't sent her jabronis to kidnap him. Had she just spoke to him herself, all of this could have been avoided. But no, Ophis had to send others to do her dirty work, and because he didn't know where Ophis' hideout was, he couldn't determine which direction they needed to travel to get home. Even finding Akihabara had been more a stroke of luck than him intentionally trying to find that city. Maybe we should look for a map. We don't need a map. I can find out where we're going without one. No, I'm pretty sure you need a map. Your sense of direction is awful. You know, you're not nearly as adorable now as you usually are. Ophis shrugged and Naruto mumbled some more. As they walked, Naruto's nose picked up a familiar scent, and his stomach suddenly rumbled, reminding him that he'd not had breakfast yet. Following the scent of food brought him to a small stand that looked eerily similar to another place that he used to eat at so long ago. The sight brought a nostalgic smile to his face, as he opened the flap and sat both himself and Ophis on seats in front of the bar-style stand. "Welcome to Inari's Ramen. What'll ya be having?" asked an old man with graying sideburns and a large grin. Naruto salivated as he ordered. "I'll take 2 deluxe-sized bowls of pork ramen, 6 chicken ramen, 7 miso ramen, 13 seafood ramen and 4 vegetable ramen." The old man seemed nonplussed. Are you sure you want to order all that?" "Of course. I wouldn't have ordered it if I wasn't sure." Naruto ignored the old man and turned to Ophis. "What would you like?" Ophis stared at him with a bland expression, her head tilting some more as she turned back to study the menu. "I do not know. I have never had this food before. What would suggest? Why don't we start you off with something simple? We'll get you a miso ramen, and if you're still hungry, we'll order something else." Ophis contemplated this for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." Grinning, Naruto turned back to the old man. "You heard the little lady." Although the man seemed ready to have a heart attack, he snapped out of his stupor and addressed them quickly. Right. I'll get started on your order right away." As the old man began preparing their ramen, Ophis regarded Naruto curiously. In return, he gazed at her with steady eyes and a smile. "Something on your mind? Why are you so intent on dissuading me from kicking Great Red out of my home?" Naruto hummed curiously as he regarded the powerful entity disguised as a loli. "It's because of your eyes." Ophis raised a single hand to her face, fingers gently touching her cheek underneath her left eye. "My eyes." Naruto turned back to the bar as the old man served up his first bowl of ramen. It's often been said that when you look into a person's eyes, you can see what kind of person they are. Are they a happy person or a sad person? Did they have a hard life or were they born to a life of privilege? While I don't claim to be an expert on this stuff, I like to think I'm pretty good at determining what kind of person someone is by looking into their eyes. I see. Ophis paused when her own bowl of food came up. After taking a bite, her eyes widened slightly and she began eating at a quicker pace. She finished eating the entire bowl in less than a minute, then looked up at Naruto who interpreted the look and, with a grin, turned to the old man behind the counter. "Hey, old man, get a second bowl for my friend here. Make it chicken this time. Comin' right up." As the old man started cooking again, Ophis turned and restarted her conversation with Naruto. "What do you see when you look into my eyes?" Naruto frowned at her. Nothing at all, and that's the problem. When I look into your eyes, all I see is emptiness, a void in which nothing exists. It's like you're just existing, a mere object going through life without actually being alive. I don't like it. I don't like how dead your eyes look. I don't like how it feels as if you've never once experienced joy, never once known what it means to have friends, to find love, to know what it means to have a family. Naruto paused to wipe some mysterious liquid that threatened to fall from his eyes. It must have been the fumes from the ramen. That's why I've decided that I'm going to give you those things. He gave her a determined look. The reason you want to return to the void is because you've never experienced what it means to be alive, so I'm gonna make sure you do. I'll make sure you experience all that life has to offer, and I guarantee that by the time you and I face Great Red, you won't want to return to the void. Those are some awfully bold words. What makes you think you can change my mind? Naruto grinned at her and rubbed Ophis' hair, the infinite dragon god leaning into his hand without even realizing she was doing it. Because I have faith in the bond I'm planning to make with you, Naruto answered mysteriously before going back to his meal. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias had barely been able to wait until morning to contact Sona. All night she had tossed and turned, and it had taken Kaneko slipping into bed and snuggling with her to make her calm down. Kaneko had also dragged Revel with her, much to the young Phoenix's consternation. When morning finally came, Rias was tired and grumpy, but still managed to contact her friend/rival and convince the other girl to meet with her. When Sona arrived at her home that morning, it was with the ever-faithful Tsubaki at her side. Because of how large the mansion was, Rias escorted the pair into one of the many unused office spaces before using her familiar to summon Irina and Zenobia, who she felt deserved to be a part of this conversation. While waiting for the two exorcists to arrive, Revel served Sona and Rias some tea, which she thanked the girl for with a smile and gestured for her to sit on the sofa with her. "You look like you've had a busy night," Sona observed coolly after several seconds of silence. Rias sighed. "You can say that again. I take it things did not go quite as planned." "No," Rias rubbed her face, as if doing so would somehow smooth out the wrinkles she was sure had appeared. "No, they did not. We ran into an ambush and barely managed to survive. They were prepared for us." "I see." Rias launched into a quick yet detailed explanation of what happened last night. Sona listened while sipping her tea, not making any comments or asking any questions, waiting patiently until her friend finished. Sometime during her explanation, Irina and Zenobia arrived, the two exorcists moving to sit on one of the other couches. "That does sound like a problem," the raven-haired female admitted. "Do you suspect Kokobile will try something more drastic?" "I'm positive he will." To her credit, Rias, despite being exhausted from only getting 2 hours of sleep, remained alert as she spoke with Sona. "Kokobile went through a lot of trouble to steal the Excaliburs and bring them here. He also must have done a lot of planning and preparation. Valpierre Galilei had an entire army with him, which must have taken a lot of time and souls to create. This leads me to believe his plan to restart the three factions war has been in the making for years, maybe even decades. Now that Galilei has failed, he has no choice but to attack Kuo himself." Sona leaned back in her seat and crossed her arms. She observed Rias with her cool gaze, eyes like chips of ice studying her friend and rival carefully. "You would not be telling me this if you did not have a plan." Rias smiled. "I do have something of a plan." Rias did not wait for Sona to speak before launching into her plan. "The first thing we need to do is close down Kuo Academy. We have no clue when Kokobile will attack, and I don't want to involve innocent bystanders in a fight between devils and fallen angels." "You mean to use us as bait?" Sona determined. "Not really," Rias' uncaring shrug revealed her thoughts on the subject. "We already are his targets, so it's not like we need to make ourselves into enticing bait. I just don't want to involve humans in this." Sona nodded and Rias soon continued. "I also plan on contacting my brother and letting him know about what's happening." Sona raised an eyebrow. "This has to be a first. You've never contacted your brother for help before." "Things change." "So it would seem. The Rias I knew would never contact her brother for anything." Rias closed her eyes. "I can't afford to let my pride get the better of me. Kokobile isn't an enemy we can afford to mess around with. He's powerful, maybe even more powerful than yours and my peerages combined. I don't want my pride to be the death of everyone I hold dear." Sona studied her friend for several silent seconds before breaking out into a small smile. "It seems you've done some growing up. I guess that Naruto really has been a good influence on you." "Yes," Rias said softly, her heart going out to Naruto, wherever he was. "I suppose he has." Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Issei slept for nearly an entire day after the battle within the cathedral. He had used up more power during that single fight than he ever had before, and the act had left him beyond exhausted. He'd passed out before Akeno and Asia had even managed to get him home. The morning after waking up, he had been informed by Akeno that Rias had asked them to head over to the school. According to her, a plan was being concocted on how to deal with the current situation. After an amazing breakfast cooked by his two girlfriends, they had all headed out toward Kuo Academy. Girlfriends. He had two girlfriends. Issei still had trouble believing it sometimes. Even though he always said that he wanted to become a harem king, he knew that, realistically speaking, the chances of him actually getting a harem were depressingly small. He just wasn't what most girls looked for in a guy, which basically meant to say they looked for guys who weren't perverted. It seriously made him wonder about what these two saw in him. He never asked, though, mainly because he was afraid of the answer. Era, Aiz-kun, you seem a little distracted," Akeno said. Yeah, well, if you had two girls pressing their jiggly parts against you, I'm sure you would be distracted, too. Both Asia and Akino had taken one of his arms and were pressing each appendage against them. The arm Akino held had actually sunk into her massive cleavage, which just went to show him how big her opai really were. While Asia's were nowhere close to being Akino's size, the soft feel of her small bust was more than enough to make Issei feel like he was touching heaven. Issei was actually surprised he was even capable of thinking with these two beauties pressing into him like this. Ahahaha, I was just thinking about some stuff. Issei tried not to blush as Akino's opai rubbed against his arm. He was also struggling against a nosebleed. Nothing to worry about. What is Aiz-san thinking about? Inquired Asia. Just, stuff. What kind of stuff? Issei was grasping at straws as he struggled to think properly. Life, I guess. I'm also wondering what Rias Bushu wants. Knowing Bushu, she has probably come up with a plan to deal with Kokubile and wants us there to help out. I guess. When they entered the school, Issei was surprised to see the entire academy was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Asia and Akino walked down silent halls and empty corridors, slowly meandering their way to the student council office, which was where they were told to meet up with everyone else. Enter. A voice called from within after Issei knocked on the door. The trio slowly opened it and walked into the room. Sona's peerage and the other members of Rias' peerage were already inside, with the redhead herself standing next to Sona. Era, it seems we're late. Akino smiled at everyone as she unwound her arms from Issei and strode over to Rias, sighed. My apologies. It's fine, Rias waved the apology off, you're not that late. We haven't even started yet. Issei slowly moved further into the room with Asia. Kiba nodded to him from his position near the far wall. The Knight of Rias Grimori had his arms crossed and looked to be in deep thought. Issei thought it best not to bother him. Over by one of the couches, Irina spared him a smile while Zenobia merely eyed him with a curious gleam. Kaneko didn't even look up from the couch she and Ravel were sitting on. A small dose of killing intent caught Issei's attention, and the young man turned to find a teen his age with short blonde hair, gray eyes, and a feral scowl glaring daggers into his back. What crawled up your ass and died? Issei asked the young man, Saji, one of the newest members of the student council and a pawn in Sona's peerage. Who the hell do you think you are, Hyudo? Issei blinked when Saji pointed an angry, quivering finger at him. Is that a trick question? I don't know how you managed to fool Asia-san and Akino-san into being your love slaves, but I refuse to allow it for even another second. I will rescue them from whatever spell you've placed them under, perverted trash. It took Issei approximately 2 seconds and twice as many blinks to properly compute Saji's words. Slowly, like darkening storm clouds brewing on the horizon, Issei's face darkened. You think I'm manipulating Asia and Akino into dating me? The very thought of doing something like that made Issei sick. I might be a pervert, and I might be obsessed with opai, but I'd never force someone as kind and sweet as Asia into dating me. I noticed you didn't say anything about Akino-san. That's because Akino is the last person who would ever allow herself to be manipulated, Issei scowled at the blonde-haired teen. Who did this jerk think he was, insulting Akino? She's one of the strongest people I know, and I know that if anyone ever tried forcing her to do something she didn't want to, she'd fry them before they had a chance to regret it. Oh my, Akino held a hand to her smiling lips, her cheeks a soft shade of pink. Aiz-kun, you know me too well. Saji's face turned into a flaming bonfire of anger. Don't you can fool me, Hyudo. I know you're tricking those two. And I won't stand for it. I'm going to, YEOWCH. Saji's tirade was promptly cut off when Sona grabbed him by the ear and yanked, hard. The young woman scowled at her pawn. Saji, I believe I told you to keep a lid on your jealousy. The words were spoken calmly, but everyone present shivered at the iciness in her tone. Saji paled. It seems I am going to have to punish you after this meeting. Now do me a favor and keep quiet until our business is concluded. Why yes, Kaichu. Sona let go of Saji's ear and bowed before Rias. I apologize for my pawn's behavior. Ever since he learned of Hyudo Issei's relationship with Argent Asia and Himehime Akino, he has been most jealous. Not jealous. Sona cast Saji a glare, causing the boy's mouth to snap shut with a loud clack. Leaning against the large student president desk, Rias crossed her arms and looked at the group. Unlike some of the previous times since Naruto disappeared, this time the redhead's eyes were sharp and calculating. There is a lot that we need to discuss, Rias started. Sona already knows that my peerage and I have taken to aiding Irina and Zenobia in the recovery of the stolen Excaliburs. We have done that. The Excaliburs have been recovered. However, the one who stole them is still at large, and he will be coming for us. Their first plan to stir up trouble failed, Sona added, seemingly in agreement. So we expect their next attempt at renewing the war between the three factions to be even more extreme and twice as vicious. I've contacted my brother and informed him of what's happened, and he's agreed to alert the Underworld's forces and have our armies prepped in case the worst scenario happens. Unfortunately, due to a number of factors, he and his forces will be unable to enter the human world except in the event of an emergency. Why is that? Asked Issei. If there's trouble, isn't it the job of a Mao and a brother to protect you? It is precisely because my brother is a Mao that he cannot afford to be seen moving recklessly, Rias informed her pawn, who only cast her a confused glance. My brother is a powerful entity in his own right. If he came to the human world, it could be seen as an act of aggression by the forces of heaven and the Grigori, which might be the spark to start the war. That is something we want to avoid. Rias paused long enough to grimace. There is also the fact that I am his little sister. We have no real evidence that the stolen Excaliburs isn't an isolated incident that's already been resolved. If he were to move on my word alone, other nobles who dislike my brother's reign would see it as a sign of favoritism, and use it to weaken his position. Zenobia scoffed distastefully. Politics have no place in a crisis. No, they do not. Ria's tight smile showed her agreement, but that is how things work. Have you informed the church of what's happened? We have. Irina stepped forward, and they said they want us to return. Her smile, normally so cheerful, looked just a tad bitter. We told them about what's happening here, but it seems they don't want us getting involved in a conflict they have nothing to do with, ignoring the fact that we became involved the moment the Excaliburs were stolen from us. Sounds like you've got your own political troubles. Rias seemed somehow both amused and resigned. I guess no matter what your affiliation is, political dealings and the problems associated with them will always rear their ugly heads. So, the church is having some internal struggles, Sona commented. You are correct. The church is a lot more divided on most matters than they would like everyone else to believe, Zenobia sighed, shoulders slumping. There are a number of factions within the church, and each one will more often than not have their own agenda that doesn't align with those of the other factions. That is the unfortunate nature of all organizations. Politics mirrored in faith are even more ruthless than the kind found in governments around the world. I don't think it's as bad as Zenobia says, Irina tried to remain upbeat. There are a lot of good people within the church, who want to do good things. The factions she's talking about are the extremist groups, such as the Knights Templar and the Order of St. John. However, they are a very small group and do not have much power in the grand scheme of things. They can't force compliance of their design, especially since the more moderate factions have the backing of God and the Archangels. So what is your plan, then? Rias gazed upon the two, her expression polite but guarded. Will you be returning to the church? Irina shook her head. Zenobia and I have talked this over and decided that, until the one responsible for all this is defeated, we won't return. Kokobil is a threat to all of us, and if we don't deal with him now, then there is a strong possibility that he will attempt to do something like this again. I'm glad to hear that. Rias shifted, the tenseness in her shoulders relaxing, as if a great weight had been lifted from them. We're going to need all the help we can get. Zenobia said nothing, merely nodding while Irina offered a smile. Now then, Sona and I have discussed this at length, and have decided that the best way to avoid being caught with our figurative pants down, is to maintain a significant portion of our forces within the academy, where we expect Kokobil will attack. However, we also know that keeping our forces strictly within the academy will limit our ability to spot the enemy should they approach. To compensate for this, we'll be sending out hourly patrols. Your job during these patrols will be to scan the city and surrounding forests for signs of fallen angel activity. Be sure to have your familiars expand your search radius. Does anyone have any questions? Issei looked at everyone to see them all shaking their head. He looked back at Rias and raised his hand. What should we do if we run into Kokobil during one of our patrols? Run for it and inform us via your communicator, Rias told him seriously. Issei nodded. Anyone else? No. All right then, let's begin fortifying the academy. We have a lot of work to do and I don't know how long it will be before Kokobil comes, so we'd best get everything done quickly. Devil Ninja. Kuo Academy's school pitch, often used for track and field exercises, was a great place to train. Beyond the circular trail defined by the polyurethane track lay meadows of freshly mowed grass, and even further beyond that stood the forest, a copse of beautiful oak and maple trees. Boost, 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 boost. Issei gritted his teeth as he struggled to contain the power within his gauntlet. The boosted gear glowed brightly within the dim morning light. Power wafted from it in him like red miasma. Boost, 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 boost. He took the energy of his boosted gear and gave it shape. His gauntlet changed, slowly, morphing and shifting. Purple gems appeared along its length like metal studs on a leather belt. Segmented armor plating, scaly protrusions akin to a dragon's, shot out from either side to give the appearance of a reptilian ridges. From the knuckles, something appeared, jutting out for nearly 3 feet before ending in a pointed tip. Sharp and deadly, gleaming in the light, yet strangely fluid, easily manipulable, the multi-segmented blade that came forth reminded Issei of a sword he once saw in a video game. It looks like you're getting better at using your new power, partner, the gem over Issei's hand flashed as Didrag spoke up. Yeah, even as Issei continued to watch, his segmented sword returned from whence it came, leaving a normal boosted gear. He sighed, but I can't seem to make it last for more than a few minutes. A prominent frown marred his face. It's not a matter of power. I'm pretty sure I'm using more than enough power. There's some other problem, some other reason my dragon's tail isn't lasting long enough for me to use it. It's not a matter of power, partner, but resolve. Resolve. All dragons are unwavering in their resolve. Whenever we decide on a course of action, we stop at nothing to achieve our goal. The resolve of a dragon is harder than diamonds. Right now, your resolve is lacking. If you don't have the resolve to stay your course no matter what dangers may lie in wait, you won't be able to use a technique of this caliber. Issei's uncertain frown became more prominent. What should I do, then? How can I get the kind of resolve needed to use this? Do you remember your conversation with the blonde one? He talked to you about finding a reason to fight beyond your lust and dreams of having a harem. Scratching his head, Issei could actually feel his face scrunch in confusion. So you think I need to find another reason to keep fighting? Yes. But I've been trying to do that for weeks now, Issei whined, and I'm still no closer to finding another reason to fight now than I was when Naruto-sensei talked to me. Which means that rather than trying to use this technique, you should be thinking about what kind of reason will give you the resolve to harden yourself and fight. It is just like the blonde one said. Lust only provides a temporary boost, which is why you haven't been able to use this technique. You need to find another reason to fight, a more powerful reason, one that will endure any hardship that comes your way. I see. Sighing in exhaustion, Issei let himself fall backwards onto the grass so he could stare up at the sky. How am I supposed to find that reason, though? Don't ask me. I'm just a gauntlet. TCH. Some help you are. Devil Ninja. Nearly 3 days passed without incident. No word of an impending attack came to them. There had been no sightings of Kokobile or even a single fallen angel. Despite how this should have come as a relief to Rias and the others, it didn't, especially because of the potential political ramifications that could come if it turned out this was a false alarm. Rias knew that her brother would be mocked greatly if he set the underworld's armies on high alert, only for it to have been for nothing. She also needed to consider the high-strung tension that hers and Sona's peerage was under. Being forced into a state of constant alertness and paranoia was putting stress on the minds of those who served them. To help alleviate this tension, Rias had proposed pitting their peerages against each other with a number of friendly challenges. They didn't play a rating game, as they couldn't afford to given the situation. However, Rias had suggested a number of regular games that would, theoretically, help hone some of the skills they would use in a rating game. This included having them play games such as chess to help develop strategic thinking, dodgeball to hone their reflexes, races to increase their speed, and even push-up and pull-up contests to increase their strength. The games lasted for an entire day, and while it helped a little bit, the tension soon returned. I wonder what Kokobile is waiting for. Rias frowned as she stared at the chessboard in front of her, waiting for Sona to make her move. Why has he not attacked yet? He could be waiting for us to drop our guard, Sona suggested as she moved her rook to block Rias' queen. Or, he could be waiting to make us nervous, tense and agitated. It is a standard tactic to use in this situation. Hold off on attacking until your enemy is ready to go insane with paranoia and irritation, and then attack when they're no longer thinking clearly. Check. Rias clicked her tongue as she analyzed her options. One of Sona's knights had checked her king. She could move her queen to take out the knight, but that would mean sacrificing one of her rooks. After a moment's thought, she moved her remaining knight and used it to take out Sona's knight. If that really is his plan, then I must say it's working. Even I'm beginning to feel irritated with all this waiting, and I know the others are feeling pretty high-strung as well. Issei and Saji almost got into a fight the other day. Those two, I swear they're cut from the same cloth, no matter what Saji says. Sona sighed as she moved one of her pawns, which Rias quickly took, only for the redhead to realize she'd been led into a trap. Her queen had extended too far into enemy territory and left her king undefended. Check. TCH. Rias studied her options. Her queen hadn't been taken yet, but it was surrounded. If possible, she would like to recover it, but doing so may put her in a worse position than before. What would Naruto do? Thinking about her boyfriend made Rias grin as she realized exactly what he would do. Chuckling to herself, she moved one of her pawns, causing Sona to raise an eyebrow before she moved a pawn to match Rias' maneuver. Her grin slowly widening, Rias began moving more pieces at random, with seemingly no rhyme or reason that Sona could discern. She had to admit, watching her friend-slash-rival's face become increasingly more confused was fun. You are making some highly unorthodox maneuvers, Rias. Rias smiled sweetly at Sona. Am I? Sona deadpanned. Yes, you are. The game continued and Rias managed to claim one of Sona's knights, both of her rooks, all of her pawns, and one of her bishops. In return, she lost her queen, 4 pawns and both of her rooks. Grinning as she saw what her unusual tactics had done, Rias finally made her next move and leaned back, satisfied. And that's checkmate. Sona needed several moments of blank staring to realize that, indeed, Rias had managed to checkmate her. Her king was being harassed by 2 pawns, one of which had been promoted to a queen and the other a rook. A bishop had her in check and, unfortunately, because of the 2 promoted pieces. If she moved out of the bishop's path, either the queen or the rook would get her. It seems I lost. Sona leaned back. I concede defeat. Joy sang within Rias' soul as she realized she'd finally beaten her longtime rival at the one game she had never defeated Sona in. The raven-haired sister of Leviathan gazed at her friend, eyes gleaming curiously. I must say, I was impressed by the strategy you used. Rias blinked. Strategy? Yes, Sona nodded, your tactics at leading me into a trap by making me think you were randomly moving your pieces with no purpose was truly inspired. I've never seen a strategy quite like it. Rias decided not to tell Sona that she had been moving her pieces at random. There was no need to let her friend know that she hadn't planned any of her moves in advance, and had merely been playing like she thought Naruto would. Issei and Akino should be getting back from patrol soon, Rias changed the subject. Sona nodded. In which case, we should. Sona never got to finish her sentence. Because at that moment, a bright light pierced the building like a spear falling from the heavens, and their entire world went white. Devil Ninja. A figure floated above Kuo Academy. Elaborate robes darker than midnight adorned its frame. Gooden pauldrons contrasted sharply with the darkness of its clothing, as if to symbolize that it had once been a being of light and purity, the last vestige of its former life. 5 pairs of feathered wings stretched out of its back, black like the wings of a crow. It gazed down at the institute that had been devastated by its initial attack. There was a giant hole in the ceiling, the edges burnt and black, smoke rising as if it had been attacked by a dragon's breath. Its lips stretched into a facsimile of a smile, too wide and too long to resemble a human smile. Sharp fangs gave its monstrous visage an even more vicious look. With it were more figures. Dozens. Hundreds. Their faces covered by a frightening helm, jagged steel plates that appeared to have bonded with their skin. Bodysuits of midnight black with bondage-like straps wrapped around their arms, legs and torsos like a straitjacket. Black pinions extended from their backs, mostly in single pairs, though a few had 2 or 3. Gripped in fierce hands were light spears. Kokobile breathed in deeply, as if savoring the destruction he'd just caused like it was a fine wine. It's a good day, he began, his lips peeling back to reveal a row of sharp, saw-like teeth, to start a war. Issei didn't think he'd ever been more worried in his life. He and Akino had been returning from their patrol of the surrounding area, when a massive explosion rocked Ko Academy. They had seen it, a bright white light that pierced the heavens. They had heard it, the thunderous roar that nearly blew out their eardrums. Issei had seen many things since becoming a devil, but he'd never seen something like this. Aiz-kun, Akino shook Issei out of his dumbfounded state. He turned to her, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. She mirrored his look. Unlike him, however, she could still act. We need to go. Now. Issei took a nearly hyperventilating breath, gathering what wits he could. All right. Together, the two set off toward Ku Academy. Devil Ninja. The Battle of Ko Academy had started. Despite the fallen angel's surprise attack, the defenders were quick to rally. Pairing up, the groups moved to their designated choke points and prepared themselves. They may have been caught with their pants down, but that didn't mean they would allow themselves to be defeated here. Devil Ninja. They flew in on wings of black. Like a horde of vengeful demons they invaded the academy. Walls were blown to bits. What remained of the roof collapsed, perforated by dozens of light spears as the fallen angels entered the academy building. It was only a token force that entered the academy itself, a group sent to scout for survivors, but that meant little when those involved didn't care about what happened to the structure. One of these many groups wandered down a hallway on the second floor. While much of the third floor had been destroyed, the second remained mostly intact. They searched the halls, peered into rooms, all in an effort to locate their enemies. And they found one. He stood alone. His stance was polite, almost, as if he was not about to confront several fallen angels belonging to the group who'd just destroyed much of his school. Hello. He bowed politely. I apologize in advance if this seems rude, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The fallen angels looked at each other, their incredulous gazes mirroring each of their brethren. Was this guy serious? Did he really think they would leave because he'd asked them to? Preposterous. They charged at the lone figure, who sighed, as if saddened by this situation devolving into one that needed to be solved with violence. Oh well, can't say I didn't try. Two blades appeared in his hands. One was jagged, worn, its bladed edge serrated and vicious. The other presented an unusual contrast. It was double-edged. Red symbols of power traced the inside. Arcane words of a long-dead language meandered across the polished surface. The dark steel appeared to be that of a demon's sword, and it certainly gave off the feel of demonic energy. However, the demonic energy was strange, diluted, mixed. Holy energy was present as well, and its radiant light caused the fallen angels to hesitate, if only for a second. A second was all he needed. In a burst of speed, Kiba disappeared. His form blurred before the fallen angels, a mere streak that they had no hope of keeping up with. And then he was in their midst, his blades flashing out, biting into flesh. The fallen screamed as they were sliced apart by the two blades, more different than night and day. One fallen angel survived. He was lucky enough to have had someone between him and Kiba during the blonde boy's initial assault. That meant little, however, as now there was no one left but him. He tried to flee. He didn't get very far before something sharp went straight through his chest, causing him to stumble. Looking down, the last thing he saw was the tip of a naginata jutting from his chest. Devil Ninja. Kiba glanced around at the group of dead fallen angels, and then shifted his gaze to Tsubaki as she pulled her naginata from the corpse she had stabbed. Thanks for the assist, senpai. Kiba gave her a roguish smile, which caused Tsubaki to blush ever so slightly. Of course, Kiba-san. It is always a pleasure to be of help. She turned serious a second later. It looks like the battle has begun. Indeed, Kiba followed suit, his expression becoming grave. Come on, we need to follow the plans set by Rias and Sona. The others should already be gathering in preparation for the initial assault. Tsubaki nodded and twirled her naginata about with expert hands. The two soon took off, intent on defending their school. If these fallen angels wanted a war, then they would give them a war. Devil Ninja. Issei gritted his teeth and glared at the figure impeding their progress. Out of all the people he'd expected to see again, she was the one he wanted to see the least. Rainer. He snarled, his boosted gear clenched into a right fist, metallic fingers clacking. Hello, Issei-kun. Rainer's smile was just as he remembered it during their battle. Vicious, hateful, arrogant. He hated that smile that looked down on him. I hope you're pleased to see me, she purred. You don't know how long I've been waiting to see you again. What are you doing here, Rainer? It took everything he had not to rush this bitch and punch her in the face. Are you here to cause more pain? I swear, if you even think of trying to hurt Asia again, I am not here for that simpering little girl, the beautiful yet ugly fallen angel scoffed. I do not care about her. No, I am here for you, she pointed at him, the one who defeated me. I am here to exact my vengeance on you for the humiliation I suffered after being beaten by your hands. Issei's mouth bled as he gnashed his teeth together. He remembered the last time they'd seen each other. He had let her go after listening to Naruto's talk of hatred and revenge. He had let her go, hoping that doing so would prevent that hatred from spreading. Yet here she was, back for revenge. It made him sick. Akeno, Issei's muttered voice was harsh even to his own ears. Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be back as soon as I finish things here. Era, Akeno held a hand to her lips, hiding her smile. Are you sure you want me to leave? The last time you and she fought, she almost won, you know. Issei clenched and unclenched the boosted gear. I know, but I've grown a lot since then. He glanced up at Akino and presented her with a smile. Trust me. Very well then, Akino patted her skirt, as if dusting them off. I'll go on ahead and find Bushu. I'm sure she could use some help. Black pinions extended from Akino's back and she launched herself into the air, disappearing in the direction of Ko Academy. Rainer watched her go while Issei glared at the woman standing before him. That wasn't a very smart thing to do, Rainer turned back to him and smiled. Sending off the only person who can provide you with backup. I won't need her help to beat you. Rainer sneered. So confident, are we? Of course I am. Issei's vicious grin caused Rainer to actually take a step back. I've got an evil bastard for a sensei who's been helping me get stronger. I'm not the same little boy you fought back then. I'm stronger now. Rainer's face lit into a snarl as half a dozen light spears appeared above her head. We'll see how confident you are after I pump your body full of light. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Rias grimaced as her shield dispersed. She'd used up a lot of energy protecting herself and Sona from that powerful attack, more than she wanted to admit to having expended. Still, she had plenty of power left at her disposal, and she would not hesitate to use it. Several fallen angels descended from the sky, their black wings blotting out the light. They rained spears of light upon her head, but Rias had already vacated the spot they'd aimed at, dragging an unconscious Sona with her. She left her friend under some cover, a piece of wall that had fallen on its side. It wouldn't protect the other girl, but it should keep the fallen from spotting her. More than that, Rias couldn't ask for. Eyes glaring up at the descending horde of fallen angels, Rias allowed her power to flow. It came to her, a rush of demonic energy. It infused her, granting her the power those from the Bale clan cherish so much. She then directed this power, forming it into several red spheres that hovered around her, crackling, tendrils of repressed energy arcing out at random. Destruction incarnate just waiting to be unleashed. You want a piece of me? Rias muttered with a hard glare. Then come and get it. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. The battle appeared to be going well at first. Gathered in pairs, the peerages of Rias and Sona managed to beat back the invaders. Waves of fallen angels crashed upon Ku Academy like a fierce storm, like a mass of a hurricane. But they soon discovered that, rather than a hurricane crushing an insignificant hut, they were more akin to a light breeze trying to blow over a stone fortress. They were beaten back, defeated at every turn. The devils who called this academy home used their knowledge of the school as choke points. They set up ambushes and prepared traps. The fallen angels had been expecting an easy victory, but what they found instead was a group of tenacious fighters intent on protecting their home. For a moment, the defenders allowed hope to well up within their breasts. For a second, they fully believed that victory was within their grasp. That they would be able to defeat this enemy who had presented itself so brazenly to them. All that changed when Kokobile entered the battle. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. 4 light spears shot forward at Issei as he rushed up to her. She expected him to take the attacks head-on, maybe try to block them with his Longinus like he'd done the last time they fought. Instead, he slid underneath her spears and continued his charge, barely breaking stride. He lashed out with a punch, but Rainer had taken to the sky by then, and all he hit was air. What's the matter? Rainer taunted when he glared up at her. Can't get me from up here. Like hell I can't. Wings erupted from Issei's back as he launched himself into the air faster than she thought possible. He was on her almost before she had time to react, and only the timely production of a light spear gave her the chance to slip away. This did little to stop Issei, however, who followed her doggedly, his face a snarl of determination. Rainer sent more light spears, but they were dodged as Issei barrel rolled through them. His fist drew back as he came near and tried to punch her lights out. She managed to slip away again, moving left and watching as Issei slammed into the ground like a comet. The boosted gear user pulled his fist out of the hole he'd made in the ground, and stood to his full height, his head tilting up to glare at Rainer. She smirked. What's with the glare, Issei-kun? She asked, her voice taunting, mocking. Are you upset because even after all this time, you're still just a pathetic little weakling who can't even touch little old me? Issei stared at her for several seconds longer. And then he smiled. No, his voice seeped amusement. It also came from behind her. I'm just wondering how long it's gonna take before you realize this isn't the real me. What? Rainer turned around, only to feel a gauntlet-covered fist being slammed into her face. Tilde Devil Ninja Tilde. Kokobile's amused grin remained plastered on his face as he descended onto the battlefield. Unlike his pawns who entered through the doors, he made his own door, blowing up a large portion of the wall and stepping into a corridor on the first floor. And look, my first victim is already waiting for me. He grinned at the young man who gaped back at him. Hello there, the words were polite but the tone was mocking. I'm looking for either Rias Grimori or Sona Citri. Have you seen them? The boy didn't say anything, but his glare hardened. Oh, Kokobile raised an eyebrow. Are you going to make things difficult for me? In response to his words, a small line shot out from the gauntlet on the boy's left hand. It wrapped around him, and he looked down curiously as he felt the thing trying to drain him of his energy. How cute. He flared his power, feeding it into the line. The line lit up, the light quickly traveling up to the boy, whose eyes widened as he realized what was about to happen too little too late. Smoke poured off the boy's body as Kokobile's holy power burned him. His body twitched and spasmed, jerked and shuddered. Whimpers escaped a throat that slowly closed up as the muscles inside of it contracted painfully. A flicker of movement came from Kokobile's left. He sliced the line apart with a light spear and took a step back, just in time to avoid having a girl with brownish-red hair trying to run him through. So predictable. That same girl crashed through a wall when he rammed his fist into her torso. She didn't even have time to scream before her insides were crushed and her body was sent crashing through several inches of thick cement. The wall crumbled around her, burying her underneath it. Tomo, was the young boy's gurgled cry. Is that her name? Kokobile gripped a fistful of the boy's hair and pulled him up. She must be one of your teammates, then. Am I right? Are you upset that I hurt her? His lips twisted into a gruesome facsimile of a smile. Then why don't you do something about it? No. Then shut up. The boy could do nothing as Kokobile tossed him into the air like he weighed less than a feather and slammed a knife-shaped hand straight through his chest. He gasped as the hand exploded out of his back in a spray of gore. Hands weakly rose and gripped the arm impaling it, but quickly grew limp. Oh dear, Kokobile muttered to himself, ignoring the blood caking to his skin and clothing. I seem to have made a bit of a mess. I always do that when I see a devil, you see. Especially one as weak as yourself. He chuckled in a manner that was almost self-deprecating. I just can't help but want to see them bleed. Without a thought, Kokobile tossed the boy off his hair and watched as his victim slammed into a wall and slowly slid down, leaving behind a trail of blood. That was not very fun. Kokobile turned to look at several other devils who'd rushed down this corridor. They froze when he smiled at them. I hope you will provide me with more entertainment than that one did. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Issei was a weak little fool. A naive child whose strength was solely dependent on his sacred gear. Victory should have been easy. So why am I losing? Rainer had been given plenty of time to think about her defeat at Issei's hands. She had concluded that the only reason he won was due to her underestimating him and his boosted gear. Had she given it her all from the very start, he wouldn't have stood a chance. She had decided to give it her all here. She wouldn't hold back. She would kill him before he could even blink. That was the plan, anyway. She was beginning to realize that plans rarely ever go the way people want them to. Issei avoided another barrage of light spears, gliding through them in a way that looked buffoonish and clumsy but was also undeniably effective. She sent some more at him, but he avoided those, too. She tried to backpedal, but soon realized with a start that she couldn't move because something had grabbed her legs. She looked down and saw a pair of hands, one of them covered by a red gauntlet with a green gem shining in its middle. She looked back and saw another red gauntlet hurtling towards her face. Rainer barely had a second to wonder how Issei had managed to replicate himself before the gauntlet slammed into her and darkness descended. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. There. Issei clapped his hands together, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked down at the unconscious Rainer. I told that bitch I'd kick her ass. Indeed you did, though it wasn't much of a victory. What are you talking about? This was a total victory. I creamed her. Rainer was never that strong to begin with. You were just so weak that she seemed strong in comparison. Ah, whatever, Issei grumbled. You're just being a bully. Anyway, I should catch up with Akino. Are you just going to leave the fallen angel like this? Issei frowned, confused, but then quickly realized what Diedrag meant and snapped his fingers together. Ah, right, I should probably tie her up with something. That isn't where did you get all that rope? Ah, Issei blushed as he began tying Rainer to a tree in a way that was highly erotic and emphasized her breasts. Akino always makes me carry some rope on me. How come I wasn't aware of this? And is that a ball gag? It was, indeed, a ball gag that Issei pulled out of his pants pocket. Issei looked down at the ball gag in equal parts joy and mortification. It was this very same ball gag that Akino had shoved into his mouth after drugging his food the night after the raiding game, when he had saved her from the grilled chicken's queen. After a moment of silent staring, he shoved the ball gag into Rainer's mouth, and then stood back and admired his handiwork. Huh, not bad, but I don't think I'm at Akino-san's level yet. Issei scratched his head. Well, not that I expected to be, but still, he trailed off, then shook his head. Anyway, I should get back to Ko Academy now. Issei ignored Didraig's exasperated sigh as he ran off in the direction of his school. He had some more ass to kick. Devil Ninja. Kokobeel's next set of victims were a pair of bishops. They were both girls. Neither had time to so much as scream before he appeared before them and pierced them with his light spears. They crumpled swiftly, their bodies spraying blood like a fire hydrant. His next two targets were a surprise. Exorcists, he mused, grinning as he held Durandal in one and Excalibur Mimic in the other. I had not expected to see you here. I thought you would have fled the moment you got the Excaliburs back within your grasp. We decided to stick around until we can get rid of you, Xenovia growled through gritted teeth. So I see. Kokobeel's nod was almost sagely in its mannerisms. Yes, that is an admirable goal. Unfortunately, it's out of your reach. Xenovia. Irina shouted, horrified as a light spear exploded through Xenovia's chest and out her back. The blue-haired exorcist released her grip on Durandal, which clattered uselessly to the floor, and was then tossed away like a ragdoll, her body plowing through the already weakened structure of the academy. Was that your friend? Kokobeel asked the tearful Irina, his now free hand going to her throat. My apologies. I had not realized you two were so close. But then, perhaps I should have. You two did attack me together, after all. His eyes brightened as he looked at the girl whose hands now gripped his forearm. Her face was turning blue. I know. Why don't I let you join her? Why, you're a monster, Irina gasped out. A monster. Kokobeel slowly nodded. Yes, I suppose I am. And you know what? I am okay with that. Before Irina had time to react, Kokobeel nails pierced her throat. The pony-tailed exorcist gurgled as blood leaked out from around his sharpened nails, even as her eyes dulled and her body went limp. Smiling a vicious smile, Kokobeel tossed the girl in the same direction as her brethren. There, now you two can die together. Aren't I kind? Kokobeel asked no one in particular. Devil Ninja. They came at him together, Kiba and Tsubaki. Attacking in unison, the pair unleashed a flurry of devastating attacks at the monster who'd wiped several of their friends by himself. It was all for naught. Kokobeel avoided the lightning-quick swipes of Kiba's blade, and he knocked aside Tsubaki's thrusts with only a single hand. Is this all you two can do? He asked, his lips turning into a frown. And here I thought you devils would put up more of a fight. Kiba smirked as he and Tsubaki pushed one last time before disengaging. Kokobeel didn't have much time to be curious before something powerful slammed into his back. The fallen angel leader was sent flying, crashing through walls and slamming into the ground. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. He muttered as he stood to his feet once more, blood leaking down his mouth. That kind of hurt. Several figures darted into the room. The blonde swordsman, the elegant naginata wielder, and a little white-haired girl. They rushed him at the same time, each coming in from separate direction. Kiba's blades danced, Tsubaki thrust her naginata, and Kaneko moved in from the front, her fists primed. Kokobeel was about to attack, when he sensed movement behind him. Reacting with speed none of them could see, his wings unfurled. The clang of metal sounded out as Durandal slammed into one wing while Excalibur Mimic hit the other. One hand blocked Kiba's swings, grasping and then shattering both swords, while the other fiercely gripped the naginata. Kaneko managed to land a punch, but now that he was prepared, she may as well have been a flight trying to punch 14 inches of steel plating. That's not going to work. None of them were given a chance to move before Kokobeel reacted. His left hand smashed into Kiba's face, sending the boy flying away, while his right pierced through Tsubaki's left lung. The girl collapsed as he pulled his hand out, but he ignored her and punched at Kaneko. The little girl proved herself quite capable when she diverted his initial attack, however, she couldn't avoid the knee that slammed into her face, for it moved too quickly for her eyes to follow. Irina and Xenovia leapt away when his wings expanded to push them back. He turned and eyed the pair curiously, his head tilted, making him look like a demented child. I could have sworn I killed you too. He shrugged. Oh well, no matter. Come, he beckoned them forward, let's see if you can do a little better this time. Devil Ninja. They attacked him much the same as before. moving in unison, trying to cover each other's flanks. Their movements were synchronized. When one went on offense, the other went on defense. Like a pair of skilled dancers they moved. Their swords flashed out. Durandal, powerful and large, rent the ground. Its contrast was presented in Excalibur Mimic, which moved with surgical precision, striking at Kokobil's openings, seeking to penetrate his defenses. Kokobil proved himself a skilled combatant as he dodged and wove through the hailstorm of swings. He batted Durandal aside like it was an insect, and then blasted Zenobia away with a powerful kick. Irina was not nearly as lucky. After disarming her by breaking her arm when she tried to attack again, he sliced her from left hip to right shoulder. The girl crumbled to the ground where a pool of blood started to form. Normally, he would have taken a moment to savor this victory, inconsequential though it was. However, Kaneko came rushing in again, her fists lit with blue fire. Sitting on her head, twitching, were a pair of white cat ears. A Neko show. Kokobil's bemusement didn't stop him from respond when the girl sent several blue energy projectiles his way. I had not realized there was a Neko show within the Grimoire group. Or are you in the Leviathan Sisters peerage? Kaneko didn't answer, though the number of attacks she sent nearly doubled. I suppose it doesn't matter, Kokobil shrugged, unconcerned. You'll die here just like everyone else. Kaneko didn't say anything, she merely attacked. Blue spheres of energy shot from her hands and were met by several light spears, which shot through her senjutsu attacks and then pierced her body, perforating it with numerous holes. And then she disappeared. Kokobil jumped backwards as, like a volcanic eruption, the ground beneath his feet exploded in a shower of cement fragments. He raised an arm to block the worst of the debris from getting into his face, and because of that he almost missed Kaneko slamming feet first into him. Almost. Cute tactics, Kokobil sneered as he tossed Kaneko away, but they won't work on me. Instead of crashing through the wall, Kaneko used it as a springboard to launch herself at Kokobil again. He sneered at her and sent a wave of death in her direction, 100 light spears, all set to impale her. She disappeared again. Another illusion, Kokobil mused before his instincts warned him of incoming danger. He raised his hand and caught Durandal between his fingers, frowning at the girl on the other end of the sword. You are a most insistent bug. You just refuse to stay down. With a swift yank, Kokobil pulled Durandal from the girl's grip. He then reversed his grip and, now holding the sword by the handle, impaled Zenobia onto her own weapon. The girl's eyes went wide. And then she vanished, too. So I see. Spinning around, Kokobil summoned a shield of light to block all incoming attacks. Metal shards rained upon him from broken demonic blades. Excalibur Mimic bounced off the shield. Durandal let out a loud screech as it scraped along the crackling white barrier, while Naginata tried to unsuccessfully pierce his protection. Kokobil frowned from the other side of the barrier as he saw all of the people he had killed up again. None of the wounds he'd inflicted were present. Skin had been re-knit. Bones repaired. The only sign of damage were the myriad of holes in their clothing. This is becoming vexing, Kokobil grumbled under his breath. How did you he smiled suddenly. Then he chuckled. Of course, how could I forget about that most annoying sacred gear, Twilight Healing. It was the one I sent that foolish child, Rainer, to retrieve. The warriors present tensed. Kokobil's smile widened. Come out, wherever you are, his mocking voice sung. I promise I won't hurt you. Wait, that's a lie. I will hurt you. I'll hurt you a lot. The four fighters charged at him, no doubt hoping to keep him from finding their healer. He smiled. All too easy. Devil Ninja tilde. Tsubaki was the first to go. Her attacks were simply too predictable. She tried impaling him through the chest, and instead he ended up impaling her. After throwing her once again lifeless body away, he dealt with the two holy sword users by burying them under several tons of rubble. Kiba and Kaneko attacked together. Kokobil had to admit, they were a good team. The girl and her senjutsu made a formidable foe, and her illusions had confounded him more than once. But it didn't matter in the end. He eventually struck them both down, Kiba with a light spear through the back, and Kaneko by literally crushing her under the weight of the second floor, and then obliterating the spot she'd been standing on for good measure. After that, he tried to find the one with Twilight Healing, the nun. He frowned as he stretched out with his senses and felt nothing. Deciding not to bother with subtlety, he obliterated the entire room, and the room above him. It was then that he found Asia, the little nun who should have died months ago. She was being carried away by a girl with flame-like wings. Now that just won't do. A wave of his hand and several hundred light spears suddenly surrounded the pair on all sides. Another wave and those same light spears slammed into them. The Phoenix girl tried protecting Asia from the attacks, but they overwhelmed the shield she tried casting. He watched, satisfied as the two fell to the ground. Asia. A figure zoomed in and tried to catch the pair, but Kokobile was having none of that and sent several light spears at the boy who bore the boosted gear. Much to his disappointed, he didn't hit Issei, who dodged his attacks. Even more unfortunate was that 3 more figures flew in. He recognized one of them. I see the sister of Searsex has finally shown her wretched face. Kokobile grinned as Rias Grimori glared at him. As she and the other two descended, he noticed the blood leaking from between gashes in her clothing. And I see you've been having quite the trouble with my pawns. Tisk, Grimori-san. You should have known they were merely a diversion. But then again, I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less. You're not Searsex, after all. Rias did not say anything at first. She landed on the ground, holding both Ravel and Asia. Asia. Issei rushed over to Rias, sighed and looked at the burnt, scarred face of Asia Argento. Tears leaked from his eyes and his hands clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth as sadness turned to rage. You. Issei glared at Kokobile. You hurt Asia. So I did, Kokobile replied, amused. What are you going to do about it? Bash your face in, that's what. Rias, eyes widened. Eyes. No, wait, Asia is. But it was too late. You're going to bash my face in. Kokobile grinned. Very well, you are welcome to try. Gladly. Boost, 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 boost. Issei's boosted gear glowed with ethereal fire as the boy's power skyrocketed. His eyes burned viciously as he rushed at Kokobile with murderous intent. Kokobile watched in interest as more gems appeared along the gauntlet's length. As sharp ridges formed what appeared to be metallic dragon spikes. His interest increased when something shot from the gauntlet's knuckles. The 2-foot-long sword was thrust at Kokobile, who dodged to the side, only for the segments to split, a thin string of metal connecting them. The sword then curved and sliced into Kokobile's cheek, drawing blood. Kokobile glowered at the boy. And then put him down by impaling him with nearly a dozen light spears. Eyes. The boy stumbled for a moment, his face twisting into confusion. He looked at Kokobile, and then down at himself. Oh, he breathed out as he fell to his knees. His eyes glazed over and his body tilted before falling down. He did not get back up. Did you really think a frontal assault was a good idea? Foolish boy. Kokobile shook his head. And here I thought you would provide me with more entertainment. Oh well. Eyes. Kokobile smiled when and raised his hand to block the vicious bolt of lightning that was hurled at him. He looked over at the devil glaring him down. She stood next to the prone Issei, her purple eyes narrowed in hatred. Lightning, and the strange energy you're emitting. Now that is a familiar feeling. Akino. Don't talk, eyes. You're injured. Akino. Kokobile hummed in thought before grinning. You wouldn't happen to be Barakiel's daughter by any chance, would you? Don't you dare say his name. Akino snarled and hurled another blast of lightning at him. Kokobile grinned and this time, rather than merely block the attack, he sent it back at the girl. His lips peeled back as he listened to the girl scream in anguish. That sound was like music to his ears. Truly, Beethoven had nothing on this wonderful noise, this symphony of pain. Akino fell onto her hands and knees, her body twitching as smoke wafted off it. Kokobile chuckled, which caused her to raise her head and glare at him. Such a frightening look. At least, it would have been frightening on someone like your father. That man, Akino growled as blessed lightning coursed through her body, is not my father. No, my mistake, then. A spear appeared above him, which he then sent at the devil kneeling on the ground. Dark red matter slammed into his light spear. He hadn't put much power into it, but he was impressed to see it get destroyed so easily. His eyes turned to Rias, who glared at him, her shoulders heaving. Do not touch my servants, she growled. I will not allow you to harm them. Poor Rias, Kokobile looked at her in mock sympathy. Don't you know? Look around you. I already have harmed your peerage. Rias flinched. All of them are lying here, practically dead. And why? Because you have failed to protect them. Failed to keep them safe. That's because. Because you're a failure of a king, Kokobile interrupted, causing Rias to grit her teeth. Is it not the job of a king to protect those who serve under them? You should have been here, fighting with them. Instead, you allowed yourself to get drawn into a battle against lesser forces, allowing me to pick off your pieces one by one. Even now, you're not attacking me. Your peerage are hurt, probably dead, and yet you haven't even tried to seek vengeance. His taunting smile caused Rias to reel. That doesn't sound very kingly, does it? Blood trailed down Rias' lip as she bit it hard. Have I offended you? Kokobile asked, chuckling to himself. If so, then why don't you come over here and make me eat my words? Akeno, Rias muttered, causing her queen to look up at her. Please take eyes somewhere safe. Safe. Kokobile heard her and crowed. There is nowhere safe for you and your peerage. Have you not looked around? You are surrounded. Outnumbered 100 to 1. There is no escape for any of you. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Rias ignored Kokobile and looked at her queen. Please, go now. Akeno frowned. I do not know if that's a good idea. Are you going to leave eyes to die? Akeno was silent. Go, Rias smiled and made a shooing gesture. I will be fine. I'm not alone. I will stay here. Now, follow Sona and leave this to me. Akeno dithered for a moment, but eventually nodded and grabbed Issei. Akeno. Quiet, Akeno murmured. I thought I told you not to speak. As Akeno ran from the battlefield, several fallen angels tried chasing after her. They were deterred when a number of senjutsu bullets shot out of the ground. Several of the fallen dodged, but a few didn't. Those who didn't regretted it as their bodies were obliterated, bursting like overripe fruit. The ground near Rias shifted. A tiny hand shot out from the earth. The tiny hand was joined by another just as tiny hand. Then a head emerged. Triangular cat ears twitched as Kaneko pulled herself from the ground. She was dirty, filthy, and not just from plain dirt. Blood caked to her body like a second layer of skin. The upper left part of her shirt, from the shoulder to her stomach was torn, and through that tear, an incredibly nasty cut gushed vast quantities of blood. Are you okay, Kaneko? The white-haired girl grimaced, but nodded her head. Are you sure? I can still fight, Kaneko determined, her eyes shifting as she looked around the battlefield. What happened to Ravel? Rias grimaced. I see. She's alive, Rias said in a hopeful tone. Sona and Akeno have taken her and Issei to our fallback point. Our job right now is to keep Kokobile and the other fallen angels distracted long enough for Sona and her pawns to get everyone else to safety. Kaneko surveyed the many fallen angels that still hovered above them. That's a pretty tall order. I know, Rias smiled grimly, however, Sona should be sending the servants she left in reserve to help us in a bit. While they had not expected such an overwhelming show of force, Rias and Sona had been well aware in the difference of power between them and Kokobile. They knew that a battle against him could end in defeat, and that their job wasn't to beat Kokobile, but give Rias' brother enough time to marshal his troops and come to aid them. To this end, they had put several of Sona's peerage members on reserve, to help bolster their ranks should the first line of defense fall. How long do we need to keep Kokobile occupied? Kaneko asked. Rias bit her lip. I don't know. For as long as we need to, I guess. Kaneko looked like she wanted to reprimand her king, but she didn't. Her resigned sigh seemed to be an exhale that released all the pent-up tension inside of her body. She ignored the small wince as her wounds tightened painfully and did her best to limber up. I guess that means we'll need to be cunning. Right. Rias took some comfort in Kaneko's unflappable personality. She never displayed her emotions often, a result of her sister's abominable betrayal, but Rias knew that her rook must have been afraid just like her. So, I guess that leaves us with Formation White Petals. Kaneko nodded. Formation White Petals. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Formation White Petals was one of several designated battle formations that Rias had created during their many group practice sessions. It originally involved Kaneko casting several illusions that made it look like her and Akeno were attacking their enemy, when in truth they were moving around their enemy's flank in a pincer maneuver. Once in position, they would unleash a devastating attack that could be likened to an anvil and a hammer. From the many practices they had done, she knew it was a devastating combination. Without Akeno to provide the anvil, Rias and Kaneko would have to improvise. It started off simple enough. While Kaneko was still learning the ins and outs of illusions, she was good enough to fool most people who'd never experienced them before. Kokobile, for all his talent in battle and fighting prowess, had never actually fought against a yokai, and therefore had never experienced illusions. He could recognize them, but he couldn't tell he'd been placed in one until after the illusion had run its course. Rias watched patiently as the illusion took effect. Kokobile laughed as Rias seemingly attacked him with her powers of destruction, swatting away non-existent attacks thinking they were real. She snuck around one side, and glanced across the field to see Kaneko sneaking across the other. The little Nekosho's teeth grit as she struggled to keep the illusion up. Several explosions near the academy main building alerted her to Sona's peerage members arriving. She hoped they would be able to get everyone away from here quickly. She didn't know how wounded they were, but she knew how hard her peerage would have fought, and so knew that, logically, they must be in dire straits. She and Kaneko were soon in position. Kokobile was snarling and spitting insults at the illusory versions of herself and her rook. A glance at the white-haired girl revealed that she was also in position and ready to attack. They locked eyes. Kaneko nodded. Rias took a deep breath and began gathering her energy for their next assault. A tiny orb formed within the palm of her hand. Arcs of arcane energy emitted from it, tendrils skittering along its surface. The orb soon grew, expanding from the size of a baseball to the size of a basketball and then a beach ball. Rias raised her hand above her head and continued gathering her powers of destruction within it. Sweat formed on her brow. Her teeth became grit as she struggled with the massive amount of power she was unleashing. The orb grew larger and larger and larger. And then it shrunk. Abruptly. Suddenly. No longer a massive sphere of crackling energy, but now a super-condensed sphere of pure power. Rias looked at Kaneko to see her rook had copied her move as best she could. The blue senjutsu sphere was about the size of a basketball, and it roared like a raging forest fire. They waited for exactly 2 seconds. And then simultaneously tossed their attacks at Kokobile. The attacks hit the fallen angel full on. The resulting explosion was so powerful that the displaced air resulting from the explosion shattered the sound barrier. Rias needed to cover her ears to protect them. Even then, she still felt blood pouring from them. After the rush of displaced wind came the wave of energy. The combined force of senjutsu and demonic power slammed into her with more force than any storm, more power than she had ever felt before save when she gave Issei her power so he could boost and unleash it. Rias was almost blown off her feet. It was only due to her entrenching herself that she managed to keep from being tossed away like a leaf in a hurricane. Kaneko was faring better, surprisingly. The girl had hunkered down, using her rook-granted strength to keep herself anchored to the ground. Tiny hands and feet fiercely gripped the earth, digging into the soil with a grip of steel. From where she crouched, Rias could see the yellow eyes of Kaneko burning brightly as they looked at the flame, and for just a moment, an image of Naruto overlapped her. He is going to be so proud when he gets back. The wave of energy dispersed, but in doing so it left a vacuum. All of that air, all of that energy, everything released in a single burst that traveled at speeds beyond mortal comprehension, left a void within the blast area. And voids needed to be filled, for the earth always sought to equalize itself. Rias struggled to retain her grip on the ground when the air currents reversed course. Instead of trying to shove her away from where the explosion took place, it tried sucking her in. And it did a pretty good job. However, she was nothing if not tenacious, and so she dug her fingers deeper into the soil. Even as her fingers bled, as her nails felt like they were being pulled off, she kept a tight hold on the ground. And then it was over. Rias took in several deep breaths. She hadn't realized it at first, but with all that air blowing past her at supersonic speeds, she hadn't been able to take in a breath. She chanced at glance at Kaneko, to see the girl edging her way to the now large crater their battleground hosted. Rias had to admit, it was a massive thing, at least 20 meters in diameter if not bigger. While she hadn't known what to expect from their combined attacks, it most certainly wasn't that. It's over now. Surely, Kokobile couldn't have survived something like that. She dared to hope that the battle was over. Dared to dream that they had won. Those hopes were dashed when, without warning, a single spear of light, minuscule compared to some of the other ones, speared Kaneko through the chest. The rook's eyes went wide as she gazed down at the spear. She then looked up, into the horrified Rias' eyes, right before collapsing in an inglorious heap. And here I thought she would have been able to survive that, a sardonic voice said as a completely unscathed Kokobile ascended into the sky. And no, Rias whispered, her eyes still staring at the now still figure. Kaneko. I don't know why you would bother adding such trash to your peerage, Kokobile said, his manner uncaring and dismissive. But then again, you devils are a desperate bunch. I guess that's why you have to turn humans into devils. Your desperation drives you to bolster your numbers with garbage like that little Nekosho over there. In that moment, something inside of Rias snapped. Every good emotions, every positive thought, all of it fled. And in its place, only hatred remained. With a shrill banshee-like wail, Rias unleashed all of her power, dredging up every last bit of demonic energy and launching assault after assault on her foe. It all proved futile, though. Kokobile merely laughed as he swatted her attacks away like bugs, sending them sailing through the air, uncaring if they decimated his own forces. Rias soon ran out of energy. And with her energy spent, despair soon followed. She fell back onto her knees and began to weep. That's right, Kokobile whispered, his eyes closing as he savored Ria's crumbling resolve like a sommelier savoring a vintage red. Despair. Weep and cry and know that you are weak. Know that your peerage was killed because of your weakness. Know, in your last moments, that your weakness has caused the beginning of the end for your species. As Kokobile closed in on her, Rias did exactly as he said. She despaired. She railed against her weakness. She cried at how her peerage had been killed because of her. If only she'd been stronger. If only she'd been smarter. If only she'd been a better king. If only Naruto were here. She suddenly felt very angry at Naruto for choosing to leave when they needed him here. When she needed him here. Kokobile landed on the ground several meters from her. She didn't pay attention as he walked towards her. His feet thudding dully on the hard earth were but a fading echo in her ears. Look at you, Kokobile continued to taunt, so pathetic. Where is that vaunted confidence you devils are supposed to possess? For someone who is supposed to be the sister of a Mao, you are awfully weak. Despite not having much strength left in her, Rias still had enough of it to toss him a glare. Kokobile chuckled. Defiant to the last. He raised his hand. Only to stop when a loud, shrill whistling sound emitted from above them. He and Rias looked up to see what appeared to be a comet falling toward them. It streaked through the atmosphere, a bright phosphorus light of a most brilliant orange. Closer and closer it came. Rias' eyes widened as descended right into the formation of fallen angels above them, incinerating them, burning them to cinders before they could so much as squeal. Even those who weren't in its direct path spontaneously combust as the heat caused their body fat to explode. And then the comet struck the ground between her and Kokobile, and for a single moment, the world felt like it had come to an end. Devil Ninja. Naruto had expected to be scolded upon arriving home. He had expected Rias to be upset with him for leaving, and demand an explanation, which he would be all too happy to give. He had expected maybe a slap to the face for doing something stupid, and then a night of passion because she had missed him. What he had not expected was to find his school destroyed, a bunch of fallen angels floating above him, a tear-stained Rias on the ground, and Kaneko laying several feet away with a pool of blood expanding to coat the grass in carmine. His eyes swept across the area, taking note of the fallen angels, and eyeing the man who had stopped walking toward Rias to eye him back. He looked back at Rias. Rias, what happened here? He knew the answer, but he needed to hear it first. He needed to, because he didn't want to believe he was right, and he fervently hoped he was wrong. The fallen angels attacked us. Naruto closed his eyes and shuddered. And Kaneko, who did that to her? That would be me, a deep, grating voice spoke up. Naruto eyed the man who stood before him. His appearance suggested that he had once been handsome, but had since become a twisted mockery of his former self. And you are? Kokobile, a mocking bow was given along with an equally mocking smirk, at your service. Office, Naruto said softly to the girl standing by his side. She looked up at him, her normally blank eyes somewhat inquisitive. Do you know how to heal? Yes. Can you heal Kaneko? Office, eyes flicked to Kaneko, and then back to Naruto. Yes. Will you? Quote ellipsis. Yes. Thank you. Office vanished before everyone's eyes. While Kokobile looked shocked and Rias appeared flabbergasted, Naruto remained focused on the man before him. I do not like violence, he said softly. While fighting is okay, I despise killing and anything that could perpetuate the cycle of hatred. That is why I am going to give you this one chance to leave. Kokobile actually needed a moment to respond. Oh, well, in that case, I guess I have no choice but to leave. Kokobile's tone was mocking, after all. Naruto. Yes, the great Naruto asked me to. What can a fallen angel like myself do but leave? A pause. Kokobile's eyes glinted almost mischievously as his sharp, saw-like teeth gleamed brightly behind ferally peeled-back lips. Oh, that's right, I can kill you. You will not be killing anyone this day. Is that so? Who is it that will make me do this? Who has the power to make me do this? You do not know who you're talking to, boy. I am Kokobile. I have fought wars before your grandfather was a twinkle in his great-grandfather's eyes. I have slayed creatures far more powerful than you. I have spilled the blood of countless people. Someone who proclaims to hate violence, who says he abhors it, could never kill one who revels in it. Naruto felt a calm settle over his mind. A solid determination. Self-reprimands could come later. Reflections would happen when he was alone. Now was not the time for regrets or recriminations over his own stupidity. He had an enemy to defeat. I will make you eat those words very soon. Kokobile's smile grew all wider at that proclamation. Then come, child, let us see you try. Naruto didn't know how to feel about his current situation. When he had allowed Kuroka, Baiko and Arthur to capture him, he had done so under the belief that he was doing the right thing. Whoever these people were, whoever was in charge of those three, clearly presented a danger to himself and his friends, and he needed to discover who they were and what they wanted quickly. Those had been his thoughts at the time, and he had been so certain that his choice had been the correct one. Now he wasn't so sure. He surveyed his surroundings with gritted teeth and a heavy heart. Kuo Academy was in ruins. The once beautiful school had been reduced to rubble. Walls had caved in, the roof had collapsed like a glass house struck by a hammer. Nothing remained of the place where he, Rias and the Occult Research Club had spent so much time together. Nothing but rubble. And it was all his fault. Now is not the time for self-recriminations, Kurama growled inside of his head. You can angst like your brooding Uchiha friend later. You've got an enemy to defeat right now. You're right. Sorry for being such a downer. Naruto looked at the man responsible for destroying his school, for hurting his friends, and he did everything possible to keep from letting his anger bubble to the surface. I will give you one last chance to leave, Naruto spoke quietly, yet his voice carried to Kokubile and the fallen flying above them easily. Leave Kuo Academy and never return. Do so, and your lives will be spared. Kokubile chuckled. Aren't you a magnanimous devil? Do you really think any of us would leave while we're on the cusp of victory? If so, then you are even more foolish than your pathetic king. One devil cannot stand against the forces I have arrayed against you. You cannot even stand against me on your own. I am. Naruto had heard enough. With a burst of chakra to his feet, he exploded into action, closing the distance between him and Kokubile in the blink of an eye. The fallen angel barely had time to blink before Naruto's fist plowed into his face. A loud bang, like the crackling of thunder, like the roar of a cannon, echoed across the clearing. Kokubile was launched off his feet and sent sailing backwards, where he slammed into the ground with bone-jarring force. The ground cratered, the earth splintered, cracks appeared along the once grassy field, spreading from the place where Kokubile's body lay in dazed shock. Naruto crossed his arms and looked up. The many fallen angels above him were hesitant and shocked. They seemed unsure as to what they should do. Should they help their leader? Did they want to risk the wrath of the one who slammed him down in the first place? Naruto could see the questions in their eyes, the uncertainty, the fear. While a part of him disliked being the one who put it there, another part knew this would benefit him. Enemies who feared you were less liable to pose a threat, after all. Damn you. Naruto returned his attention back to Kokubile. The fallen angel stood to his feet, dust and earth fragments falling from his frame. He wasn't injured too badly, just a split lip where Naruto had punched him. That, Kokubile wiped the blood off his face, was an awfully solid hit. I had not realized there was one such as you among the rabble here in Kuo Academy. Then you must not watch news, Naruto quipped. I've been told that I'm a rather popular figure in the underworld. Kokubile shrugged. I have no need to listen to the drivel that comes from the mouths of devils, though now I'm beginning to think I should have at least started paying attention to rumors. His lips curled into a cruel smile. It matters not. You might be powerful, but I shall destroy you either way. The real battle begins now. Naruto's eyes became slits. I couldn't have put it better myself. There was nothing left to say. No more words were exchanged. He rushed forward while Kokubile took to the sky and conjured light spears to rain upon his head. The battle had begun in earnest. Devil Ninja tilde. Rias winced as another shockwave followed by a gust of wind slapped her in the face. Crimson strands of hair whipped about her in a furious frenzy of activity. Another shockwave. More wind. Rias watched as the battle between Naruto and Kokubile took to the sky, their battle not one of fist and feet, but of spells, of magic and jutsu. It was truly a sight to behold. Kokubile's light filled the airspace, hundreds of spears swarming in from all directions like an endless horde, seeking to penetrate Naruto's defenses. They did not find their mark. No, they could not find their mark. Naruto was like a ghost. His form blurred and vanished, constantly disappearing and reappearing, avoiding the light spears with complete ease. It was not speed. Not the speed of her knight. A jutsu, then, one that she hadn't seen before. After dodging the light spears, Naruto attacked with his own unique abilities. Power gathered. The air around him swirled. Rias could see them, the strange distortions filling the air, spinning like drills. It started off a single distortion. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, then 8, then 16. They quickly multiplied until there were nearly 100 of the strange drill-like distortions in the air. And then they were launched at Kokubile, all of them shooting forward at speeds her eyes could barely follow. Kokubile waved his hand. Light shimmered around him. A half-sphere of luminescent power coalesced into existence before him. The wind drills rained down on him like a furious storm, only to harmlessly splash against the shield. That same shield shifted into a spear several times larger than Kokubile was tall. Grinning like a madman, the fallen angel launched the spear at Naruto, who glared at the offending object before rearing his fist back and punching it out of existence. Who knew there would be such a strong opponent for me to face right off the bat? Kokubile laughed joyously, like a deranged child who had just discovered a wonderful secret. More. Entertain me some more. I want to be fully warmed up by the time Sears X arrives. Naruto said nothing. His answer came in the form of several clones suddenly rushing Kokubile from all sides, swirling balls of condensed chakra forming in the palm of their hands. They surrounded the fallen angel and swooped in on swift wings, or they tried to. They didn't make it far because several light spears suddenly pierced them from behind, causing the clones to disperse in a cloud of smoke. I don't get it, Rias mumbled as she watched the battle, wincing when several light spears exploded above her. Why is Naruto holding back? Because of you, obviously, the voice behind her made Rias nearly jump out of her skin. She turned to see the little girl that had appeared with Naruto standing behind her, Kaneko dangling limply over the girl's shoulder. Kaneko. Rias scrambled over to the pair as the girl set Kaneko on the grass and turned her over. Blood still leaked from the wound in her chest, just a few centimeters from her heart. Her pale face had become so white as to be nearly translucent, and when Rias touched the girl's skin, it felt so cold that she thought she might get freeze or burn. Is she going to be all right? Rias looked at the little girl squatting near Kaneko, whose hands glowed with an otherworldly purple light like flickering flames from a small fire. She will be fine, the girl assured her. And to answer your first question, you and this one here are the reason Naruto is not fighting at full strength. If he were to unleash his full power here, you and everyone else could very well be killed in the crossfire. The girl paused and cocked her head to the side. I imagine those people scurrying around in that ruined building may also be part of the problem. Once I heal this one, you must take her and the others and leave. As the girl spoke, the hole in Kaneko's chest began to heal. The frayed and burnt edges of Kaneko's skin, damaged by Kokubile's holy power, flaked off as the damaging holy power was extricated from her body. Skin slowly reknit, until the hole in her body had closed up, replaced by healthy pink skin. Her face, once pale and clammy, regained some color. Her breathing, which had been stifled, raspy and pained, became even and deep. Ophis stood up and turned to Rias. Take her and go. And be sure to take those people scurrying around those ruins with you. Rias frowned at the girl, conflict warring within her mind. On the one hand, she was grateful. This girl had just saved Kaneko. On the other, Rias had no clue who this girl was, what she was doing with Naruto, or why she thought she had the right to order her around. Gratitude won out. I'll do that, thank you. Rias carefully scooped Kaneko into her arms, and then stood to her full height. What about you? She looked down at the girl. I will be along shortly to heal your other companions, the girl spoke blandly, the tone of her voice a complete contrast to the explosions echoing around them. But first, I need to set up a barrier around Naruto and his victims. That way he won't have to worry about collateral damage, and I can finally see him fight at full strength. The girl's state about Naruto and his victims made Rias sweat drop. Devil Ninja. A dozen more light spears appeared around him, strategically placed so that he wouldn't have any room to evade. Were he a normal person, a regular devil, that may have worked, but Naruto had never considered himself normal. The spears came in and Naruto replaced himself with a clone, one of several that he had hidden throughout the battlefield, disguised as objects or hidden underground. The one he replaced himself with was pierced by the dozen spears, each one precisely aimed to be a kill shot, each one running his clone through with ease. It disappeared in a puff of smoke. What an interesting ability. Kokubile tilted his head, looking down at Naruto, who stood upon the ground, glaring up at him. That is not a devil ability. I sensed a different sort of energy from you. I had not realized you were a magician before being reincarnated. I'm not, the voice spoke up from behind Kokubile, I just know a few tricks. Kokubile's eyes widened, he turned around. And was then sent straight into the ground by Naruto's fist. Like a catastrophic cataclysm, the ground around his body cratered. Fissures split the land. Chunks of earth was upheaved, creating what almost looked like a canyon around Kokubile's body. Naruto stared down at the fallen angel, who lay in the center of the massive crater, his face set in a blank mask. Naruto. Ophis appeared before him. Have Rias, Kaneko and the others moved out of harm's way? He asked. They're doing so right now, Ophis confirmed. I'll be going with them to help heal your friends. I've also set up a barrier around the school. You can now unleash your full power without worrying about causing any more collateral damage, and the barrier will keep your powers from spilling out into the city. For the first time since they had arrived at Kuo, Naruto smiled. Thank you. Office shrugged. There is no need for that. I am merely doing this for my own benefit. I wish to see you fight at your full strength. She gave him a look, and Naruto could have sworn he saw a glimmer of eagerness, or perhaps anticipation, enter her eyes. Now, show me what you're capable of. I want to see that power I felt several months ago up close. Kurama. We're ready for synchronization, the ten-tailed kitsune growled within his mind. I will warn you now, however, that you won't be able to keep it up for long. Neither of us have the control needed to utilize this power to its fullest. At most, we'll have 10 minutes of perfect synchronization. That should be enough time. Okay, Naruto answered Office. I'll show you the power that defeated Riser Phoenix with ease. Just make sure my friends are safe and no longer in danger of dying. That should be a simple enough matter. For the first time since Naruto met her, Office smiled. I look forward to seeing you in action. Devil Ninja tilde. The fallback point designated Beta Point had been created in the event that Rias, Sona and their respective peerages were overwhelmed. Located several miles outside of Kuo Academy, the fallback point could only be accessed through a secret passage underneath the school grounds. Rias ran through the tunnels, trying to keep up with the little girl Naruto had come back with, who even now floated several feet above the surface and rushed down the hallway like Hades hellhounds were nipping at her heels. Who knew such a tiny girl could move so quickly? Can you slow down? Rias asked as she boosted her speed using demonic energy. While it wasn't really meant to be used as a muscle enhancer, Rias had, with Naruto's help, created a spell that she could use to increase her physical abilities. Even so, the girl remained ahead of her, speeding down the hall like nobody's business. I cannot, the girl didn't even look back. I would like to hurry up and heal those comrades of Naruto's before he unleashes his power. If I miss seeing that because of something like this, I will be very displeased. Rias clicked her tongue and fell silent. Still, she couldn't help but wonder about this girl. Who was she? How did she and Naruto meet? Above and beyond all the questions swirling through her mind like a rampaging ultimate-class devil, one stood out the most. Why do I feel so wary of her? Rias wouldn't say she was afraid of this little girl, but she definitely felt wary. From the moment this girl had entered her presence, Rias had a distinct sense that she wasn't human. There was power within that girl, power like nothing Rias had ever felt before. It caused the hairs on the back of her neck to stand on end, made a thrill of uncertainty travel up and down her spine. Despite her seemingly innocuous appearance, everything about the person she was currently running behind screamed power. They entered what appeared to be a bunker of some kind. Everything from the floor, walls and ceiling was made of cement. Hospital beds were situated within the bunker, and all of Rias' peerage minus Akino lay on those beds, badly wounded and suffering greatly. Rias, Sona looked up from her work on keeping Kiba stabilized. I'm glad you made it. I could use some. Who is she? She's here to help, Rias started, I think. You think? Sona would have raised an eyebrow, but she was too busy keeping Kiba from going into shock to do so. Before Rias could answer, Office clapped her hands. And suddenly, a miracle unlike anything Rias had ever seen occurred right before her very eyes. The occupants in the room, the people lying still on the hospital beds, healed. It wasn't a subtle thing either. Purple energy covered their bodies, coating them like a sheet of semi-translucent silk that moved and flickered as if it were a sentient flame. When the energy left, all of the wounds hers and Sona's peerage had suffered were healed. It was as if they had never been injured in the first place. All of the physical damage has been healed, but they will require rest, Office told them. Now then, if you will excuse me, I am going to watch Naruto unleash his full power. Rias watched as Office spun on her heel and left without a backwards glance. Rias, Sona's voice was soft. It held a tremor that she'd never heard before. Who was that? I don't know, Rias admitted, and that admittance scared her more than anything, but I'm going to follow her. She heard Sona's shout behind her, but didn't pay it any mind as she rushed out the door. Naruto was battling against Kokobile and his fallen angels, and she needed to be there in case something went wrong. Devil Ninja tilde. Kokobile burst into the air, forcing his brethren to flee lest they get caught within the vortex created by his speed. Several spears coalesced around him, luminous and deadly. They hurtled toward Naruto, who stood on the ground, staring up at his opponent with a mostly impassive gaze. They didn't make it. Naruto swiped his hand across the sky as if attempting to rake tears in the fabrics of reality. From the tips of his fingers they came, crescent blades of wind. They expanded as they traveled toward the spears, growing 4 times larger than their original size. The wind slammed into the spears, cutting them apart, forcing them to become particle elements that rained harmlessly upon the ground. Continuing on, the spears slammed into Kokobile, whose ferocious roar was an exertion of his will as he cut the blades apart with his bare hands. "You think such a pathetic attack will hurt me?" the angry fallen angel roared. "Do not insult me, child. Such a fledgling ability will do you no good here." "Then it is a good thing that was one of my weakest attacks," Naruto said from behind Kokobile. The fallen spun around, eyes bulging like a pair of grapefruits. He tried to block Naruto's next attack, but received a fist to the face for his troubles when, like any good shinobi, the Naruto in front of him vanished in a puff of smoke, and the real Naruto slipped into Kokobile's guard using the smokescreen his clone had created. Sent hurtling down again, Kokobile managed to keep himself from smashing into the ground by spreading his wings to their full span. Unfortunately, he could do nothing when Naruto slammed into his stomach feet first. Spitting out blood and bile, Kokobile once more found his place among the dirt. Naruto leapt off the fallen, flipping onto the ground several meters away. He crossed his arms and waited. The wait wasn't long. Kokobile burst out of the dust cloud his attack had created, a maniacal gleam entering his eyes. Die. He wove through the spears of light, his body becoming a ceaseless stream, a flow of never-ending movement. Occasionally, a spear would come close, but when that happened, he would just bat it out of the way with a solid chakra-enhanced punch. Once he got a feel for Kokobile's attack pattern, he channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet and burst forward. Kokobile's eyes threatened to pop out of their skull. "Why won't you die already?" Naruto didn't answer with words. He answered with another fist. Like thunder striking the ground, a shockwave erupted between his fist and Kokobile's face. The fallen went flying. He soared backwards, his body parallel with the ground. Naruto made liberal use of the Shunshin to transport himself to directly above Kokobile. In his hand was a blue orb of swirling, destructive energy. Rasengan. His enemy barely had time to cough blood before he was plowed into the ground, rupturing the earth like it was being hit by a massive earthquake. Knowing this wouldn't be enough to finish Kokobile off, Naruto leapt away from the newly formed crater and waited some more. He didn't have to wait long. Barely 2 seconds after his feet touched solid ground did a massive light spear pierce through the rising dust and try to impale him. A Rasengan appeared within his hand, and he did not hesitate to thrust it into the spear's tip, demolishing it. As the spear of holy energy disintegrated, spreading particles of light all around him, Kokobile appeared before him, having used the light to mask his movements. He shouldn't have bothered. Twin swords appeared in Kokobile's grasp, weapons composed of the fallen's power, which he used sliced into Naruto, cutting into his body like a blade through soggy paper. Puff. What? Kokobile's eyes didn't have time to widen as 6 chains shot out of the ground around him. 2 wrapped around his arms. Another 2 his legs. The 5th coiled around his torso and the 6th constricted his neck. He struggled against the chains, fought to break free, but the more strength he used, the harder he tried to break the chains, the stronger they seemed to become. They pulled him down until he was on his hands and knees. Still, he continued to struggle, his teeth grit so hard that blood dribbled down his chin. "Wah, what are these things?" "I don't have to answer you." Naruto floated above Kokobile, his hands making hand seals. A shinobi never reveals his secrets unless he's bragging, and right now, I'm not really in a bragging mood. A tornado-like mass of wind appeared before Naruto, becoming compressed until its density reached a peak. He then released the attack, which slammed into Kokobile. Wind release, pressure damage. Normally, pressure damage would be a technique that blasted people off their feet. When combined with a fire technique, it blasted people off their feet and scorched them to ashes. However, because Kokobile was chained to the ground and the attack came from above, he was not sent sailing, but was instead crushed between the indomitable force that was Naruto's jutsu and the unforgiving ground. Kokobile struggled against the force, naturally. He screamed as he strained his body, tried forcing himself to rise. Naruto could feel the power rolling off the fallen in waves. It was, admittedly, an impressive deal of energy, but according to Kurama, it was barely able to match Isobu. "Don't think that I'll be defeated here." With a great roar, Kokobile shoved at the blast of pressurized wind. His power ascended, reaching a plateau. Holy light emitting from his hands turned into hundreds of spears that were shot into the wind technique. Over and over again they were blasted it, chipping it away until, little by little, the wind jutsu was negated. Kokubile never had a chance to celebrate his victory. Because at that moment, Naruto descended with another technique. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto thrust his hand forward. The attack slammed into Kokubile without mercy. And in that instant, the entire world came to a standstill. Devil Ninja. Rias was nearly blasted off her feet as an explosion of energy erupted from the place where Naruto and Kokubile were fighting. Gritting her teeth, she covered her face to protect it from the dust and debris smacking against her. By her side, Off-Eyes stared at the massive half-dome of blue energy, which had rapidly expanded to nearly the size of Kuo Academy's old school building. Massive winds swept across the landscape. The fallen who hovered over the battlefield caught the brunt of excess energy. It slammed into them, pushing them back. Several were unable to maintain their positions and were sent sailing into the purple barrier, which did an admirable job of burning their bodies to ash. The school, what remained of it, was destroyed. The strong winds rushed over it, tearing it apart brick by brick. By the time the dome of energy died down, nothing remained of Kuo Academy. Nothing but a giant crater. Devil Ninja. Naruto frowned as the fallen rose to his feet, as he stood on shaky legs. The battle had not been going well for Kokubile. Cuts littered his body. Bruises covered his chest, splotchy and black, shaped in a semblance of Naruto's fist. The entire left side of his face had been burnt, the flesh melted, disgusting boils forming on his skin. He was breathing heavily. His chest rose and fell in ached pants, coming out as asphyxiated gasps. He was missing his left arm. Only a stump remained. All around, Naruto had absolutely no clue what that meant, but decided that it really didn't matter. He'd wronged this girl. He should have been there when she needed him, should have defended her when she was in danger. Instead he'd been off gallivanting with a group of potential enemies and an entity beyond the power of all three factions combined. You're right. I said you're right. Naruto cast the flabbergasted Revel an amused smile. I have to take responsibility for not protecting you when I should have. Wah. You don't have to. Revel suddenly became shy and bashful, burying her face further into his pectorals, which she did without really thinking. He knew this, because less than a second later, she squealed and leapt out of his lap and back onto the bed. You're right, I don't have to. Revel's head snapped to look at him. But I want to. She looked back down at the bed, at where she poked her index fingers together. Do you really mean that? Of course, Naruto thumped his chest. I promise that I'll take responsibility and always be there to protect you, Revel. Naruto reached out and caught the girl in his arms as her body went limp. Steam rose from her head and her face had become a mass of red. Ah, crap. Revel. Come on, answer me. Revel. Devil Ninja. Naruto aimlessly wandered the halls of Kuo Academy. After Revel had fainted on him, he'd panicked and called a real nurse. Graphia, who'd responded to his frantic shouts, had informed him that there was no need to worry, and that Revel would recover soon enough. She had then promptly kicked Naruto out, stating the patients needed rest and he was a disruption. Ah, there you are, a familiar voice spoke up. Iniki, Naruto greeted as Searsex started walking alongside him. Can I help you with something? I hear that Rias-tan is mad at you. Searsex must have noticed his flinch, because his next words were clearly meant to be reassuring. Try not to let her giving you the cold shoulder get to you. She loves you very much. She's just hurt because of what happened, and worried about what might happen the next time someone comes after you. I know. Naruto gave Searsex a pained smile. I know why she's doing this, and you don't have to worry. I won't let this get to me. I'm glad to hear that. So how are the talks between the three factions going? They're going as well as can be expected, Searsex said with a cheerful mien. We three leaders have been trying to speak on even footing for some time, and now we're finally able to do just that. While I dislike how it was because Rias and Sona were attacked and nearly killed, that doesn't mean I can't latch onto this unique opportunity. Naruto nodded noncommittally. He knew that Searsex had been trying to broker peace between the three factions for a long time now. Ever since the Great War in which God had lost his life, the three biblical factions had lost much of their power. Even covering up God's death as they had done hadn't stopped people from noticing the difference. Devils acted with more caution. Fallen angels no longer roamed free as they once had. The heavenly host had sequestered themselves behind heaven's gate, only coming out to communicate their will to the church. It was a broken system, and Searsex had dreams of fixing it by forging an alliance with angels and the fallen. Has there been any talks of peace? Not yet, Sears admitted. Despite being the leaders of our respective groups, we can't have peace talks between just the three of us. Other members will have to become involved. High-class devils, Grigori generals and the Seraph. A peace brokered by just us three is doomed to fail because there will be those who feel as if we went behind their backs, and there are some who will dislike the heavy-handedness of our actions. Politics, Naruto sighed, I hate politics. Sears smiled mischievously. If you plan on marrying Rias, then you're going to become involved in politics one way or another. Naruto stumbled, but managed to catch himself. He sent Sears a glare. Rias and I haven't talked about that yet, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't bring it up until I've had a chance to speak with her. So what you're saying is that you have thought about marrying my sister. Sears seemed inordinately pleased by this. You know that if you did marry Rias, you would become my brother in more than just name, right? Naruto wasn't really in the mood for this conversation, so he did what came naturally to him and changed the subject. Tell me, his face shifted, becoming serious, grave even. Sears must have sensed the tension that quickly permeated the air, for he, too, masked his face in a gravely visage. Have you ever heard of the Chaos Brigade? Naruto knew that he had a lot of making up to do. Ever since his training trip with Jiraiya, Naruto had come to understand himself far more than anyone else could have guessed. He knew that he was a reckless individual. He acted without thinking, spoke without a mouth filter, and didn't let other people tell him what he could and could not do. That was how it had always been, even back when he was a genin under the Hokage's command. This fact had never changed. It's strange how certain aspects of oneself can come back to bite them in the ass. When Naruto had first entered this new world, he'd been determined to start over, to turn over a new leaf, as it were. He acted more cautiously and used his brain, the one that had been carefully cultivated by Granny Tsunade and the perv. Sure, he still did the occasional prank, but that was simply to release the excess tension he felt from being in a new world and not having a purpose. For the most part, Naruto had acted with a surprisingly amount of intelligence since coming to this world. And then he'd done something stupid. He'd allowed those three to kidnap him. Naruto didn't delude himself into thinking those three could have taken him on. Even with Asia held captive, Naruto was sure he could have come out on top. Maybe he'd gone with them, allowed them to take him, for other reasons. What if the next time they took someone else hostage? What if the next time they came after him, they took that person somewhere Naruto couldn't save them? What if the next time they actually killed someone? He now knew that last question was a moot point. Baiko, Kuroka and Arthur weren't bad people. They wouldn't kill a defenseless person, but he hadn't known that at the time, especially considering what he'd been told of Kuroka by her younger sister. And so he had gone with them, to learn who the person in charge of them was, to learn what their plans were. They were clearly a threat to Rias and his friends, and so he had believed that letting himself be captured was the most prudent course of action. Those had been his thoughts at the time. Hindsight is always 50-50. Naruto knew that, in some ways, he was not necessarily in the wrong. He'd been presented with a clear threat, and had acted on the limited information he possessed at the time, to gather more intelligence about that threat. He hadn't known that the Excaliburs would be stolen, or that Kokobile would try to start a war by killing Rias and Sona. Had he known that, he would have never allowed those three to kidnap him. If Naruto ever found the person who made that phrase about hindsight, he was going to punch them in the face. While Naruto knew that, logically speaking, what he had done had not been an incorrect action, the way he had gone about it was horrible. His execution had been reckless, not to mention rude and uncaring. He'd left Rias without any parting words and without any way of knowing that he was okay. How much effort would it have taken to create a shadow clone and have it explain the situation? Not much. Heck, he probably could have used one of the shadow clones that had been hiding around the battlefield. It would have been easy. But he hadn't done that. He had left, without word or warning. He had left, and in his absence, Rias and his friends had gone through something very close to war. They had faced a great hardship, and an incredible challenge. They had suffered a lot and had been forced to confront issues and troubles that had been buried so deep they might as well have been forgotten. And he hadn't been there to help them. Sometimes, Naruto wondered what was worse, his own guilt at having not been there for his friends, or the cold shoulder that he'd been getting from Rias. Of course, just because he felt guilty did not mean that Naruto planned on quietly accepting this. Oh no, he'd never stayed down before and he wouldn't do so now. He knew it would be an uphill battle to earn Rias' forgiveness and acceptance again, but that didn't matter. No matter how long it took, he would eventually get back in her good graces or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. That's why he'd woken up early this morning to cook breakfast. While making breakfast wouldn't make everything better, he felt that it was a start in the right direction. He would make Rias the most amazing breakfast she'd ever had. That was the plan anyway. Rarely ever do plans work out the way people expect them to. Naruto wiped his forehead, accidentally smearing the flour he'd been using all over his face. He took in the sight of his clones hard at work, some were mixing batter while others were working the stove. He'd been trying to make pancakes. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't much of a chef. Scrambled eggs and ramen were about all he could make, which explained why his first 6 or so attempts had been a disaster. He was surprised no one had woken up from the explosions. The only person aside from himself who was awake was Ophis, and she had been awake before he had come downstairs. Naruto looked at the ancient dragon disguised as a little girl. She sat at the table, her legs kicking back and forth as they were too short to reach the floor. If it weren't for how he could feel the power rolling off her, he would have never believed that she was one of the strongest entities in existence. "Where did you disappear to the other day?" asked Naruto. "I merely wandered around town," Ophis replied, her eyes on something other than him. The clones, he realized. She was watching his clones. He hadn't used them for the battle against Kokobile, so she was probably curious about them. "And what do you think of Kuo?" "That it's the same as every other city in Japan. I guess it isn't that different from a lot of other places." Naruto rubbed the back of his head before going over to the stove. His clones were just about to put the batter they'd been making onto the griddle. "Hold it, what do you think you're doing?" The clones looked at Naruto, then each other, then back to Naruto. We're getting ready to cook pancakes." It sounded like a question. Without adding in the proper sweats. Naruto's question was rhetorical. "I think not. The first batch is gonna be for Kaneko, since she's coming downstairs right now." Naruto walked to the fridge, pulled out a case of blueberries and a bag of chocolate chips, then went back to the bowl and dumped both contents into it. "There, mix those in, then you can begin cooking it." The clones looked at each other, shrugged, then turned back to Naruto. "Sure thing, boss." "Do you always have to micromanage your clones like that?" asked Ophis. "Sometimes," Naruto replied absently, "but not all the time." HN. Several minutes after the pancake batter was put on the large griddle, Kaneko entered the kitchen. Her bare feet patted along the cold tiles as she sniffed the air, showing that she'd been following the scent of food. She seemed surprised upon realizing that Naruto was the one cooking. "Grab a seat, Kaneko-chan," Naruto smiled at the girl, "breakfast will be ready in just a bit." Kaneko barely even offered him a nod as she plopped down on a chair, causing his shoulders to slump. Like most members of Rias' peerage, Kaneko was still angry at him for leaving without a single word. She, along with Akeno and Kiba, had been giving him the cold shoulder. Issei had been upset, too, but after decking him in the face and claiming that he would kick Naruto's ass if he left again, the boy had forgiven him. The only member of their peerage who'd not been upset with him was Asia, but that girl was so sweet he doubted she could ever be truly upset at someone. As the scent of breakfast permeating this section of the house, more of its residents began waking up. Ravel wandered into the room, and he greeted the girl with his most cheerful smile. She stammered some gibberish at him, her face turning the same color as a bonfire, then hurried over to her seat. He wondered about her odd behavior, but supposed he should just be grateful that she didn't faint on him. Normally, this would have been the point where Irina and Zenobia walked in, but they were no longer living with him. Both had left to return the stolen Excaliburs to the church. He was kind of sad to see them go, as he'd been hoping to get to know them better, but he knew they had duties they needed to attend to. Of course, the only one who would talk to him was Irina. Zenobia had been rather wary of his presence, especially when she'd learned that he had beaten Kokobile single-handedly. Irina, on the other hand, had merely seemed curious. The few chances they had been given to speak, she had asked him all kinds of questions. He'd happily answered every question to the best of his abilities, and she had seemed satisfied with them. "I wonder if I'll ever see those two again." The sound of delicate footsteps told Naruto that Rias was coming. He took a deep breath and centered himself, putting a smile on his face and flipping the pancakes before setting them onto a plate. "That smells good," Rias said as she entered the kitchen. "Are you cooking pancakes, Ravel?" She stopped upon seeing who was standing by the stove. Naruto. "Good morning, Rias. Breakfast will be ready in just a bit." Rias did not say anything for the longest moment. When she did speak, her voice was cool and even. "Thank you, but no. I have some work this morning that requires my attention. I don't have time to sit down and eat breakfast." With that, Rias walked into the kitchen, grabbed several fruits from a basket, then wandered back out. A moment of stillness hung in the air. It was broken by Kaneko. "You screwed up big time." Naruto felt like he'd been punched in the gut. "Do you have to say it like that, Kaneko-chan?" Kaneko nodded. Yes, I do. Devil Ninja tilde. Despite the school having been repaired, Kuo Academy was still not in session. Naruto wasn't exactly sure why this was, though he assumed there was a reason for it. Either way, the school had been oddly empty for the past week, despite having been rebuilt from the ground up to be even sturdier than before. The peace talks between the three factions were going to take place soon. Because of this, Rias had been running around all week, trying to help her brother prepare for it. Consequently, she had been running her peerage nearly ragged with work. Naruto never complained, however, not only because he knew why Rias was doing this, but also because he knew that he had no right to complain. Every task she set for him he completed with silent efficiency, using his shadow clones to great effect, helping her every way he could. Wanting to show Rias his sincerity, he even went out of his way to help the others with their work. He didn't know if Rias appreciated what he was doing, because she still wasn't talking to him, but he refused to give up. He wouldn't give up and he wouldn't run away. "Ah, there you are." Naruto wondered how Sears X always seemed to know where he was. This time he'd been hanging on the roof, lying back with his hands behind his head. Most of the work was already done, and his clones were finishing up the last bit of work he'd been given, so he'd had a moment of free time and decided to use it by watching the clouds. "Iniki," Naruto grinned as the older man walked up to him and sat down. "Did you need something?" "I wanted to ask how things have been going between you and Rias," Sears X admitted shamelessly. "I've been so busy that I haven't had much time to check up on you." "Rias still isn't talking to me." "I see." Instead of seeming upset, Sears X smiled. "I know it might seem like she's doing this to punish you, but the truth is that Rias was really worried about you. My little sister would never act this way if she didn't love you." "I know." Sears X must have sensed his disquieting thoughts, for he changed the subject. "It is impressive how Kuo Academy was rebuilt in only 4 days. The fallen angel's ability to repair the damage done to this campus is most impressive. While we devils can create barriers and alternate realities rather easily, we cannot repair physical matter like this." "So, the fallen angels are responsible for the repairs," Naruto murmured. "I had not known that." Azazel felt guilty for what happened here. Sears X shrugged. "I believe he felt responsible for allowing Kokobile to do whatever he pleased. He lent his own craftsmen to the task of completely repairing the school, and has even gone a step further by making the school more defensible." "I've noticed," Naruto nodded, "the walls are much sturdier." "Indeed they are." Sears X seemed quite cheerful about this. Naruto said nothing as he looked out at the academy grounds. From where he lay, he could see a good portion of Kuo, not just the academy, but the city as well. In the glow of the sun, it looked almost like the city had been set on fire. "I have informed the other faction leaders about what you told me," Sears X said suddenly. "They now know about the existence of a group that seeks to unbalance the world. The Chaos Brigade could become a serious threat if we let them, especially given what you've told me. Yet at the same time, I cannot help but be almost grateful to them. Their existence will be the flint that ignites the other factions into action. You could almost say it's thanks to them that we are finally on the path to peace." Naruto nodded, but didn't say anything. While he normally wasn't one for being so silent, he didn't really have a whole lot to say. In light of the most recent series of events, he had been feeling a lot more contemplative and not as prone to talking. "Speaking of the Chaos Brigade, where is the little one?" Sears X asked. "Ophis is at home right now," Naruto answered. "She's been feeling lazy, so she hasn't really left the house except when she wants me to take her somewhere." "I was hoping she would be willing to talk during the conference," Sears X confessed. "Myself and the other leaders have agreed not to reveal her presence, but I'll admit that having the Ouroboros dragon speak at the conference would be a boon to our cause. I'll ask her for you, but I won't make any promises. Ophis does what she wants when she wants, and no one, not even I, can tell her what to do." "I assumed as much," Sears X admitted. "Ophis is an existence beyond our ability to grasp. Even the most powerful of us are but a tiny drop in the vast ocean that is her power. The other two faction leaders are wary, especially since they now know that Ophis was the one who founded the Chaos Brigade. Ophis has no desire to use the Chaos Brigade for anything other than defeating Great Red," Naruto said. "Her sole desire is to return home. That's all she wants." He paused, then smiled ruefully. I cannot speak for those who have joined the Chaos Brigade under her banner, however. People rarely join an organization like that without ulterior motives, and I highly doubt their reason for joining is as altruistic as wanting to help a person in need. That is true. Humanity, no, all species do not gather under the banner of a powerful figure without having their own personal reasons for doing so. We are all driven by our own wants and needs, except for those rare few. If those people you spoke of have joined with Ophis, then it is because they want something from her, they have their own agenda. I doubt they even care about what Ophis wants. They don't, Naruto admitted. There are a number of factions within the Chaos Brigade, and each faction seems to have its own agenda, which consequently put them in direct confrontation with the other factions. So they are divided, then? Searsex murmured. No, not just divided. Naruto shook his head. It would be more accurate to say they are in direct opposition of each other, but are currently working on the same side for mutual benefit. I imagine that, at some point, war will break out between the different factions within Chaos Brigade, though not before they wage it against you and the other two factions. Naruto took a moment to collect his thoughts. Searsex did not interrupt, he merely waited patiently for Naruto to continue. I have already told you about the hero faction, a group of humans whose hatred of gods, devils, angels and other supernatural beings borders on the irrational. But there's another group I heard about when I was in captivity, one that I could not gather much information on. The old Satan faction. Searsex sucked a slight breath. You know of them. Of course, Searsex rubbed a hand over his face. Everyone who fought in the Civil War knows of the old Satan faction. They are the ones who continue to follow the original Satan's ideals even though it has been nearly 2,000 years since those four died, the ones who wanted to continue the war even if it meant the extinction of our kind. Many relatives of the original Satans belong to the old Satan faction. My guess is that they believe it's more important to follow in their ancestors' footsteps than it is to help our species progress into a new age. Searsex smiled at Naruto, and in that smile he found a bitterness that only a leader who believed they had failed could feel. I had been hoping to turn them to my way of thinking, eventually. I had believed that if I could show them how far we have progressed, how much we've gained, that they would be more willing to integrate into our society. It seems that I was wrong. If they have joined the Chaos Brigade, then there is no chance they will ever rejoin us. This is, in some ways, like a declaration of war. There were many responses Naruto could have given to the older man with red hair. He could have reassured him that everything would turn out alright. He could have told him not to worry, that he wouldn't let a war break out, and that if it did break out, he would be there to stop it. However, he knew that any offers of reassurance would ring hollow right then, and so he said nothing. He and Searsex watched the clouds above them for several more hours. Devil Ninja. The days that followed held an almost palpable aura of excitement. People he'd never seen before would come and go, their auras unmistakably not human. Devils and fallen angels were the most prevalent, but he also sensed a number of angels, too. Preparations for the peace talks were well underway. It seemed the three leaders were using the momentum gained by the defense of Kuo to launch themselves headfirst into these talks before their detractors had a chance to regain their footing. Searsex had once jokingly told him that Kokobeel's attack on the academy had almost been a blessing in disguise, because it forced those who were satisfied with the status quo to realize that such a fragile peace would not last forever. The talks, Naruto had eventually discovered, would actually be taking place at Kuo Academy, which explained why the school was still shut down. Despite not being much of a politician, he understood the reasons for this. Kuo Academy was where the battle with Kokobeel had taken place, the very battle that had instigated these talks in the first place. Having it here would serve as a reminder for the people and would also increase their momentum, allowing Searsex and the others who wanted peace to push their desires through. It was like saying, look at what we can accomplish if we work together. The second reason was prestige. Devil society ran on a system of nobility, a hierarchy in which nobles were ranked based on their power and ability to lead. Even one's birth determined one's ranking in the Devil Society's hierarchy. Rias and Sona were both high-class devils, born into prestigious families, one of the 72 pillars. And Ku Academy was their territory. By having the peace talks take place here, Searsex was helping his sister gain more prestige by showing how far she had progressed on her own. It was basically an older brother's way of helping his younger sister step out from underneath his shadow. It also helped solidify their power base. Rias and Sona both had a family member with the title of a Satan. With the peace talks happening in their territory, it ensured that Searsex would have more support than if these talks took place somewhere else. Naruto did not really like politics. Jiraiya and Tsunade had both taught him how politics worked, sometimes with their fists, but just because he understood the intricacies of politics didn't mean he enjoyed them. Still, he understood their necessity, if nothing else. Even a Hokage had to deal with politics. It was an inevitable fact that came from being a leader. It almost makes me glad I never became Hokage. Naruto had watched Rias nearly run herself ragged trying to get everything ready. The closer they got to the appointed date, the more easily flustered she became. She'd forget things, she'd stress over tiny details, and she'd sometimes even mix up tasks, such as when she ordered her servant to mop the ceiling instead of the floor. It was undeniably cute, but it also worried Naruto. On the plus side, Rias was so busy with preparations that she didn't have time to give Naruto the cold shoulder. Rias, no, everyone seemed to have matured a great deal during the time he'd been away. Kiba's facade no longer seemed forced, the dark thoughts perpetuating his mind, clouding his thoughts, appeared to have left. Issei had grown much more quiet and introspective. Naruto would often find the young man sitting in the most unusual places, a worried Asia watching after him. Kaneko had also grown a great deal, it seemed. No longer restrained by the fear she'd had of her own power, she now wielded senjutsu freely. It was Kaneko who Naruto spent time with now, sparring the girl to help her get used to the power she now wielded. You really have improved, Kaneko, Naruto complimented the white-haired girl who, having exhausted herself, was lying on the ground, her chest heaving as she took in deep lungfuls of air. Standing on the sidelines, Revel didn't know whether to run to Kaneko or laugh at her. I want to become even stronger. Naruto knelt down next to Kaneko and gently stroked her hair. He was pleased when she didn't jerk away from his touch. You will become stronger, but strength doesn't come right away. It takes time and hard work. I know that, Kaneko deadpanned at him, I'm just saying. If you say so. Naruto reached for her ears and began stroking them with his fingers. He'd been surprised when Kaneko had allowed Revel to stick around while she used senjutsu, but he had seen them spending a lot of time together, so he assumed they were friends. I must say though, some of those powers you used surprised me. Those Yuki energy balls you kept firing off packed a lot of power. The frown on Kaneko's face showed that she was not amused. Are you mocking me? Of course not. Naruto helped Kaneko sit up while Revel walked over to them. You know I would never make fun of you. I'm very proud of you. Seeing how you replaced me, I find that hard to believe, Kaneko muttered. Pardon. Nothing. Are you okay, Kaneko? Revel asked in worry. Kaneko glanced at Revel for 2 seconds, and then looked away. Don't worry about me, chicken flambe. I'm fine. Revel's face burst into flames. Don't call me that. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Don't call me that either. Then what should I call you? How about my name? Kaneko appeared to think about it for several seconds before shaking her head. Nah, I think I like grilled chicken better. Why you? Naruto watched as an angry Revel ran after Kaneko, who appeared very cat-like as she ran across the grassy field with her tails and ears out. Well, he started, at least they're getting along. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Naruto found Office watching television after he returned home from training with Issei. The young man had made some marked improvements, though he still had a long way to go. However, Naruto believed it was only a matter of time before Issei began reaching his true potential. The Sekyryute was on the cusp of discovering true strength. All the young man needed to do now was realize that the reason for his strength was standing right next to him, and then he would be well on his way to unlocking his full potential. What are you watching? Naruto asked as he sat down next to the ancient dragon disguised as a little girl. Yu Yu Hakusho, Office responded absently, her eyes never straying from the television. Ah. Naruto looked at the screen to see some punk kid in a green school uniform shoot a blue bullet out of his finger. Rias mentioned wanting to watch this with me at some point. Although that was before he'd gone off on his own. What do you think? Office shrugged. It's interesting enough. Naruto smiled. From you, that sounds like quite the compliment. Another shrug answered his words. As they continued watching anime, footsteps echoed down the hall, drawing invariably closer. Rias entered the room moments later, looking frazzled and overworked. She stopped when she Naruto. Her eyes grew remarkably warm, and she opened her mouth to say something. Until she saw Office sitting next to him. Then her eyes turned cold. I hope you two are enjoying yourselves. Rias crossed her arms under bust, her tired eyes narrowed in a fierce glare. Naruto didn't know why, but he suddenly felt like he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't. I find it interesting that you are relaxing here, watching anime with your new friend, instead of helping myself and your fellow peerage members prepare for the coming peace talks. I have been helping, Naruto said softly. All day for the past 2 weeks I've done nothing but help you and the others whenever they needed it. And so you've decided to take a break while everyone else continues working? Rias asked, and Naruto flinched. The redhead's long locks of hair swayed as she shook her head in disgust. I'm surprised at how lax you can, but then, maybe I shouldn't be. While we were suffering at the hands of Kokobile and Valpier Galilei, you were off gallivanting with your new friend. Naruto said nothing as Rias stalked across the living room to reach the other side. She placed her hand on the doorknob, and was just about to turn it, when she looked back at Naruto. I'm beginning to wonder if something changed in you, or if I ever really knew the real you in the first place. And then she walked out, slamming the door behind her. She's still angry with you, Ophis observed coolly. Naruto smiled weakly at Ophis. She's just not sure how to talk to me anymore. I went off on my own without giving her a single word of warning. I played around with a group of potential enemies while she and the rest of her peerage fought and nearly died. He looked down at his hands. I don't blame her for being upset. If our positions were reversed, I would probably be upset, too. All I can do now is keep helping her until she forgives me. Ophis made a noncommittal noise, then went back to watching TV. Naruto sighed and followed suit. He wondered what it would take to convince Rias of his sincerity. Devil Ninja. Rias had taken to doing paperwork in the occult research club room rather than at home these days. While it meant coming here each day, it also meant she wouldn't have to see Naruto until later that evening when she went home. Naruto. She still didn't know what to do about him. Part of her wanted to forgive him, but another part was still angry at him, and that part of her could hardly think straight. When Naruto had been kidnapped, her mind had been thrown into turmoil. She hadn't realized how much she had come to rely on him until he was gone. Her heart had ached, her mind had refused to function properly. It was so bad that had it not been for her peerage, she wouldn't have been able to live as a normal person. Yet even though she had eventually started acting normal again, that did not mean she hadn't been suffering. Naruto's disappearance had torn a hole in her heart, and no amount of support had been able to fill it. When Naruto had come back, she'd been filled with joy. He had returned. That joy was short-lived however, when she saw who was with him. Even now, Rias didn't know who that strangely powerful loli was. All she knew was that the girl was powerful and that Naruto had been traveling with her. It was the latter issue that had caused her to ignore her boyfriend. Had he just been kidnapped and returned to her, she wouldn't have been so angry, but that wasn't the case. He might have been kidnapped, but somewhere along the line, he had clearly broken free and found that girl. That's what upset her. She and her peerage had been nearly killed several times in the last month. Meanwhile, Naruto had been off gallivanting with some loli. A knock at the door interrupted her dark musings. Come in, Rias called out. The door opened and Sears poked his head in. Hello, Rias. I hope you don't mind if I take a moment of your time. Not at all. Rias quickly straightened out her desk. Please, come in. Sears did so, walking in with a smile on his face. I see you've been hard at work. Yes, there is a lot to do. I've had my hands full getting the academy ready for the upcoming meeting. And you've been doing a marvelous job, both you and Sona. It's a big task, but I'm pleased to see how well you've taken to it. Thank you. Rias nodded graciously at her brother, trying not to let him see how pleased his words made her. But you're not here to tell me about what a good job I'm doing, are you? Sears' smile widened. No, I'm not. I'm here to talk about Naruto. Rias closed her eyes to keep her brother from seeing the pain that hearing her boyfriend's name caused. When she opened them again, it was to present her brother with a cold glare. What about Naruto? Don't you think it's time you forgive him? Rias withheld a grimace. Not really. After what he did, he's very lucky that I didn't have him designated as a stray devil. So you say, but I know that you're not really angry with him. Of course I'm angry with him. Naruto deliberately allowed himself to be captured without giving me even a word of warning or some message to let him know that he was okay. I was worried sick, nearly killed, and then when he finally returned, I discovered that he'd been off gallivanting with a girl. How could I not be angry at him? Sears' smile became indulgent. If you were truly angry with Naruto, you wouldn't be writing his name all over your paperwork. Rias looked down at the paper she'd been writing on, and then became embarrassed when she saw that he had written Naruto's name several times and surrounded them in hearts. She grabbed the sheet and quickly stuffed it into a drawer on her desk, then presented her brother with a stern glare that was marred by flushed cheeks. You didn't see anything. Rias, Searzek's tone was the kind all brothers gave their sisters, when said sister was confused and needed advice from someone older and wiser. What Naruto did was reckless and it wasn't very considerate to you, but he had good intentions. Just because someone has good intentions, it doesn't always mean that someone made the right choice. You know that there was no way Naruto could have known about the Excaliburs being stolen beforehand, Searzek said. I'm sure that he would have never left you had he known about what would happen. But he still left. Rias was being stubborn, she knew. She didn't want to remain angry at Naruto. She really didn't. But, at the same time, she didn't know how to go about making things between them better. If she just accepted Naruto's apology, it would be like giving him permission to do that again. She wanted him to understand how much trouble and pain his actions had caused her. Until then, she couldn't allow herself to forgive him. Perhaps this will help you understand why Naruto did what he did. Searzek smiled as he placed a report he'd been carrying on her desk. What is this? Rias grabbed the report and flipped through it. It's a report written by Naruto about a new terrorist group known as the Chaos Brigade. I technically shouldn't be letting you read this, but perhaps it will help you understand Naruto's actions a little more. Anyway, I'll just leave it here. Searzek walked out of the room, but Rias barely noticed, busy as she was reading the report. It would be several hours before she left the occult club room. Devil Ninja. Naruto was surprised when Issei and Kiba dragged him from his house and took him to a karaoke bar. While Issei had been cordial enough and continued training with him, Kiba had, while not necessarily avoided him, never bothered speaking with him either. Naruto had the distinct sense that the young man disliked him for not being around when his help was needed. Despite having gone to a karaoke bar, none of them sang. They ordered several platters of food and some sake, and then sat on the couch, nursing their beverages and picking at their food. So, Naruto glanced at Issei. How are your relationships going? Issei looked surprised. They're going well enough, I guess. Akeno-sama has been a little quiet and isn't talking as much, but Asia and I have been spending a lot more time together. Naruto frowned. Is something wrong with Akeno? He had never really spent much time with the raven-haired girl. They had just never meshed that well. While bantering with her could be entertaining, he didn't particularly enjoy her sadistic personality. I don't know, Issei admitted. Like I said, she's been kinda quiet. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I did hear her arguing with someone a while back, an old guy with black hair and a beard. She was really laying into him. I asked her what was wrong, but she got upset and refused to speak to me about it. Issei looked down at his food, his expression downtrodden. I don't know what to do. Naruto blew out a breath and leaned back. I wish I could tell you what to do, or at least give you some advice, but I'm having so many problems with my own relationship that I wouldn't trust myself to give sound advice. Isn't the reason that you and Rias are having problems because you abandoned her in her time of need? Kiba snipped. Yes. Kiba appeared taken aback by his answer. Naruto smiled sadly. I'm so used to doing my own thing that I didn't really think about how my actions would affect everybody. I should have known that Rias would worry herself to death. I should have at least made a shadow clone to tell her what was happening, but I didn't. Kiba clearly didn't know how to take this, as he said nothing in response. However, just because I screwed up doesn't mean I can't make amends. Naruto clenched his left hand into a fist. I don't care how long it takes me, I will make it up to Rias, I will get her to forgive, and I will start sleeping with her again. That's the spirit. Issei pumped his fist into the air. Don't give up, Naruto-sensei. You just need to keep trying. And I'll keep trying as well. I won't let this little bump in the road come between Akeno-sama and I. Now that's what I'm talking about. Naruto and Issei bumped fists while Kiba watched on in amused silence. The sword user sighed when the two looked at him, their fists extended, and slowly held up his fist for them to bump. I suppose so long as you realize your mistakes and are remorseful, then I can forgive you. Kiba cracked a mirthless smile. Considering how I acted a while ago, it is not as if I have much room to talk. Naruto was curious, but he knew better than to ask. Kiba had accepted and forgiven him. That was enough. By the way, Naruto turned to Issei, what's with the Akeno-sama stuff? Issei's face reminded Naruto of a deer caught in the headlights, or maybe even a rabbit staring down a shotgun. He didn't think he would ever forget that face. It's, well what? It's. Akeno-sama makes me call her Akeno-sama, so. I see, so she has you trained, then. Naruto nodded in a sage-like manner. Issei's blush deepened and he appeared to be trying to hide within his shirt. Naruto glanced at Kiba and made a whip-cracking motion, causing the other blonde male to mask his chuckling with a hand. Naruto was going to make sure Issei never lived this down. Devil Ninja. The day where delegations from all three factions would meet at Kuo was finally upon them. It was no wonder, then, that many members of Rias and Sona's respective peerages were quite nervous as they stood just inside of the gates, waiting for the processions to pass through. Naruto stood between Kaneko and Ravel, and Ophis sat on his shoulders. She seemed to have decided that she liked that spot, and had all but declared his shoulders to be her personal throne. Naruto thought she just liked it because it let her see over the crowd. There are so many other devils here, Issei said from where he stood next to Asia and Akino. While Asia appeared to be every bit as excited by what was happening as Issei, Akino looked like she couldn't care less. I've never seen such a large group of devils before, the blonde girl said. They weren't the only ones around. Surrounding them all sides were other devils. These were the people who had come to witness history in the making but didn't have the honor of being a part of the procession. Merchants and store owners, workers, low-class devils. Most of the people around them were members of a noble's peerage or devils who had taken time off from their jobs to come and watch. Because the meeting was taking place within devil territory, the devil faction had the distinct honor of being the first procession to file in. Sears X walked at the head, Graphia trailing on his right. By his side was a woman that Naruto didn't recognize. She was short, but had a really large chest. The outfit she wore, a dark blue suit, seemed quite somber, though that might have also been due to how depressed she looked. Filing in beside them were the other devils who would be taking part in this meeting. Nobles and warriors. They strode in with a confident gait. Some wore capes made of velvet while others were decked in armor. Golden epaulets and ornamental cloaks bedazzled the eyes. Behind them, a contingent of devils from the army marched. They presented a stark contrast to the nobles. Their plate mail was so dark it seemed to absorb sunlight. Devilish horns curved around wrathful helms. Dark chest plates gleamed with an unusual light as the sun reflected off their surface. Greave-covered boots stomped along the pavement, the sound they created not unlike that of a stampede. They made for an intimidating sight. So, that's the army. Naruto said out loud. You're only partially right, Rias answered, surprising Naruto. Those men are only a small part of the Devil Army, a branch of elite soldiers that were hand-picked by my brother. Each one of those soldiers has been trained extensively in the art of war. They are extremely powerful and known for their steadfast loyalty. The next group to wander through the school gates were dazzling. Bedecked in robes of pure white and brilliant gold, their wings retracted behind them, the angels were a contradistinction from their devil counterparts. At head of this procession was a man and a woman, both with long golden hair traveling like a waterfall down their head. While the man's hair was straight, the woman's curled like gentle waves. Both were blue-eyed and held a similar appearance. Naruto wondered if they were brother and sister. That's Michael and Gabriel, Rias answered before Naruto could ask. They're seraphs, and Michael is the leader of heaven right now. I heard from Sears X that Michael is the only reason heaven didn't suffer greater losses after the death of God. While Naruto nodded and looked at the man with newfound interest, Issei was staring at Gabriel. Check out those oppai. They're so big, gua. Era. Akino finally snapped out of her depression upon hearing Issei's words. She grabbed him by the cheek, yanking on it hard enough to make the skin stretch obscenely. Are her breasts truly that great? And here I thought you were learning. A sadistic gleam entered her purple eyes. It seems I am going to have to train you some more. Gua. No. I'm Wao Wei, Akino-sama. Please don't hurt me. Aiz-kun, you know my policy on this matter. I cannot very well have you looking at other women when you already have Asia-chan and I, can I? Of course not. I must make sure you understand this. You were looking at other girls, Aiz-san. Asia looked like she was nearly in tears. Does that mean you don't like us anymore? That's not it, Aoya. You know it's not like that. Naruto gave Issei a pitying look as the young man began to cry. Akino somehow managed to look solemn despite the how she was clearly imagining what sorts of torture she can employ on Issei with great relish. Do not worry, Aiz-kun. This will hurt you far more than it hurts me, of that I can assure you. Good luck, Aiz-san. Naruto turned away as Issei began bawling his eyes out. As he looked back into the crowd, he spotted two figures walking alongside Michael and Gabriel that he recognized. Hey, Naruto pointed at them, isn't that Irina and Xenovia? It looks like it, Kaneko agreed. I'd remember that ditzy smile anywhere. Naruto sweat dropped at Kaniko's description of Irina's smile, though he didn't necessarily disagree with her. I rather like Irina's smile, he said. It's better to have a cheerful smile than always be scowling like ex-Nenevia. It makes her look much prettier. Kaniko shrugged. If you say so. HMPH. Ophis looked at the procession with boredom etched onto her face. Does smiling truly make such a large difference? I think it does, Naruto answered absently. Rias always looks 1,000 times more beautiful when she smiles. Despite still feeling hurt and betrayed by Naruto leaving her when she needed him most, Rias blushed at his words. Mixed in with the angels were those who belonged to the church, easily distinguishable by their black robes. Exorcists and priests. They walked in somber silence. Naruto could feel discomfort and slight amounts of malcontent from them, especially from the many men who marched behind the exorcists. Those are, Akino's eyes widened. I can't believe they brought those people with them, Rias exclaimed in shock. They marched in rank and file. Steel plates glistened in the sunlight. Sleek helms shone brightly like they were made of mithril. Hands tightly clasped deadly-looking halberds, as if expecting a confrontation. Tabards hung down their frame, white and slightly frayed, with the symbol of a cross emblazoned on the front. Who are they? Asked Naruto. They're the Knights Templar, a branch of the church, Rias said. Much like the executioners, their job is to exterminate devils. However, unlike the exorcists who usually only slay strays, the Knights Templar doesn't care who they kill. Strays or not, a devil is a devil and they will indiscriminately slaughter any devil they see. Rias clenched her teeth. Many of my brother's friends have lost their lives to this group. They are both the best, and the worst, organization within the church. The angels and exorcists soon left, moving inside, making way for the fallen to enter the school. Where the devils had been intimidating in their magnificence and the angels awe-inspiring in their elegance, the fallen were frightening in how warped they appeared. Pinions of darkness adorned their backs. Their suits, a twisted parody reminiscent of straitjackets, covered their body from the neck down. They wore masks, and each mask vaguely resembled an animal. There, a boar whose mouth was open in an expression of agony. Here, a walrus with gigantic tusks and an enraged appearance. 5 steps down, a tiger, its face bleeding from contusions, the crimson streaks signifying blood appearing so lifelike it made Naruto sick. They were quite possibly the most disturbing group to be taking part in this meeting. At the head of the fallen walked 3 men. Azazel strode at the very front. His gait spoke of supreme confidence and maybe even a touch of laziness. His dark hair flecked with blonde and his goatee lent him a very roguish look, the kind many men had tried to achieve without success. Beside him, 2 others walked. On his right, a handsome man strolled. He seemed relaxed, but a touch wary. Naruto got the distinct sense of hope mixed with caution. The other was middle-aged and gruff-looking. His black hair, matching beard and muscular physique lent him a very severe appearance. The presence of that man made Akino release Issei, her mood quickly darkening. Akino. Sama. Not now, eyes. Naruto winced at the cold tone with which she spoke to Issei. He said a silent prayer, wishing his friend and apprentice luck. Glancing at Rias out of the corner of his eye, he wished himself luck as well. It seemed they both needed some. Devil Ninja tilde. While Ku Academy was, indeed, a large institute, it did not have many rooms that could hold so many people at once. Under orders from Searsex, the cafeteria had been converted into a meeting room, where all 3 delegations would convene to discuss the alliance he planned to propose. Thanks to the combined efforts of Azazel and Searsex, the room had been magically expanded. What had once been an interior space large enough to fit hundreds of students was now a massive room that could fit thousands. Balconies had been placed above the main floor, which was where those who weren't directly involved in the meeting would sit. Meanwhile, a multitude of seats had been placed on the floor for the main members of each faction to sit. There are a lot of strong presences here, Kurama said as he watched the delegation through Naruto's eyes. I don't sense any as strong as myself or Ophis, but a large number of these individuals are definitely strong enough to contend with you, should a fight break out. Then I guess it's a good thing I have you around to help me, Naruto replied. It is. Without me, who knows what would have happened to your sorry ass. You probably would have gotten yourself killed mere seconds after graduating the Shinobi Academy. Ouch, you're so harsh. Sitting with him were his fellow peerage members. Asia and Issei sat together, and he noticed that Asia was clutching at Issei's hand. Kaniko and Revel sat on either side of him, one looking between his hand and hers, while the other glared at Ophis. I'm not really sure sitting on my lap is a good idea, Naruto said to the ancient dragon. Ophis craned her neck to look at him like he was stupid. And why not? Isn't this where you want me to sit? Naruto rolled his eyes. I have no issues with you sitting on my lap, but I also know there is a time and place for such things. Now is neither the time nor the place. HMPH. Well, that is too bad. I rather like sitting here, so you're just going to have to deal with it. Naruto grimaced a bit as he realized that his weird fetish may have just backfired on him. He looked over at Kaneko, whose petulant glaring turned to him. They stared at each other for several seconds, then she turned her nose at him when he gave her a strained, apologetic smile. Knowing that this was a battle he wouldn't win, Naruto turned his attention to Revel. The blonde girl was continuing to stare at his hand like she wanted to set it on fire. Her face looked fit to explode. You can take my hand, if you want. What? Revel's eyes went wide. What makes you think I could never? Take it, Naruto interrupted with a smile. I know you're feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. There's a lot of tension in the air. Being the youngest devil here, I can only imagine how nerve-wracking it is to be in the presence of so many angels and fallen. Revel's eyes narrowed. Are you saying I'm scared? No. Naruto shook his head. You misunderstand me. There is a difference between being nervous and being frightened. When someone is frightened, they lack the ability to think properly. The way you're observing the people below us shows that you're not frightened. What you feel right now is the accumulated hostility of three rival factions who have come together pushing down on you. You feel the tension in your gut, a distinct sense of discomfort. The nervousness this creates is only natural. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Revel looked at him with her big blue eyes, which had widened in shock. There is no shame in using someone else as an anchor to keep your anxiety from getting the better of you. I don't mind being that person. Revel flushed, her cheeks turning red. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt, she mumbled. But don't think this means anything, okay? I'm only holding your hand because you're so nervous and I've decided to help you out. Got it? Naruto offered her a conciliatory smile. I understand. Thank you very much, Revel. Critical hit. Cool. It seems you have a way with women, Naruto-san, Kiba complimented as a beet red Revel took Naruto's hand with both of her own. Naruto looked at his friend sitting behind him a clueless manner. The hell are you talking about? Kiba's amused look didn't make Naruto feel any better. You know, it's that ignorance that has been at least partially responsible for the rift between you and Rias. When Naruto just continued to frown at him, Kiba grimaced. Never mind. Okay. Whatever, Naruto said as he turned back to look at all of the people as they filled in. There was a clear division between the factions, and not just on the floor below. All of the balconies had been divided so that none of the three factions were sitting together. Angels sat with angels. Devils with devils. The fallen huddled together away from the other two. It was a clear sign that none of the factions trusted each other. I guess after who knows how many centuries of fighting, it's only natural they wouldn't trust each other. It is much like the divide between your own people, Kurama agreed. Yeah, it definitely has a similar vibe to it. Do you think it's possible for these people to reach true peace? Hard to say. While I believe that your people were on the verge of peace when we got thrown into this world, these people are not the same as your shinobi. Some of the people in this room are likely the very same people who fought in those battles so many centuries ago. If that is the case, then it's not as simple a matter of one generation passing their hatred down the next. These are the same people who have killed, fought and hated each other since the beginning of this conflict. That sort of hatred is much harder to do away with than the kind that is passed down. There was truth in Kurama's words. Naruto thought about his own experience with hatred. While he had been able to earn the respect of Konoha eventually, and had even earned the respect of all shinobi, it had been an uphill battle. What's more, the hatred was first abolished amongst the younger generations, those who did not know what he contained, who hadn't experienced the fear when Kurama had been attacked Konoha. The generation before that had been much harder to earn the respect of. In some ways, what was happening here was very similar to what had happened to him. That's fine. Naruto felt determination blazing within him. If these people can't achieve peace on their own, then I'll simply push them in the right direction. And how do you plan on doing that? Naruto looked down at the girl on his lap. A grin slowly spread across his face. By presenting them with a threat so great that they'll have no choice but to join forces. Devil ninja. Naruto did not like politics. He never had, and he probably never would. That did not mean, however, that he was ignorant. Dislike for politics or not, he knew plenty about them. In his youth, Naruto had wanted to be Hokage, and his desire to become Hokage had been transmitted to his teacher and Tsunade. They had taught him. It had been a long and arduous process, and for the longest time, he'd been stubborn and refused to learn, but that didn't mean he hadn't learned. He knew politics, and he knew what made a good politician. The three leaders down below, sitting in behind the large table, talking about peace and forging alliances, were all masters of the art. Sears X sat in the center, between Azazel and Michael. Everything about him, from his confident aura to even the gestures he made while speaking, was all designed to impress upon others the importance of his words. When he spoke, people nodded. When he made a statement, people agreed. His very presence exuded a charisma that was unmatched by anyone Naruto had ever met. A few people argued with Sears X, disagreeing with his words. They would say things like, "Why should we forge an alliance with our enemies?" Or, "They killed too many of our kind for there to be any kind of peace between us." And when that happened, the two on either side of him would bring those people to heel. Michael was compassionate, kind and gentle. He soothed those around him, calmed the minds of those who were troubled, eased the rage festering within the hearts of their dissenters. His words were like a panacea to those who had been hurt by the war, those who had suffered at the hands of their enemies. Angels, devils, fallen. It didn't matter which faction they belonged to, Michael treated all of them with equal amounts of dignity, respect and compassion. When people with minds that had become jaded spoke up, Azazel would be the one who diffused the tension. His way was different than the other two. While Sears X could make people follow him on charisma alone, and Michael could ease suffering with soft words and understanding, Azazel used his laid-back and easygoing attitude to win people over. He would crack jokes and speak to everyone as if he was one of them, just another face in the crowd. Where once people argued, now they nodded along to the ideas being proposed. The people were being won, slowly being won over. "Those three," Kiba muttered from his place in the balcony, "are quite terrifying. I don't think I've ever seen such an indomitable front before. They are pretty damn good." Naruto didn't take his eyes off the group of devils. It's rare to find three people who are that skilled at politics, and rarer still to find them working as a unified front. Back in my village, we had three elders who were similar, but they lacked the sheer ability of those three. However, Naruto's eyes shifted from the three superpowers to the one sitting next to them. "I'm worried about Rias." While Rias' peerage had been delegated to the balcony, as their status amongst Devil Society was not enough to warrant a front row seat, Rias herself had been offered a place at the delegation table. She sat beside Michael, her back straight as she tried to pretend she was composed. Naruto could see the way her arms shook, and he knew that she was clenching the fabrics of her red dress tightly. Droplets of sweat rolled down her neck and her eyes quivered as she stared out at the crowd. She was nervous, worried, anxious. Despite that, she kept herself from losing composure. She had never looked more beautiful to his eyes than she did now. Akeno-sama is there, too. Naruto glanced at Issei. The normally perverted boy looked impossibly forlorn as he stared at the queen standing silently behind her king. Akeno looked much more composed than Rias, which made sense, as she was not the one being judged. Her eyes, however, held a coldness that none of them had ever seen from the girl. Akeno was sadistic and took pleasure in others' pain, but she was not cold and heartless. "Are you worried?" Naruto asked. "Of course I'm worried." Issei bit his thumb between his teeth. "How could I not be worried? But, there's nothing I can do. Akeno-sama refuses to talk to me, and I have no clue how to help her." "Issei-san," Asia muttered as she held the sacred gear wielder's hand tightly. Naruto smiled sadly. It seemed they were all having problems. "Idiot," Kaneko muttered under her breath. Now, Naruto chuckled and placed his hand on her head, gently rubbing it. "Issei is new to the dating scene. You can't expect him to know how to solve every problem that comes his way, can you?" Kaneko slowly leaned into his hand, but still had the sense to answer him. "I was talking about you." "OWCH. Harsh much. This is so boring," Ophis muttered. "I can't believe I'm actually here, watching a bunch of lesser beings argue about why they should or shouldn't join together. What is it with everyone complaining today?" Naruto muttered. "Maybe if there was actually something interesting to see, I wouldn't complain. We kinda have to be here, you know, in case things go south. That was Aniki's condition for letting you stay with me." When Ophis gave him her most deadpan stare, Naruto sighed. "Is there some way I can help alleviate your boredom?" "There is." "What is it?" "Pet me." Naruto blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" Ophis stared. "Pet me. I want you to pet me." Well, I suppose I could do that." Naruto placed a hand on Ophis' head and began rubbing. The ancient dragon of nearly unlimited power tilted her head and started to purr. Better. Yes. A low hissing came from his left. Naruto turned his head to see Kaneko, her golden eyes narrowed, pupils turned into feline-like slits as she glared at Office. Ah, Kaneko-chan. Pet me. Eeh. If you're going to pet her, then you need to pet me, too. Kaneko glared at him, as if daring him to say no. Ah. Naruto looked at the hand on Office's head. Then he looked back at Kaneko. He then swiveled his head to look at the hand Revel was holding onto. The blonde heiress sensed his eyes on her. She turned her head to regard him with a look that seemed to say, "Tell me to let go of this hand and I'll burn it off." "No," was her single-word answer. Naruto felt despair. Ah, what did I do to deserve this? How about being a perverted lolicon? Shut up, ya damn fox. Tilde devil ninja tilde. The meeting continued proceeding smoothly. By now, it seemed as if almost everyone had been won over. Naruto frowned. I feel almost like Sears and the others are having too easy a time of it. Kiba looked at him, his blue eyes staring in quiet curiosity and maybe even disbelief. Isn't that a good thing? Naruto grinned at the young man, though it was more of a pained grimace. It might have had something to do with the two girls who had taken his lap. Kaneko had, in a moment of brilliance, decided that if Office could sit on his lap, then so could she. Now his thighs were starting to go numb. You would think so, wouldn't you? But no. Normally, when something goes this smoothly, it is only because shit's going to hit the fan in a much more spectacular fashion later on. Politics is a lot like war, and no plan in a war ever remains intact after contact with the enemy. Revel looked up at Naruto, her hand still holding his, her brow growing furrowed. But, there is no enemy here. Naruto sent Revel a tender smile. He ignored the way her face spontaneously combusted. There is always an enemy to peace. There is always someone who will fight against peace. There will always be those who allow their own hatred to fester until it flows over onto others. But, who would want to do that? Revel asked. And why? There is no point in ruining this moment. What's more, who could possibly challenge them? There are few people who hold a rank of similar prestige to those three, and it is only someone whose rank is equal to theirs that could possibly. Revel's eyes suddenly grew wide. Oh. Revel was not the only one who'd seen it, the figure who rose from within the ranks, standing from his seat and majestically walking down the steps. The man walked up to the front, standing center stage, where everyone could see him. I would like to be heard, Herald, he said, his voice a bass rumble. The herald swallowed. His eyes held nothing but the most abject awe, and maybe even a touch of fear. The council recognizes Metatron, the voice of God. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Within every society, there are always those who dislike the way things are done up top, people who feel like they could do a better job, or maybe people who are just dissatisfied with the way their life has gone. Generally, these people are harmless. They complain sometimes, and they'll often wax poetic about how they could do a much better job than such and such. However, complaints are often all they have to offer. But, sometimes, there is someone who can do more. Someone who, unsatisfied with the current decisions being made by their superiors, decides to take matters into their own hands. These people, whether their actions are for good or evil, have always been considered forerunners of their times. They have the ability to, with a few words spoken at the proper time, topple entire nations. Metatron. Clad in silver raiments, bedecked in resplendent armor, he stood before the council. Unlike most present, who had chosen to remove their helmets and set aside their weapons, Metatron had not. His helm sat on his head, gleaming silver, sparkling like 1,000 suns. Brilliant orbs of molten gold could be seen from within the slits. Gripped within his hand, a luminous white spear shone like rays of sunlight. Lucis Galadriel, the spear that could pierce both heaven and earth. It would be inaccurate to say that Metatron walked as he made his way to the floor, for walking implied that the being before them all moved with the same grace as a human. Glided might have been a more apt description. His form seemed to glide down to the center stage. Graceful, beautiful, enraged. The being before them all carried within him an undeniable rage, a hatred that Naruto could feel all the way up from where he sat. It was hidden away, carefully concealed behind a mask of impassivity. Yet he could feel it all the same. Metatron's face and bearing might have disguised his hatred, but it could not keep his very being from radiating it as he confronted the trio of leaders. Upon reaching the front, Metatron impaled his spear into the ground tip first, the blade sinking through the marble with ease. Naruto, from his position up high, noticed how the marble around the blade melted as the tip met its surface. Thousands of years we have fought against the forces of darkness. His voice was a grating rumble, more akin to a growl than anything else, yet it carried with it an undeniable power that compelled everyone near him to listen. Such was the power of the one given the title the voice of God. Thousands of years we have bled defending justice from those who would seek to destroy it. Thousands of years we have stood against the tide, protecting the weak, and destroying those who would seek to abuse the innocent. No one could see it, but everyone could sense the frown of disapproval on Metatron's face. And now, you are telling me that we are supposed to ally ourselves with the very darkness, the very evil, that we have been fighting against all this time. Why? Times have changed, brother, Michael said in his soft-spoken voice. The world around us has changed, its people have changed, even our enemies have become different from the ones we remember. No longer are devils beings of great evil. No longer do the fallen seek to subvert our kind. No longer are humans being preyed upon. They are different, we are different. Do you not agree that it is time to put an end to this long and embittered struggle? To create something new, something different. Something new, Metatron murmured. Different. You truly believe these devilkin and heretical traitors have changed? Have they not? Michael asked. When was the last time the devils tried to take advantage of humans? When was the last time the fallen infiltrated heaven and subverted our kin to their side? It has not happened in centuries. Not since the last true battle of the war. Be that as it may, just because there has not been any unrest does not mean these groups have changed their tune. I still remember the fires that burned across the plains as devils decimated the earth. My body remembers the sting of the many fallen's holy spears, weapons that should have been used in our defense turned against us. You claim they have changed, but after everything that has happened between us, I cannot see it. You are allowing your hatred to taint your perceptions, brother. And you are allowing your idealistic optimism to taint yours, Metatron argued. The heavenly host has never allied with denizens of the dark. To do so is anathema to our very nature. Yet you would have us ally with the devils and fallen despite their tainted nature and the many crimes they have committed. That is the height of folly. Metatron turned around.